Hi guys. So guess what we get to start our day with today? Just guess. I see you guys in the chat are already saying it. It's one of our favorite people. We get Sprinkle back today. It seems like he's got to introduce some evidence, and then Viverito will be taking the stand, probably for several days. The court audio seems like it's having a good time today. I don't mean actually like good quality. So it's going to be muted when this first comes on with Whitaker. They don't turn the court sound on right away, but it's very loud when she comes in. So you might want to reduce your volume a little bit. Here we go. Here we go.
Who I assume you're going to call first. Is he just introducing the songs?
No, Your Honor. He's already introduced the jail calls that he, and the state was going to call Mr. Sprinkle and say, Mr. Sprinkle, your last here, there's some jail calls that you introduced? Yes.
Okay.
Play the jail calls.
Okay. And that will take about how long, you think?
I believe that would take about 30 to 35 minutes.
Okay. And then we'll move to Investigator Viverito?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then after that, you'll tender Mr. Kendrick's plea?
I do not believe that, I believe that would happen either after Investigative Viverito is complete or I guess while she's on the stand, but not questions pertaining to.
Okay, I just need to know when to.
It will not be this morning. I do not proceed.
Okay. I mean, I've got the instruction ready.
And Your Honor, when the court, I believe there's one matter regarding filming that the parties could approach.
Okay.
That's right. They don't want to film Viverito. They do not want Viverito on camera. Now tell me how that works when part of her job, she's not like undercover. She's a probation officer for a lot of people. So everybody that she chit-chats with, her small talk as a probation officer, knows her name and their family members. So what's the security issue? So I think that's what we're going to see Doug argue here. Let me make sure we don't miss the first part of what he's saying. Let's start here.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, and I'm sorry, this has been a long trial, so I don't know the date. But when Investigator Viverito, when we had the Daubert hearing related to her coming in as an expert, we, the defense, have repeatedly requested the training materials and other materials that she generated for use. We need those in our cross-examination of her. At the time of the Daubert hearing, we were not provided with that. Mr. Harvey said...
What do you mean by training materials?
She testified that she develops a training course, and that in that course she trains other law enforcement on gang investigation. And so we wanted the materials from that course because we believe that we need those on our cross-examination of her. You know, and of course I come from a civil background where I'm used to getting all kinds of information with regard to experts testifying, and we haven't received an expert report from her.
This one doesn't exist.
That's
and
true.
If
One doesn't exist.
One does not have training created.
True, and I'm not disagreeing with the court, but certainly training materials that she uses does exist. We've asked for it. We've not been provided with it.
When's the last time y'all brought that up to the state that, hey, we still need those things?
I cannot tell you, but we've repeatedly asked for them over the course of the last year, Your Honor. And we were told by the previous court that at some point that may become, actually, what did the court say? It might be something that may need to be tendered at that point or brought up if does come in as an expert. We're at the point now where she's being presumably brought in to testify as some combination of fact witness and expert witness. So we still don't have those materials, Your Honor. I don't have an issue with her testifying as a fact witness.
I understand. I'm just saying, like, we've had Investigator Viverito has been on the state's this list for weeks and weeks, and the time to have brought up, oh, hey, we don't have the training materials yet, would have been sometime before when she's probably already here. And if she doesn't have them in her bag, because nobody's reminded her, she's not probably going to be able to access them unless she can maybe do it electronically. I don't mind asking Mr. Adkins to either himself or have one of his investigators step out to wherever she is and see if she could access anything electronically and provide it. But if she can't, you know, it's kind of understandable right now since we didn't give her a heads up anytime recently, even though we knew she was going to be testifying, to search your files and find them.
I understand, Your Honor. So if maybe they could do an additional request and maybe it will come up, maybe it won't. If she is allowed to testify as an expert, though, I would ask the court to follow the previous court's order that there's a bifurcation of her factual testimony from her expert testimony in order to prevent confusion to the jury. There was also an instruction that the previous court had come up with. I will endeavor to find it. That was to be read to the jury prior to her testifying at, this is, by the way, not specific to her. It was all the witnesses that were in the dual,
Okay, well,
difficult.
I'm not sure that it's 100% feasible to say, okay, for, you know, this set of questions, it's one thing, and for the next set, it's another. But I will instruct the state to instruct her, or in the way you ask your questions, make it clear to the jury, all right, at this point, I'm asking you your expert opinion about whatever it is you may ask.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And I mean, to the extent that you can separate them, do, but I mean, there may be times when she's saying, you know, here's some social media post. And then, for instance, might need to testify because I've got this background in gangs. I know that this particular emoji means something or another.
So is the
just
previous
stuck
court's
on the
order no
emoji.
longer in effect about the statement
No,
that's to be
I'm
read?
trying to say how it practically needs to be implemented. And if you want to provide me with whatever instruction you're talking about, I'll take a look and.
Okay. And then again, I'm going to, because of what the court just said, that I 1,000% agree with the court that it's very difficult to handle this dual witness, and it is why I objected to witnesses in this dual role. There's plenty of case law that goes against it, but I'm going to maintain an objection to a witness testifying in the dual role as an expert and a fact witness, Your Honor. Just like a continuing objection on that.
All right, well, I think it happens fairly frequently. And she was qualified as an expert, right? I mean, y'all got a ruling after the Daubert hearing, right?
I believe that's correct.
Correct, Your Honor.
That's what I thought. All right, anything else? I don't know if we have the jury ready yet or not. They should be, it's 9, but I'll have to check on that.
This is going to be a hot mess.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I believe Deputy Sprinkle is right outside. I'm just gonna go double check.
Of course,
Okay,
he's right
thank you.
outside.
Thank you.
Okay, and I don't know if Investigator Viverito is here or not yet, but can somebody get word to her to try to find her training materials?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, jury's not ready, okay. All right, did y'all find out any additional information about those couple of items? You were gonna try to either find out like who the people were, or there were a couple where you were gonna try to find out the date it got posted. Do we know the answers to those things?
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Abate, did you get a chance to check the sound so that we at least believe it's going to be working right when Mr. Sprinkle?
Yes, we checked it last
All right, great, thanks.
time.
Good.
See if the rain was.
Who knows?
I want to know if he followed through on his promise to narrow down the number of calls. I did. All right. Can't wait to see that.
Mr. Abadi always fulfills his promise.
Instead of an hour and 20 minutes, it should be 25.
Okay.
Bless you.
Judge, just thinking forward while we have a minute, I was thinking forward about what we were talking about happening in the near future. And regarding directed verdict motions,
Go.
Right.
Haha.
I think it may be, we have obviously a lot of
Evidence.
evidence in loose paper.
Yep.
If I could request the state, and maybe the court ask the state too, typically, my understanding is with each witness they've made, that they presented, they've made PowerPoints of the evidence that they're seeking to admit. And generally, we've complained when it hasn't happened, but generally they've given it to us before the witness testified. They've given us a hard copy.
Okay.
If I was just thinking last night, if the state could forward all those PowerPoints of the evidence that's been admitted to all parties, if they have them in the PowerPoint still, that may help everyone in kind of formulating and getting to the bottom of what's in evidence, as opposed to digging through this before Monday or Tuesday or whenever we.
Okay, but y'all are gonna have to, or we even are gonna have to dig through,
We are.
as you say, the evidence anyway, because we're gonna have to sort out what goes out with the
We are.
jury and what doesn't. But I'm sure the state will be happy to do that to the extent they have those available. Thank you. Great, and if you can provide that to the court as well. Thank you.
So, Judge, I believe, and I'll let Mr. Sharp, Mr. Weinstein look through. I think I took almost all of the ones out that we spoke about that we didn't know the origin, except for one.
Okay.
It was a video where the name of the profile for the Instagram profile is Shell_8044. And I did determine it was taken from speaking with Investigative Viverito on April 1st of 2022. So during that time period, right after the Drinks murder. And but if she told me who it was, it's slipping my mind. And she's right outside, so I can go ask her about that and training materials. But I will let them flip through this.
All right.
This is your copy.
And yeah, I'm just going to remind the state when we're going through the wiretap, and there are the two spots, I think, where I need to caution them that it's only Garlington's words. Just give me a heads up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
I've made a specific note to.
great, thanks.
Yeah, so was it Matt? The sound was really loud when court started, and then they switched something and it's quiet like it was yesterday. So sorry for anyone that had their eardrums blared out this morning to barely be able to hear now. Jim says Sprinkle did it. So there was like a small part where Paige, like Judge Whitaker was talking and we couldn't hear it. The court audio wasn't turned on yet. I'm hoping that Whitaker was like, no, we're showing Viverito. Like, for Viverito not to want cameras just seems like she doesn't want to be embarrassed. But if you're embarrassed, that says something about your work. So, not really your place. You are not the defendant. You are not entitled to a fair trial. You are a witness.
The jury's ready, so if y'all need a second to finish going through that, that's fine.
Yep, Sprinkle's coming in to lay the foundation for some jail calls. For 35 minutes. Right. Right, I agree. Nicola says that she thinks she's the big I am. She can go on camera. And I don't know, but I'll be annoyed all day if she doesn't get to, I mean, if she gets to not be shown on camera. And then Dolly, I saw you mention a sound booster. I have a sound booster, but it doesn't carry over through StreamYard. Like when I use it, it's only I can hear it on my end. So, like, did this just get any louder? The background noise, the static? I put it up. Let me put it down. Put it back up. I don't think it carries through to the stream, whatever I do. Oh, touche, 1000%. Either, I don't know if the word of the day is B for burrito or B for bolster, but with Sprinkle and Viverito, it's going to be a bolstering kind of day, and I imagine Viverito will be here longer than today, so carry us through the week, Viverito. So, Ashley, I don't know if there's like a bit of Mandela effect going on, but people say they remember watching that Daubert hearing, and I can't find a video feed of it. I looked at the transcript, so I don't know. Hellraising Angel says it's great to see the dynamic duo. Okay, so it's just a plugin thing. Which one do I have already?
Smaller set of evidence. Any issues?
I wouldn't call it an issue. There's one that I don't think we've litigated. It's marked by Mr. Abbasi, so I'm assuming.
Beginning of that, the video. It's not really, that's like,
What video?
the one that we played last night. But
Who's this person?
Okay, I'm gonna try a different volume booster, but they just muted the sound, so I won't change it until they come back. And Angela Thompson, thank you for becoming a member. Angela also said, my husband got me a membership, which is very sweet. I appreciate this a lot, and this is very sweet. They're gonna be quiet now that I want to test this booster. Let's see. I mean, I could go backwards in the stream. Oh, wait, we're behind. Here, that works. Sorry, guys. Did not know we were a couple minutes behind here.
Okay, thank you. All right, we ready for Mr. Sprinkle and the jury? Okay, thank you.
At least we know Sprinkle will talk into the microphone. Look at him. He already set that mic up perfectly. Oh yeah, there's no laptop now.
While the calls are playing, I'm just asking the court's permission ahead of time to remain seated so I can navigate. Thank you, Your Honor.
Natasha Robert says, "Yay, burrito is coming one day after my birthday." I don't know if I would call this a birthday gift, but I hope you had an awesome, awesome birthday. Happy belated, delayed birthday here.
You are still under oath. I'll just remind you of that.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Atkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Deputy Sprinkle.
Thank you.
When you were here last, there was some jail calls that was State Exhibit 590 Yankee that you had reviewed and admitted. Do you recall that?
I do.
I wanted to play some of those calls that you pulled with you now. Was one of those calls an October 31st, 2015 call from defendant Shannon Stillwell?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to play from 590 Yankee on that October 31st, 2015 call from 1 minute and 10 seconds to 2 minutes and 5 seconds for the record.
All right.
Your Honor, I just noticed I'm in the Zoom, but for some reason when I shared, oh,
It's not working.
yes, give me one brief second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Percival.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey. Oh, what happened?
Phyllis and that lawyer, I had to talk to the lawyer.
Oh, okay. What is that?
And he just let him know he behind me, everything good. He said they'll send him down there so I can interview him to see if I wanted him. And I'm like, if you feel like you handle the case, then I want him. If you feel like you can't, then don't waste my time.
Oh, okay. You want him?
But he talking like he can handle it, like everything. He can handle everything. He said he's been working with all types of stars on all type of murder cases and all type of cases.
Mm-hmm.
Stopping at 205. Deputy Sprinkle, was another one of the calls that you pulled a November 13th, 2015 call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm going to publish 11:25 to 14:30 of that November 13th, 2015 call.
So what is the exhibit number?
598.
Oh, they're all in the same.
Correct.
Okay, is it a little louder? Did this extension work? I know it's just background noise in the court now.
You know what I told you? I had wrote to him like, oh, we didn't know he had the same charge. So Lloyd said he didn't.
Yeah.
They saying gonna piss back. Lil Woody on the phone. He said, what did he say? I don't know. He said you told the Trez they dropped the charges on him. He want to know what was said. I said, I never said they dropped the charges on him. I said, I didn't know they had the same charges. Oh, I guess that's what Trez was talking about. Okay, thank you. That's it.
They trying to sit up, push that out for a nigga slap. Yeah.
I don't think you get much over to the house.
Stupid ass bitch. You and your pussy ass baby dad got in there, fuck that. Y'all both shot on that lane, suck ass little boy ass shit. Pussy ass hoe. Good ass hoe.
What the hell? You don't know. Wait till you get your package.
Fuck that. That fuck nigga envy me anyway, man.
Yeah, I got one crazy relationship.
Fuck nigga envy me. He hate that thing I had.
Y'all be back rocking with all over.
Crazy fuck. I don't know, bitch, I really gotta shoot myself in the face. When y'all go back right, I don't wanna fuck that nigga, man. They just look young nigga ass in him.
That ain't funny. I know you laughing.
I wasn't laughing, I was just like, eat that baby.
Shannon shit. Oh. What the fucking place?
I hear blood and he ain't real right.
He what?
He ain't real right for me blood.
He what?
He ain't real right.
What? Shit, you know your own?
It be different shit. Like, nigga push up on different nigga. And the wrong way. Nigga push up on me the right way. Nigga push up on him the wrong way. Like, hey, bro, you got to go and do this. Why we finna got down going to get at you, man? And that's what they did. They pushed up on me like, shit, bro, you know, they saying, man, listen, man, do you want to talk to these people because you stressing these big homies, but you ain't on the phone with these folks. I got these folks, man, I want to talk to these folks. Yeah, bro. Now these niggas be got down. I be asking, I like, bro, you got no Ferrari, bro, but you ain't help panhandling, bro.
Deputy Sprinkle, in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder, did you ever have a name of Rontrez Brock come up?
Yes,
And was that Kenneth Copeland's brother?
it was.
Was there another call that you pulled and when you had introduced from November 23rd, 2015 at 16:08 or 4:08 p.m.?
Yes,
And was that a call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
it was.
Your Honor, I'm publishing from 590 Yankee, November 23rd, 2015 at 16:08. And the time, we're going to start at 4:19 to play to 6 minutes and 2 seconds. And then we'll play 8 minutes and 56 seconds to 14:40 for the record.
What you got going on? Y'all, what the hell the fuck come out, man? Shit. Sounds crazy. Yeah, not police, but they got. Yeah, Nick. Yeah. I am. Everything on right, though. How the hell VO did? Huh? How the hell VO did? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. He say, she say. Yeah. Everything all right. See that shit he different from the nigga who they got locked up with him, you hear me? Yeah. They were trying to free themselves, so they can say whatever. But the judge kept saying like, he was just like, they shit, the way they saying, like, that shit don't mean nothing because they That's how they doing it. Like they trying to get the heat out of their ass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But they do that. That's what they gonna do. Put themselves on the scene.
Exactly. That was the.
And that's what they trying not to do. They beating around the bush. They just saying, you did it. And, you know what I mean? They can't say you a bitch. They did it. You did it. How you know? How you know you did it? You know how the folks do it. You know what's going on. Boiling in that. You all right though?
Yeah, man. I'm just chilling, man.
What about the health?
Oh yeah, everything. You know, everything out here. Well, this shit still like a pro stuff, but it's no.
Yeah.
Yeah, maintain. I'm good.
Your Honor, I'm now moving to 8:56 to play to 14:40.
You look like you sexy.
Shit, I think that's $6 on there.
So when y'all go back to court?
On the 18th.
And what they said, a hearing?
Nah, I just did the preliminary hearing.
So ain't nobody getting no bun?
Nah, they tried all multiple trial because multiple had a lawyer. They said the same thing about both of them. They tried all multiple trial. They did only thing different was the little nigga's name, Deep Cleveland. He told me, I told him I did it. So they was yeah, he said that's the only different thing. Then he just wrote multiple to my man, oh God, bro, I ain't say that, bro. I go to court looking for no police line on me, did that third. Fuck, man.
So multiple got it on the lawyer.
Yeah, multiple got all this shit, didn't they?
So if you would have lawyer, you would have got your own, didn't you?
Hell yeah.
How much, what he paid on? I call my man.
Huh?
I call my man and see what's going on. You ain't got nobody else who you think give you nothing on lawyer?
Shit, I ain't called. Well, Kim just telling me got down to call him my knees on and shit.
Who?
Kim. I ain't calling it though.
Who?
Can't tell you.
Can't say?
Yeah.
Man, them niggas that be talking, bro.
Yeah, that's what I be saying. That's why I ain't really just put no if like that fucking stuff. I was been sent the lawyer down here. That nigga, he keep coming down here, but he just like shit. Dog keep telling me he ain't got all the money yet. The fuck he ain't got all the money yet.
Who's saying that? Who's this?
Oh, that was the lawyer. Like, the lawyer keep coming down here though, but he just like shit. I won't gonna represent you, but he keep saying dog saying he ain't got all the money together yet.
How much they charge?
And this nigga, he ain't telling me the price. He just like I told young Thor he got to give me everything or nothing. It's everything or nothing. That's how he kept saying.
Oh, so also he want all his money at one time. He don't
I
want
believe
down.
He doing that because of Thor. You feel me? He know I don't got money, so hey man, I want all my money.
You is? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cause most lawyers, they do a payment plan, bro.
Yeah, exactly. New top son lady, and she was like 4,000. Oh shit, she was
4,000 for what?
start.
Man, that nigga I had, he want that much, bro. Yeah, now nigga who beat my brother on murder case. You know, I'm cool with him. He don't even want that much. 4,000 start, that's too much.
Yeah.
I probably give him about 2,500. He probably put me on payment plan like every 2 weeks. Probably pay like $350. Yeah, what?
That's cool, no?
Mhm. Hold on, cuz. So, alright, shit. Well, so what he got out here? What he got now? What he got now?
Most of they got now, he just got all them aggravated assault shit that they had. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, all this shit, them gun charges. You know, they had
So what part of that truck? That murder charge?
Yeah, they just dropped the murder charge out of them.
Man, that ain't shit. That's very salt, just like that.
Yeah. That's how he got like, you know, they got like 9 charges apiece.
Drop that murder and stack some on the aggravated assault. Cause they're like 20 years.
Yeah, what?
That's what I'm saying. Them aggravated assault charges and all that shit. That shit still the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, murder, they just make niggas say, woof, at least I ain't got this. Still got to fight the aggravated assault.
You know, that shit, they be better though, like the murder, you facing the murder charge and them out of aggravated, that shit better because them folks,
aggravated assault.
Them folks telling on them, like, the nigga mama, she was like telling them folks, like, yeah, they did it. And then Lil D telling them folks, like, yeah, home with me that night. And they said Lil D already told him folks he did it. And Lil D told him he did it when he left the club.
Lil D?
Yeah, he told him he did it. And he told them that most of them with him when he left the club. So they like, shit, he with you, then he had to do that too.
I don't even want to talk about that.
Yeah.
Damn.
Stopping Your Honor at 1324. And Deputy Sprinkle, did you also pull a December 4th, 2015 call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson that was made at 5:31 or 17:31?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish from 590 Yankee that December 4th, 2015 call from 8:10 to 8:30.
Is y'all fucking with you?
Who?
You know who I'm talking about.
Who, nigga?
No.
Who? Oh. You talking about, him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he the one pay for everything.
Oh, okay.
Now, Deputy Sprinkle, did you also pull a January 10th, 2015 call at 7:42 p.m. that was placed by Martinez Arnold?
I did.
And was that call to Dravoris Bradford?
It was.
Does he have a nickname of Tuda?
He does.
I'm going to play that January 10th, 2015 call at this time, Your Honor.
This is a prepaid collect call. Call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement personnel. To accept charges, press 1. To refuse charges, press 2. If you would like to permanently,
For a limited time, visit an inmate from the comfort of
Y'all gonna set me up like
Securus, you may start the conversation now.
Dude,
Cool.
what's down?
Call right back. Y'all gonna set me up like that?
Nah, hell no, nigga. Which time you got there? Some shit
Mine.
there. Nah, hell no.
Y'all good?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Hey, Goldie Mott.
Who that is?
Boosh.
What's up, short stuff?
What are you doing?
Yeah, brother. We going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who
Well,
just
yeah,
go?
got it.
Who went here pull up?
Oh. Yeah. Call Christopher bro.
All right.
You keep calling all these girls.
M.A.
Yeah. Crystal.
Yes.
I'm getting on your nerve.
No. Why you acting
know, bro.
today? No.
Oh.
You feel like you're getting on my nerves?
No, a little bit. No, but I ain't talked to you earlier, so you had to threw me off. You said call you later on.
No, because I was at work.
Earlier you said you don't want to talk, call you later.
Because I was with a client, so.
You with a client now?
Crystal is my friend.
Well, yeah.
And she's pretty, so. I don't want nobody in my business. Crystal's my friend. She know you, so. I don't know. Why would you ask me something like that? You want me to call Bobby back?
Yeah, she answered. She called you back.
Yeah, but she had went to the bathroom because you said something that she was going to go eat or something. Hold on.
Call her.
Okay. Think Dora at her house too, huh?
She at her house or Slime house?
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
You hung up.
She hung up?
Yeah, she probably didn't try to.
Her slow ass. Damn,
Yo,
bro.
slow ass.
Huh?
Yo, slow ass.
Who that, Boosh?
Duh.
You got your man out there, man. Yeah, you talking about.
Who said it?
Who said that?
When you coming home?
Court Tuesday. They'll give me a bond Tuesday. They had to wait till I go to the judge.
Your bun gonna be high?
I don't know. Shit, what's your bond was, too?
Mine was 25.
They might do 25,000. You did. No,
Right, what makes you think it's gonna be? What makes you think it's gonna be the same as Cutter?
I'm saying elevator something at 20, 30. I ain't gonna go no higher than 40, 50. Ain't gonna be that high though, 'cause they only do that when you got them, when you dead ass wrong and you don't got them chips or something like that. Shit be 300.
There go right there. Don't be.
Call Chris.
What they do?
Crystal don't want to talk to you, man.
I ain't gonna talk to you last 2 days.
The girl don't want to talk to you. She hung up for a reason.
Nah, she happy. Every time I call, she get even happy. You dig what I'm saying?
Hello?
You hung up on me?
No, the phone. I hung up by accident when I was trying to call Dottie because her phone went straight to voicemail.
It did.
Yeah. I mean, call Dora over there. Come on.
Hey, you slide that tray over here, bit out. Kick it over here. Yeah. What you say? Hell no, I ain't eating that shit. I gave it to nephew. It's on you next.
Hello? Yeah.
Dora.
What up, man?
What's up with it, homie? You dig what I'm saying?
You dig.
Nah, bro.
What's going on, man?
We count down in this bit, man. This shit here ain't.
Hey, man. You know,
This shit ain't fuck no player.
oh, yeah. You already know. She go to court on the 13th. No, the
Yeah.
day 10. He the day 10. He got to court on 13. Yeah, day 10. What's they do?
Well, y'all know when it get nighttime, we just say the day he left. The day he left, man.
Y'all know the time. You don't know the time, so you think like he left.
Yeah, night he left. Monday, my last day, really, because they wake us up at 4 in the morning to go to court.
Oh, you going to court on when?
On Tuesday.
Monday. On Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday.
This shit ain't for no player, man.
What?
Damn, this shit.
You see a long way out? You see a long way people leaving? Triple back ass nigga. Yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to call him. He was trying to call my name. We were locked down, though.
Oh, they keep putting you on lockdown?
Nah, them folks have us on lock. We come out the room at goddamn 8. I mean, at 9. They send us back in at 12. Come back out at 4. Well, we come out, I'm upstairs, so we come out at 6. Downstairs come out at 4 to 6, and we come out from 6 to 8.
Yeah. You did what I'm saying. Yeah, that shit lame, man. You know, we ain't doing that but a whole bunch of chilling.
Where y'all at?
Finna edit this video with at the Yo.
Y'all at the Yo?
Yeah, we with Bill finna edit this video.
What, destroyed?
Nah, you probably gonna do that shit. They doing that convention.
Yeah, that shit so hard, man. What the hell, Thug at?
And I ain't even get to see that booth, that shit, man. I went to the room. Y'all see that? Oh, yeah. The Da Vinci, I went to the room. I didn't know y'all shot the estimate when. They shot Da Vinci.
What's up, he right there? Tell him I said what sound?
Yeah. Nah, he right here yet. He ain't with her yet. I think he in the meeting with Leo there.
Oh, what Dolly?
Right here.
Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dora.
Hey, that's what I'm still gonna be. Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dora.
Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dora.
Dude, man, who the fuck that would have jetpack? God damn, what Duke get, man. Now, I said, good morning, I'm gonna go. I said, man, free fucking Duke. Put your ass there, tell the joke that the down payment due date is $250, but it's $5 something off. Let's just say, they don't want the down payment of me. What? He said, they don't want the down payment on a down payment for what? My boy.
Oh, she go to think she gonna get in like that. No, we gonna pay for her, ho.
For the next. He said they just gave her deposit $250 in the last day. What you trying to have about it? Some place she at me tonight, but I ain't lying no more.
Hey, down there, they going crazy on my IG, bro?
Yeah, you know the folks that keep asking where you at. Answer your phone, bitch. Got a whole lot of money. The folks trying to figure out what's up. Why you can't pay money?
Who money? See, nigga ain't talking about no money. They'll get knocked out. No more nigga.
See the people that charging her. No, she having that liqueur. She said she having that liqueur.
Liqueur?
Man, you better have that baby put that fuck that glowing shit. Yeah.
Tell her go pay. Hey, they just brought us some things. Hey, Dora.
Yeah.
They just brought us. Hey, Chris.
Let him do what he gonna do. Kid.
They just brought some beans. They just brought some beans, some red beans and rice.
Red beans and rice, man.
Man, they just brought some red beans and rice with no sauce, no seasoning. It tastes like water. When I just tasted a little bit. I just licked a little bit. It just tastes like, listen, they really gave us some dog food on a sandwich. They gave us 2 wheat bread. They gave us like 3 pieces of salad. 3 pieces of salad with the dressing already on it.
What?
And a big dry ass cake. Fill up the whole one side of the tray. Man, I said, man, listen, bro. This ain't that and that ain't it, bro. Then Crystal just tearing her mouth out.
No, dog food.
Sometimes the red beans and rice look like dog food. The red beans and rice.
Yeah.
With the kidney
It's
beans.
like dog shit, don't it?
Yeah, with the kidney beans.
Dog don't shit that.
Man, this shit ain't right, bro. I don't supposed to be getting fed like
It's
that.
like some shit the dog don't shit that.
Yeah, he look like shit. I ain't even, you know what I'm saying? He look like shit. I ain't want to say that because them folks eating all that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Shit like dog shit.
So they been in there. They got a hammer. They been in there. How you know it's not no seasoning in? You taste it.
I said I licked it.
Yeah,
I tasted it. I tasted on the spoon. So I taste like water and a big ass cake.
Crystal is cracking up, baby.
Yeah, she did that. What Crystal is your friend?
Yeah, she's cracking up.
Oh, yeah, nigga some dog shit, man. Hey, dog.
Straight up, yeah.
Hey, I need y'all to make this day go by, man.
Man, what? Hey, listen, man. We just Amina getting that money to your sister, put the money on your book, or you don't want that shit?
Yeah, she said she's gonna give it to my sister said she called her in.
Yeah, no. She putting $100 on your book and $100 on the phone.
Don't keep trying to put that on my book. I ain't finna be here for that, man.
Yeah, that was I was just legit. Just thought maybe you might want to make store some shit. You know what I'm saying?
We can't even make it go down there where I'm at.
You can't.
Can't even spend it down. They don't even come to us with stuff.
Oh, well, let me tell you, damn.
I mean, they put it on there, they gonna give it to me when I get out.
Hold on, Slime.
Why couldn't we cut that out?
Hello? Yep. Yeah, man. Nah, well, then I tell her, then don't worry about that shit. Then we'll just keep on the phone.
She can put it on there, cause I might walk to Ben when I get out Houston.
You motherfuckers on the phone. I go, okay, yeah. That motherfucker, it was 2 degrees out and they let out. I thought they'd be at the gas station. She said, so I wasn't gonna stand in front of that building.
Yeah,
Oh, because she's fighting someone.
I'm walking on. Straight down
yeah, I
side.
can't on the way. That bitch said, stay right well. Pick me up at the gas station. It's a number that caught my phone. I don't know
You
who
have
it is.
1 minute left.
Goodness.
Deputy Sprinkle, was this the call you had referenced that after, when you listened to this call, what was the next step that you did?
I
Running
reviewed
some
the
red beans and
surveillance
rice.
video from the Texaco station next to the incident location on McDaniel Street.
So Dolly fighting.
And was the one of the other calls that you pulled a October 4th, 2015 call from Diamante Kendrick?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state is going to play from 590 Yankee. From 1 minute and 12 seconds to 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
Hi.
Yeah, I've been on lockdown, man. It's down here confusing, man. I gotta get out.
Okay, just first of all, keep your head up, and I just want you to know I love you. I put minutes on my phone yesterday, and I was hoping you called.
I love you too.
Keep your head up. Keep your head up. Did Duke get out?
Yeah.
Okay, well, he got a whole lot of folks he got to answer to.
Oh, Duke.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, bro, cause it didn't even fault, bro.
Monte, I love you, but you should have told that nigga fuck that shit. Take that ass whooping.
Yeah.
You should have told. You took
All
yours.
right, calm down. I'm gonna calm down.
Okay.
I'm gonna talk on the phone like that. Look, so what is it right come out, man? 'Cause I go to court on the 15th.
No, you go to court on the 16th, 1/6.
That's what I said.
Yeah, but they trying to still push the mixtape out.
Cool.
All of them.
Just tell them forget 10 or 13 good songs and drop it. And
Okay.
tell them to find like, don't use that red bandana shit. Even though the bandana burgundy, just tell them to find like a picture like on slime cheese. And what I was finna say, man, these days going like so slow.
Yeah, the day is only the 4th. But I'll be there. Your judge is Judge Atkins. Put his name in the universe. His name Judge Atkins. I done looked him up. I done saw him before too.
Got a lawyer.
We got Thug. I'm working on that now.
Just say
You know,
broke. Don't say name.
huh?
Just say broke. Don't say the name.
Broke. Yeah, broke.
Hey,
Stop it at 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Thank you, Deputy Sprinkle. No more questions by the state, Your Honor.
Right. So, burrito time. Oh, Cross.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sprinkle, I want to talk to you about the phone calls from the jail with my client, Shannon Stillwell, on them, okay?
Okay.
And I know you testified before about this briefly. How many total calls did you review involving Shannon Stillwell?
I don't know how many I reviewed. It would probably been around 30 to 50, somewhere in there. I downloaded over 700, though.
All right. The first call that we heard was 590Y. What date was that first call that we heard?
Well, if we're talking about today, it was October 31st, 2015.
Okay. And that was right after Mr. Stillwell had been, you're aware that Mr. Stillwell was a victim in a case where Tierra Jones was shot and killed.
Yes.
And you're aware that car that they were in, you're aware that the facts of that case was a car sped up behind the car that Tierra Jones was driving and shot a bunch of rounds into the back of the car that Shannon Stillwell, Tierra Jones, and Miss Duncan were in, correct?
That's what happened.
Okay. And Tierra Jones was tragically killed.
Yes.
And Shannon was severely injured not from gunfire, but from the car flipping.
That's correct.
And he went to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay, so this call on October 31st, 2015 is within a day or two of Mr. Stillwell being released from the hospital. Well, let me back up. While at the hospital, he was served arrest warrants for the Donovan Thomas case.
I believe he was at the hospital at the time, yes.
Okay, and so this call is right after Mr. Stillwell was released from the hospital and is now in Fulton County Jail on those charges.
I don't know when he was released from the hospital, but given the timeline of when the Tierra Jones murder occurred and about when the arrest warrants were issued, I'll say that you're correct on that.
Okay. That first call, you hear Shannon speaking to a young lady.
Yes.
All right. Do you know who that is?
Betty Jean Jackson is what my notes state.
Okay. Well, Betty Jean Jackson is Mr. Stillwell's grandmother. That
Correct.
didn't sound like his grandmother, did it?
No, but that's the number that he called. That doesn't necessarily mean that's who he was speaking
Okay.
with,
Could he have
though.
been speaking to Yvette Barron?
Yes, that's very possible. He spoke with her very often.
All right. And that was a female friend of his?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that first call we heard, you heard Mr. Stillwell, they were discussing representation, who was going to represent him on this very serious case in 2015.
Yes.
And Mr. Stillwell said something to the effect of, Thug sent a lawyer to visit me.
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Stillwell talks about that lawyer said he's worked with all sorts of stars and media cases before.
Yes.
And Mr. Stillwell is trying to figure out if he wants to entrust his life in his lawyer's hands.
Yes.
Okay. Who was the lawyer that met with Mr. Stillwell just before October 31st, 2015?
I don't recall.
Well, you have
If I ever knew, that is to say, if I ever knew to begin with, I may have, but I don't know now.
You have the ability to look in the Odyssey system to see what lawyers visit clients on a daily basis, correct?
Yes, but that's logged in the jail manager area, and in my experience, sometimes visits don't get logged.
Okay.
I don't, well, I guess I can't say, I don't know what's not logged, but there have been times when I either knew or suspected that an inmate received a visit and I didn't see that it had been logged in Odyssey. But this visit may have been logged. I don't recall. If it was, it should still be in there.
Could it have been a Michael Bixon?
Yeah, that name sounds familiar. I think that you're right.
Okay. In fact, you know that Michael Bixon filed, your office, the district attorney's office, did not indict this Donovan Thomas case, the alleged murder. You did not indict this case for several years.
That's right.
Okay. And several of those years, Mr. Stillwell was in jail, unindicted, charged with the Donovan Thomas homicide.
I don't know how long he was in jail, but it was certainly unindicted for a number of years.
You know that Mr. Bixon, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, filed a constitutional speedy trial demand.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance to this.
Okay? Are you aware that Michael Bixon filed
objection, Your Honor.
motions?
Sustained.
Do you have any evidence that I, Max Shard, went to visit Mr. Stillwell in October 31st of 2015?
No, I don't believe it would have been you.
Okay. You don't have any evidence that I ever spoke to Mr. Stillwell before he was arrested on this RICO indictment in 2022, correct? You have no evidence of that.
I don't know who you were speaking with in October of 2022, or if you had spoken with him or you hadn't. I have no idea.
Okay. But you have no reason to believe that he was speaking about Thug sending me to see him in October 31st of 2015.
No, I don't think you would have been even in a position to represent him then, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Thank you. Now, moving on to the third call, November 23rd at 4:08 p.m. We hear Mr. Stillwell speaking to another man in that call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now, that was a day, there's a thing called preliminary hearings, correct?
Yes.
And preliminary hearings are when someone's arrested, the case is not indicted. There's a court date where an investigator comes in and testifies as to the evidence in the case.
That's usually, it doesn't have to be an investigator, but probably over 98% of the time it is.
Okay. And you're aware that Mr. Stillwell had a preliminary hearing on the Donovan Thomas case in November of 2015.
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed the transcript of that hearing?
No.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. In that hearing, it was Detective Thorpe who testified, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland didn't testify at that hearing.
No.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary did not testify at that hearing.
No.
Okay, so when Mr. Stillwell is talking about what happened at the hearing, he's not talking about what Kenneth Copeland or Quindarius Zachary said at the hearing. He's talking about what Detective Thorpe is testified that they said.
That's right.
Okay. Now, I want to be very clear on this. On that tape, Mr. Stillwell, and this was after his prelim was held, correct?
Yes.
This November 23rd phone call?
Yes.
In fact, it was right after his prelim was held.
I don't recall the exact date of the prelim. I remember it was in November, and given some of the contextual details of that call, it sounds like it was very close in time to this phone call that we listened to.
Okay, and that phone call we just listened to, the volume was a little low and the audio goes in and out a little bit. You would agree?
Yes.
Okay, I want to be very clear. Shannon, on that phone call to that other gentleman, says, little D, and this is right after the prelim, little D is saying that I said I did it, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
He did not say, let's just clear this up because the tape's not the best. He did not say, I told little D I did it.
That's right.
He did not say that. He merely said, little D is saying
There you go.
that I said I did it.
That's right.
Okay. Also in that tape, you hear Mr. Stillwell and this other gentleman talking about what's going on, the predicament that Mr. Stillwell is in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The other gentleman says N-words trying to free themselves, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
They trying to get the heat off their ass.
Yes, that was said.
People trying to point fingers at others while not putting themselves at the scene.
Yeah, I believe that's a verbatim quote, yes.
Okay, and trying to free themselves, trying to get the heat off their ass. This is after Mr. Copeland gave statements against Mr. Stillwell on June 1st of 2015, right?
Yes.
And in the context of that interview, he was facing federal charges.
Mr. Copeland was, yes.
He was facing gun charges.
Yes.
He was facing theft charges for stolen merchandise that were in the mother of his child's apartment.
I don't recall that part.
Okay. Computers, where he was claiming Lil Mike and Quez.
I'm objecting to this. I don't know the relevance of that question.
You're not aware of, it's in evidence.
All right, then overruled.
You're not aware that Mr. Copeland tried to blame a Little Mike and Quez for stealing things that ended up in.
Hang on just a second. Are you saying whether he
I
knows,
should've-
whether this witness knows or not is not
I guess I should
relevant?
have said foundation, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't
Sprinkles
have any
talked about it before.
those things that Mr. Copeland said.
I don't remember that part of his
Okay.
statement now.
Also, trying to get the heat off their ass. The statement by Mr. Zachary claiming that Mr. Stillwell confessed to him. That was made when Mr. Zachary was in jail for shooting up several houses.
Yes.
And was facing federal straw purchasing charges as well.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Weinstein?
All right, crossed by Doug. And we had a little Mike and Quez appearance. What a day.
Morning, Mr. Sprinkle.
Good morning.
Regarding the call that was played between Mr. Kendrick's mom, Tasha, and himself. You recall listening to that just now, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Kendrick says, you hear the language about the mixtape about to drop in that call.
Yes.
Did you investigate that mixtape about to drop?
If I did, I don't recall now.
Okay. And associated with that, do you recall if associated with that mixtape is an image of my client wearing a bandana.
I do not.
Okay. But there is a reference in that call where my client informs his mother to change that bandana away from a certain color. I think he says a red color, correct?
That's right. That's what was said.
And given that the state seems fixated on seeing burgundy as red and orange as red,
Sustained.
do you think it's do you think it's reasonable for my client to want a bandana viewed as red to be changed to another color?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you know that in your investigation, did you find my client being signed to Young Stoner Life Records in 2015?
I believe so. Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. And then again, that mixtape being associated with that.
Yes, I believe. I don't recall exactly, but that sounds right.
Okay. There's also a reference in there of my client's mom, Miss Tasha, speaking to, I think she said speaking to Thug about a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
Do you have, and I believe it was Mr. Bixson that represented my client at the time. Do you have any evidence that anyone other than my client retained? It's not missing. Anyway, let's forget whoever the lawyer was. Okay. That's okay. Thank you for your help. The lawyer that was retained for my client at the time, do you have any evidence that anyone other than my client retained that lawyer?
I don't know who paid for the attorney or no, I don't have any evidence.
Okay. Would you find it unusual that somebody would ask a friend to recommend an attorney?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Deputy Sprinkle, as part of your current job, do you handle a number of preliminary hearings that was discussed on cross?
Yes.
And were you at that hearing that was referenced on cross-examination?
I believe so. If it was the same hearing in which Antonio Sledge his hearing was held, then yes, I was absolutely there. And I believe that Mr. Stoll and Mr. Sledge, this was not over 9 years ago, or 9 years ago, almost probably to the day. So I'm pretty sure I was there.
Now, on cross-examination, there was reference about, the information at the preliminary hearing comes from, in this case, Detective Thorpe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, if you remember, and there was reference about, on cross-examination, what little D or someone said at that hearing. Do you recall that?
I do.
At that preliminary hearing, for witnesses such as little D, were names used or were something else used?
Well, their legal names would have been used.
And is there any times in preliminary hearings where witnesses are referenced by something other than their name?
Sometimes. Yes, I'll often ask that the detective reference the witnesses by alphanumeric characters like A or 1, because there's a variety of reasons for it, but the basic reason is the case isn't indicted, and so we don't have to turn over the witness list yet, and we're still investigating, et cetera, and so the witness is not compelled or isn't required to recite the legal names or any name of the witness on the stand. Yes.
And if it's the hearing that you are thinking of, you said Antonio Sledge would have also been present?
Yes.
One brief moment. No further questions. Thank you, Deputy Sprinkle.
This prelim back in 2015, you don't have any recollection if actual names were used or like witness A, witness B, witness C?
I do not know.
Okay. And in the event that witness A, witness B, witness C were used, just hypothetically, the detective still testifies to the background of who these people are, such as, for instance,
where they grew up.
Witness A, who we found receipts from a pawn shop showing that they purchased guns said this, right? Or something of that nature. There's context behind these witness A, witness B, witness C.
Right, I mean, if you're saying that even if their names aren't used, if the detective provides enough detail regarding the circumstances surrounding the interview that one who is familiar with the witness could infer their identity from the testimony, then yes, that can happen.
You said that so much better than I did. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Gave him the compliment at the end there.
All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused, released.
Permanently excused.
Released. All right, let's take a quick break before our next witness, who I think might be a longer one.
She needs a break before Viverito. Still waiting to see. I hope she's on camera. So guys, that last little bit there, the state's trying to establish that what Shannon Stillwell relayed on the phone, what was being said at the preliminary hearing, or who was telling. The state's trying to let the jury infer that Shannon Stillwell wouldn't have known what was being said unless it was the truth, because he was telling the people that were talking. Shard is saying, no, they talked about what was being said at the preliminary hearing, and then he gets on this phone call and was relaying, they're telling. They just want to get out of here. They said, Thorpe said that this person said this. And Shard is clarifying,
let's figure
that's not the
out
same.
This request.
And Shard is clarifying that that is not the same as my client saying he did something and he told these people that he did something, and then those people are telling Thorpe something that they heard directly from Shannon Stillwell. So that's what that whole back and forth was. We'll rewind. I think we're going to hear about that camera with Viverito.
All right, let's figure out this request for an instruction about dual capacity witnesses. Mr. Weinstein, I see what you originally requested. You don't seem to have been able to find what the judge determined, or maybe you did really just a second ago. Give me a second. Okay, anyway, you weren't able to find the language that the court apparently decided upon, and this is kind of a fish or cut bait point since we're about to have this witness on the stand. And I think Ms. Persfield has, just in the last few minutes requested if anybody has access to what exactly the language was to come up with it now, but in the absence of that, I think that what you originally requested, Mr. Weinstein, and I don't know if you want, I guess you filed that at some point, or do you want me to read it into the record?
You can read it into the record. I
Okay.
believe that was an email that was sent to the court back on January 31st.
Your request is that the court instruct the jury, the testimony you're about to hear is the witness's opinion based on training and experience, not firsthand knowledge, and that it is for the jury to determine how much weight, if any, to give that opinion. And then after the witness has testified in the dual capacity, to say, you have heard the testimony of this witness who testified to both facts and opinions. Each of these types of testimony should be given the proper weight. As to the testimony to facts, consider the factors discussed earlier in these instructions. As to the testimony on opinions, you do not have to accept the opinion. In deciding how much weight to give it, you should consider the witness's qualifications and how the witness reached their conclusions, along with other factors discussed in these instructions for weighing the credibility of witnesses. One problem with that is we don't have whatever those prior instructions that whomever this court was would have given. So it would be a little not helpful to give them that instruction.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm very close to finding the instruction. I found the state's previous.
Okay.
When Detective Bell that.
Okay.
So I'm going to forward that to the defense counsel in the court, and I think near that time, I'm hoping to see another email of what the court actually.
Okay.
But this is the state's
That-
previous proposal.
That would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Adkins. I believe that's around January 31st, 2023. So I'm looking.
I mean, in the event we can't find it, I've tried to fashion something
Thank you.
that might work, but first of all, I guess we can see whether it can be located
Thank you, Your Honor.
quickly. Oh. All right, and if either defendant needs to be excused to the restrooms while the attorneys are looking, y'all can go ahead and do that. I'm going to do the same, and I'll be right back.
She said, you get a bathroom break, you get a bathroom break, I'm going to take a bathroom break. Shout out to Brittany for becoming a member. Always good to see you, one of my favorite YSL peeps. An OG. And speaking of OGs, Peter always calls me that. Peter says, Peter Ortiz Slime here. Hello, fellow green amphibious emojis. Let's show our OG K Slime some love today. Thank you so much, Peter. Amy E, hope you are still in here. Great to see you this morning. Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships and being so nice in the chat. Always lots of love for Amy when she's around here. Sprinkle and Abate. Oh, Chloe, here we go. Chloe is with the banter bright and early. Sprinkle and Abate look like they pray to a life-size cardboard Max Shark cutout. Before getting dressed in the morning. Pray harder, boys. Oh, man. A good role model. I think a very good role model. Hilarious on the cardboard cutout. Thank you so much, Chloe. Coco says, if Ural was here, the state wouldn't be halfway through their witnesses. Oh my God. And I think, imagine if the Operation Planters PowerPoint, if he reconsidered his ruling on that. And imagine if we got the PowerPoint that they wanted to use for Viverito. I don't even want to think about it. But great point. I never thought this day would come. I don't think the state's going to rest their case today, guys. I think Viverito, I think this is going to be an intensive cross-examination. I think they're bookending. This is the state's grand finale, in my opinion. So I think, I mean, maybe tomorrow. I would hope tomorrow. Because 3 days of a witness on the stand is a lot. But you never know with this case, even though there's 2 defendants left. So this day is almost here. Thank you so much, Coco, with a K. Harp City says, Slime City here. Morning, y'all. Hearing the lead attorney translate these calls is hilarious. Yes. And I was just thinking, we have Red in the chat, and it's text-based, but Red had to fill in as our substitute translator today. And then, of course, Shark gets up and explains everything that we're not... It's not really... I can hear what they're saying in the call, but sometimes I'm like, why are they playing 15 minutes about this rice and beans being unseasoned? Like, can we not skip that? Right? Because at least with that call was supposed to... The state's question to Sprinkle was, and what did this phone call lead you to do? What was the next step you took? What was the action you took because you heard this call? That's why it was important. And Sprinkle says, well, I went to the Texaco gas station because I wanted to look at this video footage. So this is supposed to be Dolly on this phone call who's saying she was fighting some girls at the gas station. And Sprinkle said, okay, we're going to go pull the tapes. So the one person in this trial pulling the tapes, of course it's Sprinkle. But it's like we had this 15-minute call to get what? But this would have been hilarious hearing lead attorney talk about the rice and beans. I think he would have been losing it on camera. Like the unseasoned rice and beans and the dog food on bread. Oh boy. Thank you so much, Harp City. Also, good to see you. Fatima Barrett, thank you for becoming a member. I know we were trying to get you a gifted membership. Thank you for becoming a member. Please use these channel emojis to your heart's content. Peter Ortiz supporting the Burrito Fund. Guys, the theme of the day is burritos. Watch the closed captions. The closed captions love to call Viverito burrito. So it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. Oh, hold on. Speaking of burritos, Big Pork Chop said Sprinkle went down to the Texaco to get some seasoning for the rice and beans. So there we go. And I've got a decision to make because I really could order a burrito for lunch. I'm not going to eat it on camera. I'm going to have it, you know, what I do for lunch, usually with my cheese sandwich over here. Turn the camera off, let you guys watch the case and type in the chat until I'm done. I got to look and see who could get a burrito sent my way. Because I know there's a place close, but I don't, they're not very good. But maybe there's like on something like DoorDash, which I never really use. Maybe they have like further away places. So I really might get a burrito today during the stream. It'll be a time. Thank you so much, Peter, always for supporting the channel and at the same time, my love for food, my love for good food. Very much appreciated. STS over here gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much, STS. Good to see you. And we're approaching Simon's the cone of shame removal date. So all the love here for that. It's going to be a big day. We'll have to celebrate. Always hilarious to me, but sad to see a pet that needs to wear the cone of shame. It looks funny, but it's gotta suck. Can you imagine, like, as a human having to wear, like, I think having, like, a neck brace for recovery has to be annoying, or, like, a cast on your arm. But imagine, like, going out in public and having to have a cone of shame. Poor pets, man. Poor pets. All the love here to STS. Do we have Emo's? There's one, it's far away, so I don't know if it would be within delivery radius. It's like, so where I am in Brevard County, I'm like, I don't know, like 30 minutes from Melbourne and like 35-ish minutes from the closest outskirts of Orlando. But a lot of all the good food is like a little bit further in than the outskirts, so all the good stuff is further in. I think they just opened a Chipotle nearby, though. Maybe I should see if they're open. I think I saw them building it, and that's only about like 10 minutes away. So if they opened, that might be, we might actually make burritos happen today. Viverito is in, let's see, I'm sure if I pull up X, let's see. So this is Viverito, and then this is also Viverito. And someone, I don't remember who it was, but someone was like, oh, a pink beanie, because it is a little off color from the white t-shirt and the table. So, but yeah, this is Marissa Viverito here. And I think part of her backing story is, you know, she started in, I think, the New York City, some division, some force in New York. And I think she has family members that work in politics as well as law enforcement in New York still. It could be totally unrelated, not sure. Not sure. But she originally, and maybe she'll talk about it today, I don't think her family, if these are her family members, some of her family members are like sort of public figure space too. So not really buying this whole like private life security is an issue, I can't be shown on camera type of thing. But we'll have to see how that plays out. Mona, I love this. I love tacos, burritos confuse me. It is a lot to deal with, right? You gotta like, when you get a burrito from a great place, and I was spoiled where I went to high school, we had this taqueria open up. The man loved to cook. He just like opened this restaurant, great pizza, it was like great Tex-Mex food all around. Best burritos I've ever had in my life. They were like super heavy and he wrapped them perfectly every time. Now, if a burrito is confusing to you, if you can find a burrito place that knows how to wrap their burrito in a way that you can actually easily unwrap and eat it and it stays together, they will no longer confuse you. So probably just haven't found a place that wraps them up the right way. It makes a difference. Just like a bacon, egg, and cheese with salt, pepper, ketchup, when you get it from a good deli, they wrap it, they cut it in half in the wax paper, it's in the foil. You can eat it without the struggle. And it makes a difference. It makes a difference. Yeah, it is true. This is very true, Cash Money Cash. Wrapping burritos is like folding a fitted sheet. It is. It is. But when you find that one place that gets it right. Oh, yeah, was I just sitting? Sometimes I do that when do you guys ever, when you're on the phone, like you just make scribbles on a piece of paper in front of you? I don't know why I do that when I'm on a phone call. Was I doing that with my mouse on the screen? Sorry. See, okay, well, the Dio show, or maybe it's the Do show, or Do show. It's really not that hard. Well, you gotta teach us a class. Please show us. Do a burrito foil wrapping class. There we go. Daniel says, and I love the font here, so I can't tag you, because when I type Daniel, I'm sure it won't make you tagged. But thank you so much. Daniel says, I subscribed to your channel and was somehow gifted a membership. Shout out to the free gifts in the chat. Very generous of you guys. So I wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much, Daniel. Beautiful is out here sniping in the chat. Thank you, Beautiful. And maybe it's Beautiful Butterfly, because we do have the emoji here. And maybe Viverito will tell us what this butterfly emoji really means. Maybe we'll find out today. Thank you so much for the gift. KL says, love the pink beanies. Guys, if you're a channel member and don't see the pink beanie special channel emoji, refresh the stream. And remember, the rule is you got to use 2 pink beanie emojis at a time, because that's the whole thing that's going on in this trial. We have the nefariously positioned pink beanie on top of the car that Kevin Leonpacher showed on footage when he was touring the scene at Waters Road. But at the same time, Shannon Stillwell was being apprehended while also wearing a pink beanie. So is that really Shannon Stillwell responsible for all that? I mean, maybe he's wearing the same outfit because he's like Meg from Family Guy. He's just got multiples of everything. So maybe he's got like 7 pink beanies and 7 pinkish Pink Floyd hoodies. So he's not really wearing the same clothes. He's just got 7 of each so he can swap them out. Very Steve Jobs approach to reducing your mental load, getting ready every day. You don't need to think about what you're going to wear when you just have 7 of everything. So maybe that's the theory there. But yeah, we've got the 2 pink beanies going on today. That is the theme. Let's see. All right, so shout out to the food recommendations from all over, because you never know. Ike says, if you're near High Point, there is a tequila vientuno Mexican cuisine that delivers. Say hi to my rescue buddies. Wait a minute. We do have something like that opened nearby. It's in a public shopping plaza. But it's like 21, right? Tequila 21 or something like that. Or is that not what 21 is? Does that mean 21? They did open something like that, unless it's just a common name and totally unaffiliated with the establishment you're talking about. Let's see. Yeah, we do have one near me. So if they deliver, or if they're on like Uber Eats or whatever, that could be the burrito spot of the day. It might be a totally different one than the one you're talking about. Sweet. That might be on the menu, and I'll take care of that when court starts back up. We just pull up a menu on stream and you guys pick my order for me. So Amy Doublehead Jarvis, love the dog picture. Why are we listening to a convo about red beans and rice? Listen, I don't know. It seems like we just needed to get to that last part about the Texaco gas station because that's the only question the state asked about that call. So, I mean, we really could have skipped to the you have 1 minute remaining on this call part and started from there. I don't know. It seems like because Abadi had said like, hey, we had an hour and a half of calls and we whittled it down to 25 minutes. So maybe Abadi wasn't really sure what they needed to cut out and thought that was all important. I don't know. I really don't know. Thank you for the super, and, you know, shout out to good red beans and rice. Yeah, Tracy Fagan, I don't blame you. Tracy says, I am so lost, LOL. It's because I really don't see why we needed to hear all of that. There was nothing that jumped out at me that made it make sense. So who knows? STS is back again, striking out here, dropping cannons in the chat here with 10 gifted memberships. So let's get some STS in the chat. And I'm flipping over here. Fatima says, do you think they'll go after Woody? Nah, he's good. He's good. And I gotta wonder, like, do you think the jury's sitting there like, why are we hearing about Woody again today? They're gonna hear about Woody today. They're gonna hear about Shell Kel today. And remember, this is the state's last witness, so this is supposed to be their big finale before they rest their case. And we're gonna bring up Woody and Shell Kel again. Yeah, it's gonna be to confuse the jury more. Leave them all confused. And then Chris G, I don't know if you're in here. Thank you for becoming a member, and thank you for the coffee fund over on Cash App. Very much appreciated. I saw you say you're going back in the bushes, so if you're listening still, thank you so much. Okay, Attitube says, how do I select a custom emoji? So, like, where you type in the chat, there's like a little smiley face symbol you can click, and the channel emojis are at the top of that. So don't scroll too far, don't start searching for anything, but like the first 3 rows or so of emoji options should be a channel's special emojis. So that should work. That should be the answer there. If it doesn't work, let us know. And then Daniel, Daniel is super paying it forward. He said, hey, I got a gifted membership. Thank you so much. And then gifting 10 here. So big thank you here to Daniel. Hard to type in the chat, so we'll do D's in the chat for Daniel, because he's got the funky font. We got a squeak right before they cut the sound out there. Well, I guess they're not back. They've been doing this a lot today.
Some of the testimony you're about to hear will be this witness's opinion as an expert based on training and experience, not her firsthand knowledge as a fact witness. Other testimony will be as the so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. I'll just recall to you the instructions previously given about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is any from this witness, and expert opinion testimony. Y'all want anything beyond that? Okay, great.
Oh my God, they're not going to show her? Oh my God, we're on the ceiling, you guys. Tell me that they're not going to show her.
Are you ready for the jury?
Oh, man.
Okay.
She's got that caffeine going. She's got the Diet Coke Mini.
Yeah, I think as soon as they come out, I'll do that. You can tender, then we'll get the witness and I'll give those instructions.
Okay, the witness isn't there yet, so maybe that wasn't it. because they just said we'll get the witness. So we'll see. That's weird that they went to the ceiling though. I really hope they show her. Like, how asinine. Nick Baker says that was a Budweiser. Good point, Corey. Oh my God, Attitube, I love this. Attitube says, I'm so invested in this trial, I forced my son to call me Rich Homie Mom until he passed. Oh no. Sorry that he passed because of, I get what you're saying, now it's awkward to say, but this is just such an awesome play on words. So I'm so proud of the play on words here. But I get what you mean that now that he's passed, it's different. Very creative though. And love the mom-son interaction.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a guilty plea conviction is about to be admitted in this case. A guilty plea conviction of Mr. Kendrick will be admitted for your consideration, and it may be considered by you only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to counts 1 and 63. And let me also take this opportunity to instruct you about the guilty plea convictions of Mr. Stillwell, which had already previously been admitted for your consideration. Those convictions may be considered by you only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to counts 1, 52, and 64. You may not use the conviction of Mr. Kendrick in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Stillwell. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Stillwell. And likewise, you may not use the convictions of Mr. Stillwell in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Kendrick. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Kendrick. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else. And there were also guilty plea convictions of Mr. Nichols admitted previously. For the reasons that I just explained, those convictions would have been admissible only against Mr. Nichols and not any other defendant. And because Mr. Nichols is no longer a part of this prosecution and his convictions would have only been admissible against him, there is no longer a reason for them to be in evidence, and you are not to consider them for any reason in your deliberations and in reaching your verdict. And you also heard testimony about a guilty plea by Mr. Winfrey. Whether Mr. Winfrey pled guilty to something is also not to be considered against any of these defendants. This proposition is true about the guilty plea convictions of any co-defendant. And again, that's because each defendant has the right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him and not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 438 VV pursuant to 24-9-902, which is a self-authenticating certified copy of conviction of Mr. Diamante Kendrick in indictment 15 SC 140116, where Mr. Kendrick pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity, conspiracy to commit a crime, possession of a firearm or knife during the commission of or attempt to commit certain felonies, theft by receiving stolen property, VGCSA for the purchase, possession of a controlled substance in Schedule 1 or Schedule 2, driving, fleeing, and attempting to elude, and possession of a marijuana less than an ounce.
All right, that is admitted. And you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Investigator M. Viverito.
All right. And
Oh.
while that investigator is making her way to the stand, I'm going to give you another instruction. And this is kind of just a reminder instruction. So some of the testimony you're about to hear from this witness will be the witness's opinion as an expert based on training and experience, not her knowledge as a fact witness. But other testimony she's going to give will be so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed this, go ahead. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make it clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. And I'll just recall to you the instructions that were previously given before another expert's testimony that was going to testify in a dual capacity about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is going to be any from this witness, and then expert opinion testimony. All right, thank you. And if you can swear the witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State and spell your first and last name for the courts. I'm sorry. First initial, last name for the courts, okay?
Sure. It would be M. Viverito, Viverito.
And good morning, Investigative Viverito. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well.
Where do you work?
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Since February of 2023.
And what are your current job duties and responsibilities with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Currently, I hold the rank of investigator, and my position is unique. It's the first of its kind for the Atlanta Police Department. It's a move towards intelligence-led investigations. So my official title is an investigative gang analyst. That is where it's basically a hybrid between a detective and a criminal intelligence analyst. So you're fusing the best parts of both worlds to move investigations forward, especially in the gang world.
And when you said intelligence-led investigation, just tell the jury briefly, what do you mean?
Intelligence-led investigations where you think outside the box. So it's not just, okay, maybe some camera footage, talking to some people. You're using everything at your disposal, whether it be social media accounts, jail calls, phone extractions, wiretaps, everything. You're going to try and get everything you can from the intelligence world and do your research and bring that all in together than just traditional investigative techniques.
Prior to working at Atlanta Police Department, where did you work?
Start from the beginning?
No, just
Okay.
immediately prior.
Prior to the Atlanta Police Department, I was with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in their gang unit. I was a senior investigator, and then I was ultimately promoted to a lieutenant in the high-profile case unit.
And let's first talk about your time as a senior investigator. Tell the jury about your job duties and responsibilities as a senior investigator in the gang unit.
So I would work with various attorneys in the unit, and I would review cases that were coming up for trial or being prepared for indictment. And I'd take a look at the file, and we'd see if there was anything that was needed to push the case forward. We may go talk to people. We may locate witnesses. We may secure additional search warrants, and just get the case ready and be trial ready for when it ultimately goes to trial or takes a plea.
And as a lieutenant, what did you do when you were with the high profile unit?
It was things of a similar nature, but it was a little bit more, again, as the title would allude to, high profile cases, media cases, cases that involve difficult witnesses, in cases that were a little bit more complex.
Now, prior to working at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
I did.
If you could tell the jury about your career in law enforcement.
Sure. I graduated from the University of Tampa with a bachelor's degree in criminology. I did about a year down in Tampa working at a juvenile facility to get some experience. Then after that, I moved to Atlanta. I started my career with the Georgia Department of Corrections as a felony probation officer. While I was there, my career has exclusively been in the city of Atlanta. While I was there, I started out with a normal caseload. Shortly after that, they started a program, what was called the Atlanta Community Impact Program. It was a pilot program driven to reduce recidivism for people returning back to the community from prison. So somebody may get sentenced to a prison sentence that includes probation. So they partnered us with, every day we were partnered with Atlanta police officers. We would ride with them. They would come with us to do home visits. So we'd get a list of returning citizens from prison, and we'd offer wraparound services. So if you need a job, if you need housing, if you need clothing, if you need education, if you need anything you need, we offer it there as like kind of a one-stop shop in an effort to reduce recidivism. So on the other hand, then, if you want to get out of
I'm sorry to pause here, but if I'm not mistaken, during the Daubert hearing, they asked her to give examples of this efforts, and she could not give specific examples of what she's talking about. So she's touting herself as the work I'm doing has intrinsic value. It's well-meaning. It's well-intentioned. It's to make the community better, not just to be tough on crime. And then she was asked to give examples, and she could not give examples.
prison and say, you know what, not interested. I'd like to engage in a crime spree. Thanks. We have the Atlanta Police Department with us every day to say, okay, we're going to stop that before you get hurt or before anybody else gets hurt. Anybody in the community is
I want you to slow down a little because you are going so fast, and I will ask a different question further. All right. While you were with probation, did you ever have an opportunity to work with the GBI?
Yes, later on in my career.
Okay. So when did you work with the GBI later on in your career?
Okay, several years later, I was promoted to probation and parole there are different ranks. I was promoted to a criminal investigator. So what's that? You don't have a caseload. You're operating as a
slow down.
Sorry. You're operating as a law enforcement officer within probation and parole. Typically, you're assigned to the Special Operations Division, and then you're assigned to either a federal task force. In my case, I was assigned to the GBI Gang Task Force. That's the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It's a statewide gang task force.
And what did you do when you were part of the GBI Gang Task Force?
Although we were statewide, my experience was here in the city of Atlanta. So I took on
You're right. This is her training to qualify her as an expert in gang.
Do you want to stipulate to it? To her expertise? I mean, you may.
Yeah, if I stipulate to it, can I still poke holes in it later? So we don't want to give up that opportunity to poke holes in her training, her methodology. But Shart doesn't want the state to just go down this list of, look how good of a person I am. Look how amazing I am. Look at all my good, virtuous attributes. All these things that will make me credible and make it seem like if somebody wasn't really a big bad person, I wouldn't sit here on the witness stand telling you that people are living a lifestyle that's dangerous and criminal. So, yeah, so he's got to make sure, like, if I stipulate to her having a background to be qualified, can I still do my proper cross-examination on her methodologies? So this is I think it was a good reason to approach, because that's going to be, you don't want to speak that out loud. But yeah, already, you guys, I can't believe they're not showing her. Like, that's just too generous. And it's like, Paige did deny some lay people, some random witnesses that don't do this for a living. She denied them their request to not be shown on camera. Like, I think Mariah Smith was one of the few people that got the no camera thing.
Okay, so specifically going into what you were doing with the GBI Gang Task Force, you can continue.
Okay.
So not
we had
stipulating.
agents some agents like to work in North Georgia, some South Georgia. I was familiar with the city of Atlanta. So during my time there, I investigated several complex, multi-defendant gang cases that were focused on violence within the city of Atlanta.
And in additional, do you have any formal training that you've taken to assist you in identifying gangs here in the city of Atlanta?
Sure. Back when I first started, there's a 40-hour course down at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center that you take as kind of a introductory course down there. I completed that. I'm also a member of the Georgia Gang Investigators Association and completed the beginner and intermediate certification through them. I attend they have a biannual conference, a summer and a winter typically, where it's a week full of just training. Every year the topics vary. They bring people in from all over the country to teach. I attend both of those. I attend various trainings throughout the year and just keeping myself abreast of the topics and trends in the gang world.
And just briefly tell the jurors, what type of courses are you taking in these training sessions?
It just depends what they offer at the time. It could be best practices in gang investigations. It could be technology focused. It could be narcotics focused. It could be focused on street crime enforcement. They try to keep a good variety so their members are well versed and have a well-rounded training background.
Yeah. Can you pull that? Yeah, it worked great for a minute and I don't know what happened, but just pull that mic towards you. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
In addition to your formal training, do you have any other training or experience to assist you in identifying criminal street gangs and determining gang culture?
I'd say my experience here in the city of Atlanta, working here, my career's been exclusively here. Probation and parole gave me a great knowledge base to start my career. I do a lot of in custody and custodial, non-custodial interviews with people. I like to talk to people. People talk to me. And I listen to a lot of jail calls. I feel they're great to get information, phone extractions, wiretap calls. You kind of learn from the gangs themselves.
And you just talked about speaking with individuals. At your time, have you had the opportunity to speak with gang members and or their family members while you've been working in law enforcement?
Yes, multiple times I've talked to gang members. I've talked to the mothers of their children, their mothers, their grandmothers, brothers, sisters. Sometimes I remember one time recently I was out at a crime scene and somebody's sister came up to me and said, "Hey, how you doing?"
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Do you gain information to assist you in your investigations with your cases?
Absolutely.
And then you talked about jail calls and wiretaps, and listening to those jail calls and information you get from the wiretaps or intercepted calls. Does that help provide you information to assist you with your knowledge of gangs and gang investigation?
It does.
Now, as your time as an investigator and working in all of your law enforcement capacities, have you had the opportunity to use social media to assist you in your investigation?
I have.
How does social media assist you in your investigations?
So typically in the past with gangs, graffiti used to kind of be the newspaper for the gang. You'd go to the neighborhoods and you'd look at graffiti and see who's been dead or who they're disrespecting, who's claiming the territory. Now, modern day, that's all basically shifted to social media. It allows you to still do that and not assume much of the risk that you have standing out there doing those kind of things. Gangs love social media, and it's probably one of the most important things you need to pay attention to in gang investigations.
Now, do you use certain tools in order to assist you with investigation that the general public does not have access to?
Yes.
What are some of those tools?
Of course, we have our jail call system. We have phone extractions are a huge, huge thing. So any cell phones that we recover during arrests and we secure a search warrant, I'll have them extracted by a qualified examiner. Interviews that wouldn't be available to the general public, the access to certain people. There's a lot of people that I've talked to that not everybody has access to talk to. So there's several things.
As a gang detective with Atlanta Police Department, were you trained in the method and protocol of the Atlanta Police Department in determining whether or not a person is either associated or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes.
Now, when you were with the other agencies, were you trained in other methods or protocols to determine whether or not a person is either associated with or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes, the different agencies have their different methods, but yes.
As an investigator, have you had the opportunity through your work in Atlanta to interact with persons who claimed association with a gang called Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury generally about your interactions with individuals regarding the Young Slime Life gang?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
let me just ask generally, then I'll go specifically. Have you had conversations with individuals who are a member of Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity or occasion to review social media accounts of individuals who claim affiliation with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to intercept phone calls with individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, through your work as well in Atlanta, have you had the opportunity to interact with individuals who claimed association with a gang called YFN?
Yes, I have.
And I ask the same series of questions. Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with YFN?
Yes, I helped investigate and was part of the team for the YFN RICO indictment, and jail calls were an integral part of our investigation.
And we're going to talk about that indictment in a moment. Have you had the opportunity to look at social media of individuals who claim affiliation with YFN?
Yes.
And what about interception of cellular phone calls? Have you had that opportunity with individuals associated with YFN?
Not as YFN as the target, but it's happened with other cases.
And when you say not with YFN as a target, what do you mean?
When you intercept phone calls, you have a target phone number that you're intercepting the calls from. I haven't had a wiretap case. I've done a few of them. I haven't had one where a YFN person was a target.
Now, through your working with YSL and YFN, have you had the occasion to learn about alliances with both YFN and YSL?
Yes.
Now, I think you mentioned briefly GGIA, but if you can explain to the jury, what is GGIA?
That's the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Many of us are members and we attend the conferences. They offer great trainings and certifications throughout the year. And like I said, they have a winter and a summer conference. You can go there, you can meet gang experts from throughout the country will come present and just learn from a variety of experienced individuals.
And I think briefly you mentioned, have you had the opportunity to teach courses in gangs?
I have.
What type of courses have you taught?
I serve as an adjunct instructor for the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Typically, I teach social media investigations and advanced investigative techniques.
Now, you talked about the fact that you listen to a lot of jail calls, you've intercepted cellular calls on wiretaps. I mean, you've had the ability to review cell phone data that's been extracted from cell phones. Did those interactions with technology and communication with gang members, looking at jail calls and those items, did that help you gain any knowledge into coded languages that gang members may use?
Absolutely.
Have you had any training on gangs and music?
I've had, at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, I believe a few years ago, they had some blocks on music and gangs.
And have you had the occasion in your experience to investigate gangs with people who have ties to the music industry?
I have. In Atlanta, it is very common.
And is YSL and YFN both of those gangs that you've been able to investigate?
Yes.
And have you listened to music of individuals associated with both those gangs, both YSL and YFN?
I have.
And are you familiar with gang references in music?
I am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Investigative Viverito as a witness, as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity, Your Honor.
All right. She's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those areas.
Now, while you've either been Atlanta Police Department or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, have you had the opportunity to lead any gang investigations?
I have.
And specifically, I want to direct your attention to this particular case, this indictment here, where you wanted to lead investigators on this indictment when you were at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, I was.
Now, as an investigator on this case, did you have the occasion to investigate any crimes involving an individual by the name of Marquavius Huey?
I did.
And specifically, did you investigate an armed robbery that occurred in October of 2020?
I did.
All right. How did you get involved in that investigation?
Prior to coming to the DA's office, when I was at the GBI Gang Task Force, my office was at the Atlanta Police Department's headquarters in their gang unit. So I was very familiar with all the detectives and the different units up there. I was approached by a detective, Jeffrey Henderson, from the robbery unit regarding a robbery case involving Mr. Huey that he had.
And when he approached you, what, if any, steps did you assist him when he approached you?
I did.
What steps did you take to assist him with that investigation?
Just identifying Mr. Huey's gang involvement, who he was affiliated with, who he would have had alliances with, who he would have had rivalries with, things of that nature.
And how did you go about assisting to identify Huey's relationships with any gang involvement?
Well, the first thing I did was review Mr. Huey's social media accounts. The name has changed a few times, but when I reviewed it, it was Mr. Huey's very proud of his affiliation with Young Slime Life.
Yep. Sustained. Don't provide commentary like that, okay? Just, if you're testifying to facts, just give us the facts. Disregard that last comment.
So just, what were some of his names?
JBS Quay for Jonesboro South Quay. I can't remember the rest of them off the top of my head, but he would change. It changed a few times.
And when you looked at his social media, did you also do any other investigation to assist Investigator Henderson?
When Investigator Henderson, following Mr. Huey's arrest, obtained his cellular devices, Investigator Henderson did a search warrant for his devices with a scope of 30 days. So what that means is when the phone is extracted, it's permissible to review 30 days worth of data. I think the time frame was just around the time of the robbery. Within that time frame, there were additional crimes and evidence in the phone. I secured search warrants to expand the scope of what was allowed to be searched to the entire phone, on 2 phones.
And once you were able to secure a search warrant, did you then look into the phone, the expanded phone?
I did.
And in preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to look at some of the contents in that phone?
I have.
You want permission to approach?
You may.
Permission?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D. If you can look at those and tell me if you recognize those items.
Sure. Yes, I recognize them.
And how do you recognize them?
They are text messages that were extracted from Mr. Huey's phone, his phones, as well as 2 contacts that were stored in the phone.
Okay. And those appear to be accurate depictions of text messages and the contacts that were in the phone that you reviewed back in 2020.
They do.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D into evidence.
Admitted.
Now, Investigator Viverito, when looking through the phone, well, let me ask you this. Prior to getting involved with this investigation with Marquavius Huey, did you have any knowledge of any beef between YFN and YSL?
Yes, since 2015, YSL and YFN had an ongoing conflict.
Overruled.
And when you were working with the GBI task force in 2020, did you have knowledge of that beef?
I did.
All right. Now, when you looked inside of Mr. Huey's phone, did you see any conversations in his phone regarding an individual by the name of Lucci?
I did.
Okay. And generally, what information was in the phone that you saw about an individual Lucci? What did you see at the phone?
I would see that when Lucci or Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, when Mr. Bennett would have, there was a handful of performances or appearances within the city of Atlanta. The flyer would be shared either by Mr. Williams or Mr. Huey, and Mr. Huey would talk about going to handle that, and would be told or asked to go handle that.
And you said he would be talking to Mr. Williams. How did you know, when you're saying Mr. Williams, who are you referring to?
Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug.
How did you know he was speaking with Jeffrey Williams?
Based on the phone numbers that he was in communication with, as well as how they were named in the phone, but the phone numbers themselves.
I'm going to first show you what's been admitted as 227 VV2C.
Okay.
And it should come up on your screen in a moment. Now, first, looking at 227 VV2C, what is the jury looking at?
You're looking at when you extract a phone. If you go to your address book in your phone, you'll pull up contacts or a contact card. This is what it looks like when the phone is extracted. When you receive it back on a hard drive and you're going through the phone, this is what it's going to appear as. So you may have mom, a phone number, and that information. This is how it appears in a forensic phone extraction.
And for 227 VV2C, do you see a name associated with this contact?
Yes.
And what is the name?
It's named Slime, and it has some emojis with the name.
Okay. And are you able to tell what the emojis are?
It looks like a snake emoji, and I don't know if you guys can see, it has to be like the iPhone emoji.
And then in this phone, when it says deleted, do you know what that means?
I would assume that I don't see it on my copy where it says deleted.
Please tell me she has a different copy.
Oh, okay, there you go. So yeah, that would be, I would assume that means that contact was deleted or removed from the device at some point, but still stored in the memory of the device somewhere.
Okay. And where it has other, what is in the other category?
That would be the number associated with that contact.
All right. And then for the created category, what's the created category?
That's going to be the date that the contact was added to the phone. So say you meet somebody, you add their contact to your phone, you put them in your address book, that's going to be that date.
Okay. And then if it was modified, what does that mean?
Modified could be you change their name, you add a last name, you delete the contact, or you modify the number in any way.
All right. And what was the phone number associated with this contact in the phone?
213-910-1192.
Now I'm going to also show you 227 VV2D.
Okay.
First, I want to start with the other. What is the phone number associated with this contact?
213-910-1192.
And is that the same phone number from 227 VV2C?
It is.
Right. And when you look at the name, what is in the name section?
So here, it's going to appear as almost like a bug type emoji, but I had a chance to review the physical device. It is a spider emoji. That's just how it translates to, I don't know if you have friends, if you have an iPhone, your friends, the Android, sometimes the emojis don't translate correctly. When you extract the phone, that's what happens here. So when you look at the physical device, it's going to be a spider.
And then what was the created and modified date on 227 VV2D?
March 1st of 2019 is created and modified November 22nd of 2020.
And through your investigation, did you associate this contact with an individual?
I did.
And who was that?
Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Now I'm going to publish 227 VV2A.
Okay.
And I want to go to slide 2. What's being depicted in slide 2? And if we can zoom in, because I know it's pretty tiny.
So just like in your phone, when you send a message, typically the message you're sending is going to be in green for iPhones, blue if they have the sent recipient has an iPhone. It's going to be on the right-hand side of the conversation. What that is going to be is it's a flyer for a YSL performance or appearance.
Okay. And who sent the flyer, and to whom did the flyer get sent to?
Mr. Huey sent that flyer to Mr. Williams.
Right. And looking at slide 3, excuse me, in the middle, what is in the middle? Is that this attachment of what the flyer is?
Yes.
Now looking at slide number 3, is that the attachment?
It is.
All right. And for the record, what does the attachment say?
It is a flyer. I think it was a performance or an appearance. It was a mixtape release for Mr. Bennett at the Diamond Club, which, from my experience with other investigations, is a YFN stronghold.
And if you need to, you can use the screen
Okay.
To help point out as well.
Yeah, so you'll see it's just he's saying he has a mixtape release, and this is at the Diamond Club on Northside Drive.
Now looking at slide 3.
Okay.
Slide 4, excuse me. Starting at slide 4. And if you can either read from the screen behind you or from your paper, or read from the screen behind you, and so we can show the jury. Tell the jurors about the conversation that is happening as a result of this flyer.
So it's a little confusing, but at the time, if you look at the time and dates these messages are sent, the flyer and the initial conversation is started on Mr. Williams' phone that has a 213 area code or a Los Angeles area code. Once the flyer is sent by Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams switches to his Atlanta phone number and they engage in conversation to where Mr. Williams tells him, handle that tonight, and files it up with SLAT. And then Mr. Huey responds, slat.
And you said that this was Mr. Williams' Atlanta number. On the left-hand side, it says slime. Would that be the contact, how the contact is saved in Mr. Hewley's phone?
Yes, that's how it would appear in the phone.
And what is the Atlanta phone number?
It is 404-789-1371.
And what is the date, roughly the date and times of these text messages?
January 19th, 2020.
Now going to page 5. What is being depicted on slide 5 of this PowerPoint?
That is Mr. Williams using his Atlanta number to tell Mr. Huey on August 15th of 2020, go handle that, and he responds, slat.
Now, looking at page 6, or slide 6, excuse me. Now, this September 2nd, 2020.
It is.
Okay. And what is occurring in this text message conversation beginning on September 2nd, 2020?
Okay, so several months later, Mr. Huey is going to send another flyer for a YFNLG appearance or performance. And Mr. Williams responds, where's that at? Mr. Huey tells him, Claremont. Mr. Williams responds and says, slatty handle, stay very low. And Mr. Huey says, slat, for sure, I've been out the way.
And looking at the next slide, is this a copy of that flyer?
Yes, it is.
And when is the date of the appearance that Mr. Bennett is advertising?
September 6th.
Now going to the next slide. Does that conversation continue?
It does.
Okay. And if you could say for the record what the conversation is as it continues.
Mr. Huey tells Mr. Williams, I appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. He sends the 100 emoji, which kind of means like, I'm for real about it. Mr. Williams says, slat, handle that, I got you. Mr. Huey responds, slat.
Now, going to the next slide, is there some additional conversation now with the 213 number that's identified as Spider or Mr. Williams?
There is.
Okay. And when is this conversation?
July 20th of 2020.
Okay. So this is after the first Lucci conversation, but before the second Lucci conversation?
Yes.
All right. And what is occurring in this conversation?
Mr. Huey sends in the first message, you see an attachment. It's a video clip of a friend that wanted really bad to, he was like trying to get his career off the ground as a rapper here in Atlanta. He says, post this for me, my brother. And then he uses a derogatory term for somebody and says, that person's out here in LA, twin. Not referring to his friend, he's referring to somebody else, somebody of the opposition, it appears.
Sustained.
Yes. And is that just generally the context of this conversation?
Correct.
All right. I want to move to the next slide. I'm sorry, the next slide. Specifically, on this slide, do you see a message with an individual by the name of Javon Fleetwood?
I do.
And are you familiar with that individual?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
He's a member of YSL.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, have you had the occasion to investigate a shooting involving Mr. Fleetwood? where he is been charged with aggravated assault.
Yeah, I wasn't the lead investigator, but I had a chance to review the investigation.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to prep that case for trial at any point?
I did.
What were the charges that he was preparing for to go to trial on?
I believe it was aggravated assault.
And do you know the approximate date of the incident in which he was being charged with?
I believe it was May 10th of 2019.
And in that May 10th, 2019, was there a vehicle associated with that ag assault?
There was.
Well, we haven't heard it yet, but avoid hearsay.
Yes. As a part of your investigation, when you were investigating that case for trial,
I'm going to get the hearsay.
I haven't,
Don't elicit hearsay.
I won't elicit hearsay.
You just tried.
Because right now it sounds like she's testifying as a fact witness, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you get social media account for Mr. Fleetwood?
I didn't obtain records for it, but I reviewed some posts from his account.
From his public account?
Correct.
And have you had the opportunity to view those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 479VV. Tell me if you recognize 479VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 479VV?
That's a photo of Mr. Javon Fleetwood from his Instagram account.
And is that from his public Instagram account?
It is.
Right. And was that pulled in preparation for this indictment here that we are referencing, 22 SC 183572?
It was.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit 478VV into evidence.
Admitted.
Oh, excuse me, 479VV.
All right. Admitted.
And we'll publish that in a moment. Based on your investigation, do you know if Mr. Huey and Mr. Fleetwood had a friendship?
Yes.
And had you seen any public social media accounts with both Mr. Fleetwood and Mr. Huey in those together?
I believe there were a few posts of them together that I reviewed.
Right. Now, I want to go to, I think, slide 10. And we're going to now publish 469VV. Four 471, 479VV. That's not it. And is that Mr. Fleetwood?
That is.
Okay. And what was his Instagram name?
4Trey_TV World.
And I want to zoom into his face. Do you see any tattoos? Do you see any tattoos on Mr. Fleetwood's face?
I do.
And specifically, do you see the tattoo with the star?
I do.
What is the tattoo next to the tattoo with the star?
So down the right side of his face by his temple, you'll see he has YSL tattooed on the right side of his face.
And now I'll go back to the next set of the former State's Exhibit 227 VV2A. Now I want to go to this conversation that starts on February 25th, 2020.
Okay.
Who is Mr. Huey speaking with?
Mr. Williams using his Los Angeles area code phone number.
And looking at this post, generally, what is the context of this text message conversation?
He sends a social media post of somebody else to Mr. Williams and says, "What's up with him? Is he cool?"
Okay. And then what was his next message to Mr. Williams' phone?
He's inquiring if the gentleman is cool, it looks, because he says he posted that racial expletive, Bloody J.
And are you familiar with that name or individual, Bloody J?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware if he's associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He's associated with the YFN, or Atlanta Blood Gang, criminal street gangs.
And do you know Bloody J's given name?
Yes, it's Justin Ushery.
And have you had any investigation involving Mr. Usher?
I have.
And then did Mr. Williams respond to his to Mr. Hugh's inquiry?
He says, "Who is that?" To which Mr. Huey responds, "Duct Tape Dave."
And are you familiar with the individual by the name of Duct Tape Dave?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that name?
He's a pretty prominent guy within the duct tape criminal street gang.
And then was there a response to that?
It was.
Oh, and what was that?
Mr. Williams says, "He's a buster too," to which Mr. Huey responds, "Slat." And he tells Mr. Williams, "I told him, fuck them, racial expletive. He hit me back laughing and shit."
Now I want to go to a tweet that begins on March 12th, 2020.
Okay.
Now, what is going on within this group of text messages on March 12th, 2020?
Mr. Williams initiates a conversation with Mr. Huey.
Okay. And what does Mr. Williams say in his initiation?
What y'all got going on?
And then is there a response?
He says, "Them, racial expletive, no, I ain't play no part in that slime."
And then is there a response from Mr. Williams back to Mr. Huey?
This was the
He says,
robbery.
"Take that shit back."
And is there a response from Mr. Huey back to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Huey says, "I ain't get nothing out of that. I ain't even pull no gun on nobody. I'm finna tell them though."
All right. And does he make another response?
He said, "I told them I ain't finna do that shit. He went on and did it. I couldn't stop him."
And then does Mr. Williams respond to that?
Mr. Williams says, "If he don't take it back, he's gonna die."
And looking at this text message, without going into detail, were you aware of any police reports around this event of March 12, 2020?
Overruled.
Were you aware of any police reports regarding any incidents around this date?
I was.
Okay. Now, I want to go to 227 VV2B. And in looking at 227 VV2B, was there a text message on November 14, 2021?
There was.
Okay. And who sent the message?
Mr. Huey sends the message to Mr. Williams' LA area code phone number.
Okay. And what does the message say?
It says, you know, I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama.
Now I'm going to approach, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 428 VV. Tell me if you recognize Stacey Dibbitt 428 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize Stacey Dibbitt 428 VV?
This is a photo from Mr. Huey's public Instagram account.
And is that, what was his account name?
__ Quay1.
And were you familiar with that Instagram post for Mr. Huey?
I was.
And were you able to pull that Instagram post in preparation for this case here today?
I was.
You know, at this time, the state would like to tender tender 428 VV into evidence.
I'm sorry, 28,
428
Okay.
VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And who is depicted in this picture?
That's going to be Mr. Huey standing with Mr. Williams.
And is there a caption?
There is.
What's the caption?
It reads, from lockdown to a jet, slap biz.
And is there a date to that post?
September 4th.
Now, in looking at Mr. Huey's phone, we talked about there being this ongoing beef with YFN since about 2015. And in Mr. Huey's phone, there is information about Mr. Huey going to go handle business and sending those flyers.
Correct.
Between 2019 and 2020, was there any ongoing conflict or continuous ongoing conflict between YFN and YSL?
Yes.
And through your investigation, were you made aware of incidents that occurred between 2019 and 2020 between those two groups?
Yes, several.
How did you learn about those incidents?
In 2019, when I was working, at that time, I wasn't yet promoted to the gang task force, so I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit as a probation officer with a gang caseload. So I worked on their investigations with them. And then in 2020, when I was with the GBI gang task force, I worked some of the actual investigations.
Specifically, did you ever work an investigation regarding a May 2019 incident involving YFN Lucia or Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I was aware of the incident, but I was not an investigator on it.
Hey, thank you, Sweetie88, for the super here, but it's a great question, so we're going to pause. So wait, if Thug already pled guilty and those crimes were technically included and jury shouldn't take any of anyone else's plea into consideration, how is this being brought up? Because it's establishing the back and forth rivalry, which they're saying is like the underlying reason for example, the Chamel drink shooting, right? And I'm sure we might actually hear a little bit more about maybe Diamante Kendrick. Maybe we'll finally get back into the Magic City, the get back situation. but it's really to show that ongoing back and forth, and that when we commit violence against alleged associates of this rival gang, the ops, that activity is in furtherance of our gang, YSL. So not only does it give a motive for the individual acts that the state's charging against the 2 individuals remaining, but it gives that overarching, RICO, support for the RICO, that we're doing things in furtherance of our enterprise. Do I think it really adds up? I don't know, because we heard about Bloody J. Well, maybe people just had an issue with Bloody J because Bloody J was jumping people at the Club Crucial back in 2015. So maybe there was an individual problem with one individual, and not the whole gang versus gang. So who knows? We'll see how they put this together.
Did you
Thank you, sweetie.
any shots fired call from May 22nd, 2019 in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How were you involved in that investigation?
Can I refer to a timeline?
Yes.
That was an incident where shots fired at the YSL stronghold located at 151 Cleveland Ave.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
How are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
That's a known location where YSL members hang out, sell narcotics, congregate.
And have you had your own opportunity to investigate crimes that occurred in that area of 151 Cleveland?
I have.
Now, I want to take you to 2020. Did you have the occasion to investigate any specific incidents involving YFN incidents towards YSL members or YSL members towards YFN members?
I did.
Okay. In 2020, how many such incidents did you yourself were part of the investigation?
There were numerous incidents that we worked on as a team.
And in 2020, were there a lot of back and forth shootings between those two groups or associates of those two groups?
Yes, almost daily.
In 2020, were there also social media posts of antagonizing between one group, posting on social media, antagonizing the other group?
Yes.
Do you know of an individual by the name of Tanquarius Mender?
I do.
How do you know that individual? How are you aware of that individual?
I want to make sure I answer that. Is it okay to answer?
Let me ask you this. Is Mr. Mender associated with YSL?
He is.
Have you seen social media posts of Mr. Mender driving around in YFN territory?
Yes, he would post himself driving around, and he would tag, in case you didn't recognize it from sight, he would tag Summerhill.
And why would that be considered antagonizing for Mr. Mender to be driving around in Summerhill?
Because Mr. Member was also a member of YSL.
In 2020, did you have the occasion to investigate a case involving Mr. Mender and Mr. Diamante Thomas at Greenbrier Mall?
Yes, but I think it was Dontavius Thomas.
Excuse me, Dontavius Thomas. Are you aware if Dontavius Thomas is related to Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
How are they related?
I believe it's his brother.
How were you involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Mender and Dontavius Thomas?
At that time, like I said, there was a conflict. The conflict had reignited. So almost daily, every day we had incidents happening. I remember that day we were at work, we got a call about a vehicle that was fired upon while it was driving on the highway. and it had flipped over, had 2 victims inside the vehicle. Myself and Investigator Storno of the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit began to look deeper into that case and realized that the victims on the case were Dontavius Thomas and Reginald Carter, the brother and cousin of Donovan Thomas.
And you said you began to dig deeper. What else did you do as a part of that investigation?
Once we got into the investigation, we located a suspect vehicle that I knew to be associated with Mr. Mender and his cousin, Wayne Alford.
And what else did you do as a part of the investigation?
We would pull phone records, we got video, we spoke to witnesses, and ultimately were able to charge that case appropriately.
Were there other conflicts that occurred in 2020?
Yes, following that case, I mean, it was, like I said, it was daily. It was constant shootings back and forth between the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta and some of the other areas where the YSL associates would hang out. It resulted in murders. It resulted in aggravated assaults. There were numerous incidents.
Now, in 2021, did you learn of the arrest of Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
And when he was arrested, where was he housed?
At the Fulton County Jail.
And while he was in the Fulton County Jail, did you learn of a stabbing of Mr. Lucci in February of 2022?
I did.
Right. How did you become aware of that incident?
I believe one of the investigators from the Fulton County Jail had mentioned it to me.
And once you learned about the incident, what, if anything, did you do?
Once I learned about the incident, I inquired about who the suspect was, and I found out that it was a Mr. Jaden Myrick.
When you found out it was Jaden Myrick, what did you do at that point?
I was familiar with Mr. Myrick, so I began to listen to his jail phone calls and look at his jail. In the jail, I don't know if they still do, they used to have tablets they could rent, and they could text friends and family members through the system with the tablets. So I began to review his text messages as well.
And you said you were familiar with Mr. Myrick. How were you familiar with him?
His involvement in the case that we had at the office.
Okay. And we say the office, talking about the Fulton
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And in your understanding of who Mr. Myrick was, did you know if he was associated with any gang?
I knew he was a blood gang member that was associated with YSL.
Now, you said that you started looking at their tablets. Were you able to get the contents of that tablet?
No.
The text messages of the tablet?
Well, when you log into the system, you can review their text messages. So I was able to review some of the text messages from that relevant time period.
And have you had the opportunity to review some of those text messages in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
And let me ask you this. When you first learned that Jaden Myrick was the person who stabbed him, did you know if there was a plan to stab Lucci? Did you know anything about what led up to the actual stabbing?
I did not, which is what led me to review his phone calls and text messages because I was trying to see what had happened.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 5TT. Tell me if you recognize Stacy Exhibit 5TT.
I do.
How do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 5TT?
These are some of Mr. Myrick's text messages from the jail system.
And were these some of the messages that you looked at when you found out or learned of the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
They are.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of some of the messages that you reviewed once you started investigating or looking into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Stacey Exhibit 5 TT into evidence.
Admitted.
Once you started looking at these messages, what, if anything, did you learn or glean from these messages?
It appeared to me that Mr. Myrick's girlfriend, Ashley Ellison, was acting as a third party for communication with somebody else.
And once you started looking at determining Ms. Ellison might be serving as a third party, what did you do at that point?
I began to try and identify the third party and the phone number associated with that party.
And how did you go about doing that?
There were context clues from the text messages. On a text message from February 6th, she says, your folks, this message is from your folks, 706, which is an area code that I know. So I think, okay, maybe that's a clue. Maybe that's the person has a 706 area code. Okay.
And what did the text say?
It does. So Miss Ellison is conveying the message from the 706 area code to Mr. Myrick. And she says, and the person is telling her to tell him, tell lil bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. He thinks we're flexing. I talked to the biggest, he thinks we're playing because the racial expletive in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud. My name is on the line on this one, so don't make me look bad.
And what was the date and time of that message?
February 9th, 2020 at 11:32 p.m.
Is it 2020?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Okay. And in reading that, did you have an understanding of what they were even talking about?
A basic understanding, yes.
What was your understanding of it?
That they were waiting for confirmation that the act had happened, saying that we think we're flexing, he thinks that we're trying to get one over on them. And they think that they were kidding because I guess they'd been housed together for a little while and nothing had happened up until that point. And he tells them he put the food on the table, like he gave him the opportunity and make me proud.
And once you saw that message, how did you go about determining if 706 was a phone number or what 706 was?
I reviewed Mr. Myrick's jail calls. You can pull jail calls by the inmate themselves. And I looked at his jail calls to see if there are any phone numbers that he had called with a 706 area code.
And were there any phone numbers he had called with the 706 area code?
Yes, there was one.
Now, once you saw the phone number that he had called, what, if anything, did you do about the phone number?
I requested the records for the phone number. I learned that it was a Verizon phone number. When you have Verizon, they retain what is called text message data. As long as it's not an iPhone, if you have an iPhone, as long as it's not iMessage and it's Android to Android or iPhone to Android, for 7 days, they will retain the contents of those text messages. So I secured a search warrant and requested the call records as well as the text message content for that phone number from Verizon.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
And once you received the information, what, if anything, did you do?
I tried to, it just comes in as a big spreadsheet. So I went through and sorted and identified the calls. I'm sorry, the texts, and read through them.
And when you said you sorted, how did you go about sorting and identifying the text messages?
To make it comprehensible and able to be read, I color-coded the messages from each person so people could kind of track and follow along with what was being said.
And have you had the opportunity to review a copy of a demonstrative showing how you kind of color-coded those text messages to help determine what people were talking?
I have.
Showing you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 1 TTB. Do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 1 TTB?
I do.
And how do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 1 TTB?
This is the color-coded version of the spreadsheet that I had made.
And I'm going to show you here Stacey Exhibit 1 TTC. 1 TTC2, 1 TTC3, and 1 TTC4. Do those appear to be enlarged versions of your color-coded copy of your text messages?
Yes.
During this time, the state would like to tender and admit First Exhibit 1 TTB and 1 TTC 1 through 4. B as evidence and C 1 through 4 as demonstrative.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And permission to when you step down.
Yes, you may.
So, first, orient the jurors as to the colors and who, when you have dark green, who are you highlighting, light green, the pinks, and the reds. So first, orient the jurors.
Okay. So the greens are going to be.
And talk loud so that everyone can hear you.
Okay. So the greens are going to be members of, or somebody associated would appear to be YSL. So to make it easy, I associated that stuff with green.
Why did you say that it appeared that they were associated with YSL?
Based on the context of the conversation, what was being discussed, how people were being referred to, things like that.
Okay.
The red is going to be a conversation with Ashley Ellison. That's Mr. Myrick's girlfriend. So the darker red is the originating member. It's going to be Mr. Myrick. And then the lighter, the pink is going to be Miss Ellison. And then the yellow was an unknown number that was inserted into the conversation. It was still at the bottom.
And when you went back and started investigating the case, what do you recall what day the stabbing occurred?
February 9th.
So when you went back, why did you start at February 6th, 2022?
Because that's what the jail text messages, that's kind of when they had started. So I wanted to go back to get, usually when a crime happens, sometimes it's premeditated, sometimes it's not. But I wanted to catch the planning phase if there was any planning phase.
And did you ever associate any of the other phone numbers, for example, this 404-293-3244, did you ever at some point identify that phone number?
I did.
And who did you identify that phone number to belong to?
That belonged to Tameka Garlington.
And did Tameka Garlington have a nickname?
D, or Little D.
And were you familiar with his social media accounts?
I was.
And did he ever go by the social media account Scarface?
He did.
So let's start with, on February 6, 2022, is there a text message from the phone associated with Tameka Garlington to that 706 number?
No, it's going to come from the 706 number to Mr. Garlington.
Okay. And thank you for clarifying that for me. The 706 number, let me ask you this, did you ever identify that individual?
I did.
And who was that?
That's going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Cleve Adams. He's an inmate with the Georgia Department of Corrections. He also goes by the name Bobby Hunt. That's his nickname, his moniker he likes to go out.
And based on your investigation, was he conducting these text messages while he was incarcerated in prison?
He was.
All right. Now, looking at the first message, what is the date and time of the first message?
February 6, 2022 at 10:22 a.m.
10:20 or 19?
19:20, sorry.
Okay, so that's 7:20 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. And what is the text message?
It says, yo.
And is there a response from the phone associate Mr. Garlington to the phone associate Mr. Adams or Bobby?
Yes, Mr. Garlington says, who is this? Or who's this?
All right. And is there a response?
He says, Hunt.
Now, you have a red call here. What does that signify?
That's going to be a text message from Ashley Ellison, Mr. Myrick's girlfriend.
And who is she communicating with?
She's sending a message to Mr. Hunt, the gentleman in prison.
And what does she say
hey, this is Red, Sectric Ruby, can you talk? He wanted me to call you.
Now, Cetric, do you know who that is?
Mr. Myron, that's the nickname he goes by, Sectric.
And have you ever heard the term, this is Red Cetric Ruby? Do you have heard of that term before?
Yeah, Ruby is a slang term or a name that's given to a female friend or associate of blood gang. They go by a Ruby, like Cindy's Ruby.
And at any point did Mr. Adams respond to her?
Yes, a little bit more down the line.
Okay, and just to make it easier, when did he respond to her and what was his response?
Wanted to call you. It might have gone through the jail messages. It's hard to explain.
Okay, so then next, on February 6, 2022 at 1951, is there a conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and Mr. Garland's phone?
Yes.
Okay, and just go through that conversation, the next set of conversation.
So, Mr. Garlington says, what it do, twin? Mr. Adams, who's been in communication with Mr. Myrick, says, my little man right there with the FUCK, racial expletives. And Mr. Garlington says, oh yeah, where about? Mr. Adams says, you know which I'm talking about, right? The singer. And Mr. Garlington says, who's locked up? And Mr. Adams says, 650. To which I know that to be a nickname from Mr. Bennett. He will wear a 650 chain. It referred, he goes by 650 Louis. He has music, he has a Maybach, 650 Maybach, that's where it comes from. So Mr. Garlington responds, oh yeah, need him. And then Mr. Adams says, my little man gonna call back tomorrow. Mr. Garlington says, okay, let me know. Mr. Adams, attempting to use code of language, says, I'm gonna let you know. He's been ready to get an autograph for the gang. And then Mr. Garlington says, okay, let me know ASAP. To which Mr. Adams responds, red.
And when you said he's using coded language, what do you mean?
Instead of saying, my buddy's ready to kill him, my buddy's ready to attack him, I would that his contraband phone gets.
Take it in.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to, if the calls were getting intercepted, when phones get taken, it's an attempt to conceal the activity to the person that receives it.
So they're not really trying to get an actual signature autograph for the guy?
No, I'm not trying to get it all correct.
Okay. Now, after that conversation, is there some conversation between Ms. Ellison's phone and Mr. Adams' phone?
Yes.
Okay. When does that conversation begin, and take the jury through that set of conversation?
It begins on the 7th, and they're talking about trying to put Mr. Myrick in communication with Mr. Adams down in the prison system. They're talking about emailing him, texting him. They're asking about stamps in the Fulton County jail system. You have to purchase stamps, the Fulton stamps, to be able to send and receive text messages. So you can buy 30 cents that will allow you to send a certain amount. It's not free. So she's asking Mr. Adams for money for stamps from Mr. Myrick because they've used their last, and she's facilitating CashApp or Chime, Apple Pay to get the money to him to be able to facilitate stamps being purchased so they can communicate.
And is that communicating via phone?
It's going to be through the jail.
All right. And then there's a interesting call from a number that you're unaware of.
Correct.
And that was not a part of your investigation, investigating this kind of back and forth.
Yeah, it was just somebody trying to, a third party trying to send them money. Maybe somebody didn't want to use their Cash App, Cash App blocked or whatever might happen, so somebody else trying to help out.
Okay. And then do they pick up that same conversation trying to get stamps for Mr. Myrick?
Yeah, the unknown number says I sent 15, I'm trying to get in contact with, or Mr. Connolly in the jail. They'll send one inmate may have a Cash App account they're using in the jail, and everybody can send money to, and might change if somebody's phone gets taken and the Cash App account gets shut down. So Mr. Adams, in this text message, sends the $15 to somebody for section. And then he tells Ms. Allison, I sent the 15. And she says, I got it, I'm gonna get the stamps now and tell them to call me. Okay.
Now, going to February 8th, 2022, is more conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and the Garlington phone?
There is.
Now showing you what's been admitted as 1TTC2. Is there a conversation between the phone associated with Mr. Garlington and the phone associated with Adams?
There is.
Okay, and what is said on February 8th, 2022?
On February 8th, 2022, there's a message that goes out from Mr. Adams to Mr. Garlington where he says, I talked to little bro, he's gonna hit me when the food is done.
And does that mean when the food is actually cooked and finished or something else?
No.
Sustained.
Is this your understanding of coded language as well?
It is.
And in your understanding of coded language, does it appear to be coded language?
It does.
Now, is there conversation then between Ms. Allison's phone number or Allison's phone number and Adam's phone number?
Yes.
Okay, just tell us generally the date and time and what's the general context of what's going back and forth between them two.
So it starts on February 8th, and you'll see Miss Elson saying, Cedric wanted me to tell you Chris got locked back up, and he made the news last night. And he says, I seen it when it happened, that shit's crazy.
Now, in your understanding, investigator, do you know what they're referencing?
I do.
And what is it?
They are referencing the incident where Christian Eppinger shot Officer David Rogers, and he was arrested for that. I believe it was on February 7th, so that means that's it.
Okay. Go ahead.
And he says, see when it happened. And Miss Ellison says, yesterday. And she's saying that Mr. Myers said, he said, ain't shorty to rat. And Mr. Adams says, tell him to leave that be between him. And Mr. Adams says, focus on the bag. F all the other shit we worried about. It's nothing but business. Go ahead. Is this?
The person.
Okay. Nothing but business. And they start talking about, he says, Buddy's up under Rico and them. Tell him to bring home the trophy. I'm going to secure the bag. I've been online. Racial expletive. Got to see it to believe it. And Chris being in there is all the confirmation that's going to be needed.
So is that also using some coded language as well?
Some.
And what is your understanding of what's happening in this text?
Basically, tell him focus on the task at hand. And that people are going to get confirmation of it because Eppinger's in there. He's going to be able to vouch for it and say, no, it's happened. I'm here. It actually happened.
And then does that generally the context that's happening between Ms. Allison passing messages to Myrick from Adams in this February 8th conversation?
It is.
All right. Now going to February 9th, is there any messages between Mr. Adams and Mr. Garland?
He just reaches out to him. To me, it appears that maybe Mr. Garlington may have attempted to call him and he couldn't answer. And he says, yo, 12 is on the floor. 12 being a slang term for police. When you're in the prison system, the guards should come around, do rounds. If that's happening, he wouldn't have been able to answer his phone if the call came in.
And then are there conversations between Allison and Adams, February, also now on February 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us the general, what's the conversation happening here on February 9th?
This red is awful.
Mr. Adams is engaged in a conversation with Miss Ellison, and he says, yo, and she says, what's up? And he says, tell little bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. They think we're flexing. And she says, okay, I'll text this to him.
And go ahead.
And then Mr. Adams says, my name's on the line on this one. Don't make me look bad. Oh, it's a follow-up. So yeah, my name's on this line. I'm sorry, the text messages, sometimes they come in a little bit out of order. Says, my name is on the line. So on this one, don't make me look bad. He said, I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive is in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud.
Now, is this similar to the same text message you saw in the JK system when you were first just trying to pull the case? Is that same text message over in the JK system?
Yes.
And is that the same text message you read a few moments ago?
Yes.
All right. And is there any further conversation between Ellison and Adams and her passing that information on somebody?
It looks like there was based on the context, there was I think, and there's a phone call that happens where there's a three-way call that's attempting to happen. Isn't great service in most of these prisons. So he wasn't able to hear him. So they're trying to get the message across about what had happened and the payment and things like that. And you'll even see he texted this yellow number. He says, nothing, just trying to get confirmation of this thing.
And is that confirmation, is your understanding that's a confirmation of the staffing?
Correct.
And what day did the staffing occur?
May 9th.
May 9th?
I'm sorry, February 9th.
Now, on February 10th, is there some conversation between Ellison's phone and Adam's phone?
There is.
Okay. If you can give the general context of what is now occurring on February 10th, and is this the day after the stabbing?
Yes.
All right. What is happening on the day after the stabbing?
Mr. Myrick, coupled with phone calls, Mr. Myrick is eager to be paid for what he did for stabbing Mr. Bennett. So Ms. Ellison is texting.
Yeah, I mean, I already instructed you once to not include your commentary and just provide the facts.
Can I lay some foundation? Were you able to listen to the jail calls yourself?
I was.
And were you able to pick up tone and manner and demeanor in the calls that you were listening to?
Yes.
And
All right. And so that would be your lay opinion that he, okay.
Yeah.
And based on that, is that how you were determining that he was eager to get paid for what he did to Mr. Bennett?
Correct. That was the purpose of his phone calls, were to seek payment for what he had done.
And were there multiple phone calls for him seeking payment for what he done?
Yes.
Okay. And with that, Your Honor, with that.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, looking at February 10th, 2022, just go through what that conversation was on February 10th, 2022.
She said, do you need the bros to verify? He said that's all, should be no talking on the phone right now anyway.
For you as an investigator, was that significant?
It was.
Why?
Because he was seeking payment and talking about, does it need to be verified to secure payment? And they were talking about not talking on the phone right now because of what had just happened.
It being the stabbing that just happened?
Correct.
All right. And when you say not talking on the phone, is that not talking on the jail phones?
Correct.
Okay. All right, continue.
He's asking, Ms. Ellison said, Mr. Myrick is asking to get something to eat now. He's hungry. And then he again utilizes an outside person to send like $80 to Mr. Myrick.
And that's generally the conversation here, they were just trying to get this money, get paid.
Correct.
All right. Now, skipping down to February 10th, is there now some conversation between Garlington and Adams?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about what's happening between Garlington and Adams on February 10th as well.
Mr. Adams is reaching out to Mr. Garlington regarding what appears to possibly be payment for Mr. Myrick for the stabbing.
And just go through the text.
Okay. Mr. Adams says, get at me, 3-5, and he says, Mr. Garlington says, okay, when I get off your phone. Mr. Adams says, I'm on your ass. You tried to play me to the left. Then one says, yo, the other says, yo. Mr. Adams says, what you got going? Mr. Garlington says, put him down. And he says, for sure, like, did he put him down? And he says, are you for sure? Simon says, yo, twin. And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, look.
Wait, what? Hold on. Am I not seeing what she's reading on the screen? Where did she read? Did she just skip something? Or am I crazy? Hold on, let's... What the heck?
You tried to play me to the left. Then one says, yo, the other says, yo. Mr. Adams says, what you got going? Mr.
What you got
Garlington says,
going?
put him down. And he says, for sure.
Where?
Like, did he put him down? And he says, are you for sure? Simon says, yo, twin. And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, look, just keep me posted so I can make sure little bro gets something because he's on my top bad. And I told him I was going to get him the back end for his show. Got to pay him a couple racks myself to make sure he's in gang. I recognize when they say G.
Now it's on the screen. So she skipped this whole line. In the car with my cousin, I called somebody who be with bra. He said he was gonna call him and put him down with the thing here. So she just said put him down and skipped this whole part. What the heck?
Jeezy typically means good. I ain't looking for nothing.
And hold up, because how do you skip? If your eyes are reading straight down and you skip a line, you'd start reading the next line. You wouldn't, your eyes would not dart from here to here on accident.
For me, I'm just invested in my artist. Smell me, I need me and mines. Looks like gone. Gonna get it done. For sure, slat, I'm out here, hit me gang. And then Mr. Garlington responds, it's hard to get in touch with him. I just be seeing him when I go up there. To the yo, you know I understand that shit, gang. I'm with you, slat.
Miss Hilton, you don't have to do it right now, but be kind of thinking about when a good lunch break would be.
This is the last one, so I
All
put it right here.
Sounds good.
All right. And while we wrap this up, we'll go to lunch. So what is this still on the February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it's a continuation.
Okay, and just go through the last bit of that conversation between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Adams on February 10th.
Mr. Garlington says, okay. And Mr. Adams says, for sure. I know it's going to take time, bro. Bro is bigger than big, and he got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to 4-4 ever. Slime, I'm rocking, and mine's going with me. It's all hands on deck.
And does that text message repeat itself?
It does.
All right. And from your investigation and understanding, when he says, for sure, I know it's going to take time, bro, bigger than big, and got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to forever slime. Who did you understand they were talking about, given your investigation and content of these text messages?
From my investigation and my knowledge, it sounded like somebody in a leadership role with YSL.
Did you know specifically who?
It appeared to be Mr. Williams.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
And motion strike, move to strike.
Can I lay some found?
You can try.
Okay. How long have you been working back and forth with the YSL gang?
Since 2019 at least, if not 2017.
And when you were working with these cases, did you ever have any other evidence in which individuals from YSL, from your own investigation, attempted to conceal Mr. Williams' identity?
Yes.
And how have you seen that occur?
With the use of FaceTime to conceal his identity, so text messages or phone calls go undetected.
Okay. Have you ever seen in your investigation or listen to jail calls that individual YSL will try not to use his name?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen through social media where individuals will try to conceal and say, don't say his name, say a different name?
Correct.
Right. And in having that knowledge and reading this text message, is that how you this could be potentially talking about Mr. Williams.
Well, objection to leading, and it's also a misstatement of what was said initially. Her opinion is Mr. Williams. Now,
All right.
it could be Mr. Williams.
I'm going to let you clear that up on cross.
I originally said
answer.
somebody with a leadership role. I can't definitively say Mr. Williams. I said somebody within a leadership role. So that's who is in the highest leadership role. So.
Okay. Let's take our lunch break and let's plan to be back at 1:15, please.
All right, so an hour break here. Attorney Yak over there wants to object. She is going to cross that line, though. She cannot help it. And Hilton's not helping either.
Stay where you are for a minute. Is there anything we need to take up before we break for lunch? Okay, we're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's nothing to take up, but I printed and was gonna bring to defense counsel and the court two cases the state wanted to provide counsel report for issues that may come up
Okay.
during this testimony.
Thanks.
So Atkins wants to bring in two cases to deal with issues that might come up during the course of this testimony. So we'll see where that goes. We'll see where that goes. Guys, this is like... And here's my thing, guys. It's not a gang expert that's a knucklehead. This is a mad scientist type of thing. She knows enough of something, but then she gets wrapped up in how much she knows. This is my read of her. And she takes it way too far. She has the lens on everything. And the problem with putting up here as a fact/expert witness with that line blurred is that means she's getting to put on the exact lenses she uses to view the world. She gets to put them directly on the jury's face. So the jury's supposed to make the decision about what things mean, but you have this lady contextualizing everything before it's presented. So for example, this text message where Jeffrey Williams is saying, "Take it back or you're gonna die." To me, you read that without any context, if you don't have it couched in the state's theory before you see it. I think 99% of people from different cultures, like, remove the cultural barrier here. I'm still thinking that the majority of people, the vast majority of people would read that as, you mess with the wrong one. But because they're presenting that text message after we have Viverito talking about how much she knows, and how much she knows this gang beef has been going on back and forth, and how Jeffrey Williams is calling the shots, and presenting these messages that make it seem like every time Lucci has an event, oh, we got to go and handle that in a, like, messy sounding way, right? The inference that is the lens being put on there by someone who's being positioned as someone with factual knowledge and expert knowledge of both of these things. The context is already there to constrain the interpretation, the way it can be interpreted. Meanwhile, how do I see it? Look, when you promote a club event, sometimes you go to the other busy events that are popping, and you kind of get their crowd, right? So all the time, when I used to work the cash box beginning and end of events, right around the end of the night, someone from another promotion team would be going around trying to stand at the door handing out flyers to their event or flyering all the cars in the parking lot because it promotes your show and you assume that there's an overlap in the audience, right? Same thing with promotions. Why would Huey be the one doing it? I have an obvious answer there. For females with posters, you don't put uglies on a promotional flyer unless they have sex appeal or a body, right? You promote the event, you use sex appeal to sell an event because people will come out for girls. We see at the bottom of the YFN Lucci flyer, 50 plus of the best dancers in Atlanta. That's how they're trying to sell this event. Cool, Lucci's going to be there, but we're also going to have 50 plus of the best dancers. It's a sales pitch. It's sex appeal. So for the ladies, to try to get ladies to come to your event, you send someone like Huey. You don't want to send a scrub or someone that comes off as bummy. You want to send the pretty boy. Send the pretty boy in. He says, hey, come out next Friday. Come out next Friday to this thing we're doing. You like music. You like being at the club. You know, it's the same thing, but it's just going to be over here next week. It's just street team marketing. And Thugger Daily also reposted it. Brian Steele went to these establishments, asked if anything happened at the venue that night. Nothing happened. Makes you wonder if Detective Viverito went and sought out that same information, or she was just too busy reading text messages, like over-reading text messages. Because when you put that in the context of nothing actually popping off that night, it seems to confirm what I think is a reasonable, common sense interpretation of, hey, they're having this event, go over there and tell them what we're doing. Grow our crowd, grow our following, do the footwork, be the street team. But you have Viverito on the stand. She's giving her assertions, and she is so confident in herself. Not I read some magazines and watched some movies, but I have a whole role being carved out for me with intelligence in the title, an analyst in the title. It's just me. And there's no checks and balances on me. I create the academics. I am the academics. And I get to make assertions up here. And Paige isn't really, hitting the brakes on it. We heard her get a little snippy, like, you know that you're not supposed to give the commentary or your opinions when you're giving this testimony. She's not going to stop it. She's not going to stop it. So I think this is a problem in a different way than, for example, I know we said that Dennis is now also Squirrel Brain, even though Squirrel Brain was initially Woody's nickname for Detective Thorpe. The difference with Viverito is she could be kind of a problem for the defense to work with. She puts on like she knows what she's talking about, and the jury ultimately gets to decide. But if there's a contrast here, Viverito certainly takes what she does seriously. And I really don't think I'd say the same thing about Gaither. Probably not the same thing about Dennis. Maybe a little bit more than Gaither. That contrast. So, like, it's I don't know. And they're making it seem like something crazy. And then they couch all of that conversation talking about the events back and forth. And then switch to a text message conversation spreadsheet with entirely different individuals. So, cool. So if we jump to February, and maybe we have this February conversation where if we patch it in with, okay, in February of 2022, the way this conversation's playing out, there eventually is an attempt on YFN Lucci, right? He ends up getting stabbed in jail. We saw those videos 2 weeks ago now. And the problem with that is it's still different individuals, but the way it's being presented is, well, if these text messages turned out something actually came of them that can corroborate this expert's interpretation of the meaning, then we should also take her interpretation of the other stuff credibly too. And I just don't think that that's an appropriate way to piece it all together. So, I don't know. And yes, so anyone joining in, this is finally Marissa Viverito on the stand. She was in the leaked interview with Kenneth Copeland, the one that went on the internet before the trial kicked off. But they're not showing her face, so just got her here in the bushes. That was my rant, though. That was my rant. Like, the conflating the two, Jeffrey Williams and the way Huey were having that conversation, and conflating it with this conversation that very well may be two people trying to jump somebody in prison, but it could be individuals. Not really. They're talking about talking to Lil D, Lil Bro, or whatever, Lil Bro, and Big Bro. And Viverito saying, well, the Big must be talking about Jeffrey Williams. Must it be, though? Must it be? But when you have an expert saying that, and you have the expert skipping certain lines of a message, let's look at that message. Where's the zoomed out version of it? The one she skipped the line. I think it was before this. Oh. Let's look for where they zoom out. Well, let's hear how she says it again. Let's do that one more time.
Hungry. And then he again utilizes an outside person.
Nope, I jumped way far back. Hello, YouTube. All right, we'll do this again.
For his show. Got to pay him a couple racks myself to make sure he's
too far ahead.
I recognize my top bad, and I told him I was going to get him the back end for his show. And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, "Look, just keep me posted so I can make sure little bro gets." Did he put him down? And he said, "Are you for sure?"
Okay, this is where
Adams
she
says,
skips
"What
it.
you got going?"
So she says, "What you got going?" Let me move myself up here. She says, "What you got going?" And then she skips this whole line.
Mr. Garlington says, "Put him down." And
Mr. Garlington says, "Put him down." So she reads this. The perception here is that she's just reading exactly what's on this thing. She's gone through line by line, and now she's saying, Garlington says, "Put him down." That sounds like a direct statement, a direct order. But there's a whole line here, and Hilton takes like 30 seconds to zoom out.
he says, "For sure," like, did he put him down? And he says, "Are you for sure, Simon?" He says, "Yo, twin. And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, "Look, just keep me posted so I can make sure little bro gets something because he's on my top bad." And I told him I was going to get him the back end for his show. Got to pay him a couple racks myself to make sure he's in.
So now we have the full line. Hilton finally zoomed it out. But it really said, "I'm in the car with my cousin. I called somebody who be with bra. He said he was going to call him and put him down. Put M down, not him down." Maybe it could mean exactly what she's interpreting it to mean, but she's up here acting like she's reading something line by line and just goes directly to saying Tameka and Garlington said put him down. That's very different. That is very different. And it's not appropriate for her to be doing this. It's really slick. I think it calls her credibility into complete question. I don't care how seriously she takes her job. Skipping something and going, Mr. Garlington says, that just shows me you're intentionally skipping that. There's no way your eyes go from here and accidentally read all the way over here. So there's that. There is that. And let me be clear. With the nightlife promotions, you know, for the most part, we all get along. Who cares? I need somewhere to go on my day off when I'm not working, right? And with DJs, you know, DJs aren't typically locked in unless you give them a residency. You know, you love the DJs, you love their music, you love their work, and if you can book them, you book them. But they might take bookings to fulfill their plate with different promotional teams. They might not be part of your team. But there were still some random one-offs that everybody seemed to hate, but it would take a couple months for, you know, whatever other team to say, all right, like, we don't want you, like, really part of our brand anymore. You're bad for business. So, like, step back. That would get tough. That would show up trying to cause fights. It treated everything like an actual competition instead of everybody just trying to put events together and grow. And maybe that's the situation for certain individuals. But does that tie to the entire promotional team? No. No, because eventually, after enough chances, someone gets distanced. Someone gets put back at an arm's length. Stop using our name. Stop using our name. So, but at the same time, you know, you don't really stop somebody unless security has a reason to keep someone out. You could stop, like, dealing with somebody as part of the street team, the promotional team, but they might still come to the event. So if someone like Viverito's sitting in the bushes, she could be like, and he was still going there. So, right, yeah, put him down can mean, good to see you, Joanna. Hope you're doing well. Put him down can mean put him on the list to perform. Right. Talk to the big one that makes the decisions, because you can't just ask anybody to let someone perform. I can't just go stand to someone ordering a drink at the bar and say, hey, tell them to put me on stage, right? You got to go to someone higher up. So there you go. Good to see you, Joanna. Also, this is so old and I cannot put it back up on screen, but Joanna gave us a Freebird encore after I was ending a stream. This was like a week ago. Do you think Love was instructed by Fonnie to ask the court about his items because she was aware that items were missing? That watch has a value of $400,000. So, I don't know. I mean, that'd be good, right? Hey, give us permission to keep his assets would also mean we don't need to turn them back over, which would save us from having to turn back over something that we no longer have. We don't know where it is anymore, right? Kind of a messy way to tighten up loose ends. So Joanna, that was great. I'm so sorry I missed it the other day. But really good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. And this is playing, right? Let me make sure this is... They did say be back at 1:15. I don't want it just sitting here pause, because if they do, I don't want to miss something. Every once in a while, there's something like they pop on camera when they're on a recess for like 2 seconds. And let's see, KC Doug says, talk that ish cat, the gangster coming out. Well, stuff just makes me mad. Stupid makes me mad. I am not mad at somebody for having confidence, but when your confidence ends up just bolstering up your conviction in something that could be loud and wrong, that's icky to me. That's really icky to me. I get really mad. I get really mad. Because if you're in a position of trust and expertise, and there's no position around you, she's not part of a department where she has mentors that check in on her. And as she was coming up and carving out her position, her mentors were Belknap, Tyrone Dennis, and Kimberly Underwood. Is Kimberly her first name? Her mentors were the same Squirrel Brain gang that we've grown. So the way she got here, I don't have much confidence in. And the ceiling that she has over her, she doesn't have a ceiling over her. I don't know. I don't think that that's great. I don't think that that's great. You know, I'm going to call it the mad scientist problem. Too far over the edge with something that I really do think she genuinely has a passion and a seriousness about what she does, but you start thinking linearly. You can only see in one direction if you don't keep yourself in check when you get into that mad scientist type of mindset. So, a pet peeve. A big pet peeve. Tracy Fagan says that is what ladies' night for. Yes, men follow the women. We say, look, you get 2 for 1 drinks if you get here before 11, right? Ladies are all there. Guys like to come in, see what's going on, right? For the most part, and there's obviously, you know, bell curve here. We're speaking on a bell curve. But in the middle of this bell curve, you want men to show up, and in some regards, you want men that will show up and spend money, buy the girls drinks and shots. Girls have a good time. They come back to the event. And then you just bring good music, good environment, right? This is a recipe for success. So, thank you so much, Tracy. Cat Fudd says, fellow cat, sound is so low I can barely hear the burrito. And I do think that was because she was speaking, like she might have been, I don't know, she was reading a printout in front of her and looking down. Or maybe she was looking up at a screen or to the side at the laptop that sometimes they have, the screen they have displaying there. But for whatever reason, I think she got extra quiet there. I'll give her a pass on this one. I don't think she was mumbling because she wasn't confident in what she was saying. We've seen witnesses kind of do that. Or even the state when they're about to say something messy. They seem to move away from the microphone even if they were just there. But I do think that she was still confidently reading, but just had her head turned away from where the sound was picking up. Very directional, those microphones seem. Harp City says this is madness. Guilt by association for what? And that's the thing. I mean, they really stacked those messages relating to the Lucci stabbing in February of 2022 on the 2019 and 2020 stuff about the events, the club flyers, the event flyers. Well, it was a club. It was Club Diamond or Diamond whatever. I don't know the full name. So... Sean Turner, thanks for the 10, says the thing with text messages is an issue. Number 2, people read the Bible and interpret it the same. Well, and, you know, I am not an expert in biblical verses, but I was taught that there's like 3 levels to be able to read the Bible at, right? You have your, and I don't know the terms, but I guess like the literal interpretation. Then you have some type of, like lesson type of meaning, and then your top level you have like a whole allegory of the way things work, right? So right there, even with the way that biblical interpretation is taught, is not linear interpretation. There's more than one way. That's the point, right? So there we go. And a great reminder here, you know, there's multiple interpretations. And I can't wait to see cross-examination on this. But I think it's one thing to say the jury can make the final decision and you have the opportunity to cross. It's another to say the jury can make their determination, you'll have the opportunity to cross. But you're letting someone testify as a fact and expert witness after boosting up how much they know, and then now doing a wishy-washy reading of text messages where she's skipping context. She's skipping lines. So a little problematic there. Laura Radzavala says, I don't think it's fair that they can do time twice because RICO allows these convictions in and allows them to be considered. It is a rough question, right? Especially you do your trial, you're convicted for the actual thing. Maybe you already done your time for that. Then you get hit with a RICO because they're saying the thing that you did and already served time for, you did that as some act in furtherance of the conspiracy. So now you're up against, what is it, 5 to 20 years is the potential for count 1 here in this indictment. Yeah, definitely seems like a double jeopardy hit there. And of course they'll say by statute it's not, but you ask me, in reality, that's kind of what it seems like. But yes, not to mention this trial's already an issue as it is. Yeah, that second part especially. Just a whole mess. And then we heard, you know, I kind of knew a little bit about it, but I really like the way Shart laid it out. I think Shart has talked about it in evidentiary hearings as kind of like an aside while he was making an argument. But today was Sprinkle. And I really think Sprinkle's a good witness on the stand to ask these questions with, because I don't think Sprinkle tries to be shady or act like people deserve bad things to happen to them out of thin air, right? Some of the witnesses really seem that way. But with Sprinkle, he's kind of like, here's what I looked at, here's what I know, and I can only tell you what I know. Well, Shart asked him questions that got the context in front of the jury that before this indictment came down, before this all happened, Shannon Stillwell was sitting for a couple years, it sounded like, while his previous attorney, Maxon, was wondering like, hey, you haven't even charged him. He's sitting here unindicted. So what's going on? Because remember, they ended up trying to charge a select group of people for the Donovan Thomas murder at first, then decided, oh, oopsie, nope, never mind, and then came back and switched up who they wanted to charge. So now the jury gets to hear, and it's not quite double jeopardy because, he didn't actually go to trial with that, but it feels the same. They're having him locked up because they suspect him of being guilty of a certain act. They have him sitting there for a couple years until they finally say, all right, I guess, oops. Yep, can't be doing this. Let's figure this one out. Oh, and then let's actually charge him for it and bring him to trial finally. It's effectively the same thing that double jeopardy should be in place to prevent. Especially, he was asking for a speedy trial. So, just something that bothers me. I don't think that people should be stuck waiting for years for a trial. It's even worse when they're not even indicted yet. So, Bridgetta, on a positive note, very big thank you here, Bridgetta. 5 memberships gifted in the chat. So let's have a happy moment here. Big shout out to Bridgetta. Very kind here to gift the 5 memberships. And I joked, my banner says, you know, if you got a gifted membership today, you are one of the many that's getting spied on from the bushes. So be careful out there. Be careful. I think Viverito's sitting here like looking at me right now. Oh, I don't have Doug's number, you guys. I do not have Doug's number. But Doug does pay attention on X, so. But yeah, gotta fix that microphone situation today. And if you missed the beginning of court today, it's like they had a different audio feed for like 30 seconds. It was so loud, and then they switched it. You could hear it switch. So who knows? Asia Mullen, thank you so much for becoming a member. Viverito's now spying on you from the bushes today. Laura Radzavala says, how come they can put in the convictions to be considered if they already did their time for that? That doesn't seem fair. That always bothered me. Well, and I think there's 2 layers here, right? So I guess the difference is, well, we're not asking this jury to figure out whether or not they're guilty of the thing that they were previously charged with. We're just asking them here within this trial to determine, did they do that thing in some way as part of criminal street gang activity, right? Were they doing it in furtherance of the gang or a part of a conspiracy to violate RICO? So that's the distinction by words, by statute, that makes this allowable. I think it's a tricky area, and I also think it's interesting when, if you boil it down to like a 1-sentence elevator pitch, the jury's kind of being asked, do you think these guys did this stuff together? Maybe not literally every single thing, but do you think, you know, it was ebb and flow? Different people are working on this one crime together. We're doing this other crime together, and we're all here to eat the results of our criminal activity together. All the bread that gets put on the table from all of us doing these little things, we all get to eat because we're part of this enterprise. So when the jury's being told, hey, with Diamante Kendrick's plea deal, don't hold that against Shannon Stillwell. You should only hold that against him. Oh, and Shannon Stillwell, his plea, don't hold that against Diamante Kendrick. You should only hold that against him. Now you're putting it out there that these people have a plea, a prior plea. These people have a prior plea. It just creates that image of the very conclusion that the jury is supposed to find here. The plea deals alone can do the heavy lifting. These people were all doing things, and they were all around each other. And that's not really this prosecution within this case, presenting their case and proving what they're asserting here beyond a reasonable doubt. So I don't know. I don't have a solution here, but just in my head, something about it doesn't seem like the right way to do things. So I feel you, Laura. I don't have a good something optimistic to say here, unfortunately. Chloe Alberts Revenge says, look out for the Flex Seal Warriors. Yeah, the duct tape gang threw me off. Have we heard about that before? You know, sometimes I feel like maybe we did hear about it and it just gets pushed off the shelf, right? You know, we hear about so much. But yeah, the Flex Seal Warriors. That would bring a new meaning to the coded language of wet 'em up. You just get the Flex Seal, seal it back up. What does that mean? Are we out here bandaging people? Bandaging our ops? Making sure they have no leaks? The whole duct tape thing was a whole thing today. And that's true, right? If we did hear about duct tape gang, we wouldn't have forgotten it. Just crazy. And I want to hear like the story. Like, how did we get here to call ourselves the duct tape gang? Are we like taping people to chairs? I don't know. We just taping things together. Do we do really good cable management? like what do we do as a gang? Big shout out here also to Taybiz TV. So good to hang out with you the other day. Love that you were streaming again. I'm glad you're hanging out with us today. I don't know if you were here yet because this is timestamped for about an hour ago. But we had when Sprinkle was on the stand, I think it was Shart, brought up Lil Mike and Quez, and I thought of you instantly. So much love for Taybiz TV. I'm sure the mods have already shared Taybiz's link. But just in case they haven't, Taybiz has one of my favorite commentary styles. Great voice for podcasting, vlogcasting, vlogging, as Doug Weinstein would say. Love to listen to him, and very thoughtful, you know, considers things outside the box, outside the bushes, if you will. So always love it over there. Hold on, I flip back over here and Peter Ortiz says duct tape and baby oil. Isn't that kind of like counterproductive? Oh boy. Oh, so like DTE is duct tape? Hold on, you know, because sometimes the chat makes jokes, but is like the acronym if someone is claiming DTE. Is that this? Because that's good context there. Just got to make sure I'm getting this right. Appreciate you, Zariah. Curious Coco, New York. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. Grateful for Cat, this chat with the capital C, and Had to Slime 5. Oh yeah. So big shout out here to Curious Coco, giving 5 gifted memberships here, helping Viverito have 5 more people to keep their eyes on. Oh man. Thank you so much, Curious Coco. Oh man. This whole Bush thing is gonna kill me today. And I know we laughed throughout this trial. There isn't really much else of an example in this trial that I think I'd have a goofy graphic sitting on the screen. And part of the reason for that is because she's not being shown on camera, right? And I highly disagree with that. So this is a bit of my own protest. But to be goofy about it, I don't know. Like if someone was a victim of a crime and they're coming to testify and they didn't want to be on camera, there's absolutely zero way that I would ever put their picture on screen. I wouldn't do that. But there's just something that I think is so wrong about this. And I get that the jury's sitting there, they get to look at the side of her face. But there's something about credibility of getting to see the demeanor of the way somebody's answering. And I think that transparency just ripped out from under us, from under the public. I don't think it's okay. But let me just make it clear that I would not be, really for the rest of this trial, I wouldn't be putting goofy things up on the screen. But today of all days, 'cause this is such a key witness, this is really what they're going to use to try to hit that home run, the grand slam, close up their case. She takes her job so seriously, but she can't be on camera. I just disagree with it ethically, disagree with it professionally, disagree with it for how it fits within a court of law where the defendants have the right to a fair and public trial. And where we as the public have a right to at least some public access. I don't think that this should have been denied. So this is me being, who said, I think it was Plans and Pens in the chat that said I put my petty boots on today. Pulled them all the way up, the galoshes, the petty galoshes are on. Harp City, thank you so much for this. Love this shout out here. Harp City. Showing love to Cash Money Cass. She is the bomb on X and Twitter, TikTok, which now I use because of Doug and Cass. I cannot wait to see the content from today. Now, if you don't know what we're talking about, if you just see Cash Money Cass in the chat and you're like, what are we talking about? Well, she also does skits primarily of all the shenanigans going on in the YSL Trial. The way she does things, very creative. She, every time she does a Max Shard impression, she has some kind of hat or hoodie on to talk, like make sure she plays off being bald. really thoughtful stuff, and she's really quick with it. So if you are not following her already, and thank you, Harp City, for the shout out. First is the TikTok link. And let me get the X link, because I know not everybody uses everything. And be careful, Cass, because I see that you've got particle emojis. Is this gunshot residue in your Twitter name? You got the green hat? You've got money? I don't know, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Watch out there, Viverito's gonna come find you. Thank you so much, Harp City, for the love. And Cass, if you don't have binoculars, I would literally send you a pair of binoculars, especially if you have that like Amazon same-day delivery, like the 2-hour delivery window. Please let me know if that's something in your area. It would bring the sketch of the day to another level. And Harp City also says, if you want to laugh on YSL Trial, definitely check out Cass. Like 1,000,000% vouch here. Robbie Walls, thank you for the 2. Thank you for the support. Casey Dog, this is... and I should explain. If you're wondering about Viverito in the bushes with binoculars, she said during her Daubert hearing that helped her get qualified as an expert witness to testify in this trial, that she would be in the bushes watching residents of Cleveland Avenue in their natural habitat. So that's why we've got her in the bushes. But yes, Casey Dog, this is how it feels. It's essentially a safari to Cleveland Avenue for them. Like they're looking at it like a zoo exhibit. It's just insane. She said natural habitat. Like, lady, hello. So that's the mess we have on the table today. Oh, this is even better, Cash Money Cass says. I have one of those giant telescopes for stars. Okay, I'm so excited. Holy moly. Holy moly, this is going to be so good. Speaking of comedy, Chloe Albert's Revenge, other great commentary, comedic commentary here in the chat that you guys have come to know. Hilton's suit looks extra flammable today. Maybe they should bring back Sprinkle just in case. he'll, oh my gosh, if there was a fire, Sprinkle would probably spend his entire time, instead of just going bananas with the fire extinguisher and putting out the fire, he would probably stop and pause and go, now class, first you have to pull out the pin. Then you've got to aim the nozzle. You want to aim at the base of the fire, right? You want to aim at the base because you want to put it out at the source, right? So then you want to aim. This is how you do it. The whole time the fire's growing over there because Sprinkle has to tell us how it works first before he does it. So I don't know if Sprinkle would be the best one for this job. And I don't mind Hilton's outfit today, but hilarious either way. Hilarious either way. BC says, get ready for Mad Max, the Eminem of attorneys. His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms is heavy. It's vomit on his sweater already. And hold on, we're going to say the state spaghetti, because they're the ones that have been throwing this at the wall. He's nervous, but on the surface, he looks calm and ready. I think he's been great with the objections. I am a little bit curious if he couldn't see that spreadsheet while they were reading it. Because there wasn't an objection there. Maybe it's something he'll get into on cross. Because I think it's much more powerful. He's objecting when she's giving speculation. But I think let the state clean up everything, right? The jury's going to remember what they remember. But when you're done, something that sounds like kind of interesting in the moment, but isn't like a punch, you might be aware of it as it's happening, but you might not ever think of it again. If on cross he's able to say, now on direct, when you were reading this, when you got to this line, what did you say? Can you imagine if he pulled that off? If he was able to do that, it would really underscore the way she selectively sees what's right in front of her. Oh, I might have binoculars in the bushes, but if I'm seeing someone do something nice and positive on Cleveland Avenue, I'm going to put my binoculars down and just check my phone for a few minutes. I don't want to look at that part of their natural habitat, right? So if Shark can work some mastery, either he didn't see it, but if he did see it, imagine truly being able to underscore with more than just an objection, the way she selectively read what she wanted to read. Because that would be memorable. That would be way more memorable than an objection. So we'll see. And I don't know. I don't remember. I only got to read the transcript of the Daubert hearing. So this is the first I'm hearing her speak. And we can't see her face. But imagine if she starts off trying to be extra nice, like she's being extra cooperative and neutral to the defense. But if she just boils up like a teapot, ready to start the squealing, because she's hot and boiling. I can kind of picture that being the way it'll go. And Max will just be there like, okay, cool. So, definitely ready for Mad Max here. Happy Annie, thanks so much for becoming a member. You've been around a while, so I feel like this is another one of those, like, YouTube is making it look like a new member. Thank you so much for your continued support of the channel. And thanks for, you're now part of the crew that Viverito is watching from the bushes. Mr. Rev Up, 1,000,000%. Good morning, gang, with a capital G. Oh, I've been waiting for this. Yep. So have I. So have I. I think, kind of a big day. This is the last witness that the state's calling. So. Ooh, yeah, so Susan says she's a snake, and she's in the bushes. And I don't mean that in the slime fashion either. Oh, yeah, Raunchy Dog, good point. She was mad being questioned by the judge. She's going to be really mad at the defense. Yep. Yep. And what happens when you try to... And I know this is going to sound like I'm talking about specific genders, but sometimes it's true in a way. Socialization, the way you're socialized, I do think that women more often than men, they're socialized in a way where they will handle disagreements and arguments and pushback and criticism a little bit differently than men are typically socialized to do so. So if she's someone that takes pride in her knowledge, pride in her work, and she didn't really seem to like, for the judge to say, like, you already told that you're not supposed to be giving your opinion on this. I feel like Viverito is the type of person that might say, my opinion is not just an opinion I'm pulling out of thin air. I've done all this work to get here. I know this stuff. So some people take offense when their thoughts, which are actually opinions that might be based on what they know, some people can't handle being told that their opinion is an opinion. I don't know if the chat can, like, catch what I'm throwing down here. But some people think they're being told that their opinion is an opinion is extremely offensive. It hurts their pride. And I just get this read that that's how Viverito is. That, it's not just an opinion. It's my opinion. Don't call it an opinion. So I think it'll get there. It'll be that boiling teapot. And I think we'll be able to tell even though we can't see her. And the problem is they're introducing so much through her that I don't think this cross is going to be like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, right? There's a lot to get through, a lot to cross on. So it's not just one of those, I just got to keep my cool for a little bit and it'll be over with. So let's see. The Honorable Yeah That says, Investigator Burrito hiding in the bushes outside of Chipotle and Qdoba, watching customers in their natural habitat. Oh, please don't watch me eat. I'm not a messy eater or anything like that. I hate when people are looking at me while I'm eating. I hate it. That's why I seriously turned off my video camera every day. So the thought of someone spying and sitting there watching me eat, my level of already don't seem to like Viverito that much. Just the imagery takes me up another notch here. Good to see you today, Honorable. Yeah, that. Thanks for the 5. KC Dog says the irony of Hilton telling someone to slow down. True. Mike the Mob says they pulled all her pictures off all of their official pages. She was there 2 weeks ago. And I saw some people talking about this on X, and I don't really know because I wasn't looking up her picture a few weeks ago, but I did see people sharing a little bit about her when we started talking about her coming up as an upcoming witness, right? There was buzz about Viverito on X and in different areas where people were talking about this case. So I've seen more than one person say this. So very interesting that they pull her pictures down in anticipation of her taking the stand and not wanting cameras to be shown. Because they know the arguments, right? They know what the defense's counter arguments are going to be. Well, there's not much to hide if her pictures are up on the official website. So you can just do a quick name search on the official site and put it there. The problem with the Woody tape, they'll say, well, yeah, maybe that's an exhibit that was entered into this case, but really it was only all over the internet because of a leak that shouldn't have happened, right? So there's these little ways that they're probably whittling down the defense's argument, which I think they should have won. I don't know. I would love to hear why she feels like being shown is a threat to her security or her position. Because she bragged about how she gets her information and learned a lot by being a probation and parole officer. Which, what's the flip side of that? A lot of people know who you are. With probation, you don't, if someone loses their job because they're locked up for a very long time, they typically go and stay with someone they know when they're released. And if you're a probation officer and you brag about talking to family members, we know you're doing it. It's not just like the person you're making sure you report on knows who you are because your name is on their file and you're the person that shows up to say, hey, why are you not doing this thing? I'm checking in on you. But their family members are going to know who you are because they're probably staying with people because they got out of jail with a small check. So how can she put on this? How can the state represent that her identity is some kind of secret? It's just nuts. Yep, and Woody said that too, always in the hood, watching them. And it's like she brags about talking to people. She said people like to talk to her, right? That's this extra double self pat on the back. I'm so good at my job, people like to talk to me. And Midnight Snack, I was a PO, everybody knew me. Where the club areas in Rochester were concentrated, the let out area, people would say once in a while, or like, that's so-and-so, but they're off duty, or that's a PO over there. People would know. People would know. So, right, just happy to be there. This whole trial, man. Y Turner says, when he talks, oh, this is Sprinkle. When he talks like the Clear Eye commercial. Ben Stein, he's lying. See, I don't really think Sprinkle lies. I think he's super serious about his work to the point where he'll bolster himself while throwing other people under the bus. Do you remember the previous time he took the stand? And he was like, well, I had to come in and do the job better because they weren't doing it. That's not his words, but that was what he was conveying. Like, I had to come do it better. He is just all around like a whole character. Like, how do you become a Sprinkle? How do you become a Sprinkle? So I do have a small amount of appreciation for Sprinkle. In my opinion, it doesn't seem like he's willing to know something's a lie and put it forward. Whether or not he gets caught up in his own, I'm so good at what I do, so surely I know what's true and what's not true. So I might be putting forth something as true that might not be true. I can't really give him credit for that part. But I don't think he's just like, I think he wants to be the one that has the honorable badge, the badge of honor for being so virtuous. So, but this is hysterical to me, like the Clear Eye commercial, the Ben Stein. Thank you so much, Y Turner. Chloe Alberts-Event says the sign on the interstate now reads, "Welcome to Fulton County, dragging dudes from hospital beds since 2015. Oh boy. Yeah, that part. That part. And there's a few mentions in this not directly within this case, but when I was looking up like DeMarco Boyer, for example, like who's DeMarco Boyer? He's in custody awaiting. It was like a triple shooting. I think one murder, 2 attempted are the actual charges he's facing. But they picked him up out of the hospital bed. Like, that's how they caught him. That's how they locked him up. So lots of this happening here in Atlanta for sure. Oh, this is a great question, Asia Mullen. So guys, if you're trying to tag somebody, you don't actually have to, if you're on a PC and you start to type the @ symbol and then type like, so if I want to type Asia Mullen, I wanted to tag Asia Mullen and I'm on PC, I can type @ start to type AJ, and her name and maybe anybody else that starts with AJ will pop up if they're actively in the chat. Sometimes there's a lag, so someone could leave and YouTube will still populate their name for a couple minutes, even though they already left. Then you just click it and they'll be highlighted. It will only be highlighted on that person's screen, so you won't see that you've successfully highlighted their name. If you're on mobile and you have to type it out, the tricky part is if I wanted to tag Jason Hodges, to tag Jason Hodges, you got to do the full name. So I'd have to be able to put that boom emoji in there. If I don't put the boom emoji in there, it's not going to highlight his name. That's one of the stories. It's one of the reasons I'm kattnotwilliams. There's actually 2. But the recent reason that this channel name switched from Kat to kattnotwilliams, when I was just Kat, and I'd be in any chat, you guys know how much Kat Williams comes up because everything that Kat Williams predicted or said would happen in 2024, there's a lot of people that are part of that conversation. Anytime there's celebrity drama, someone will be like, Kat tried to tell us. So on YouTube, anytime I was in a chat, my name was constantly getting highlighted because all they had to put was KATT. So that's second reason, the main reason I changed my YouTube name. So it does have to be the full name for it to be highlighted. You don't actually need the @ symbol, but the @ symbol will help you get a drop down if you're typing on a PC. So there you go. There's the YouTube tagging lesson there. There you go. And just so you know, when I'm on StreamYard doesn't show me tags for myself. So I might be able to see if I'm looking, I caught this just because I'm looking at the screen, but for me on StreamYard doesn't display the text in a way that highlight my name for me. So if I miss stuff, I do miss a lot. But there we go. Oh, G-Ski. So your name just used to be Grace. So when people talked about Nancy Grace, you'd get tagged. They'd be like, why are you people talking about me like that? And they really meant Nancy. Let's see. Andre, good to see you. Andre says, Aunt V needs to get out the bushes. They pulled her out the bushes to bring her up today. They sent, what's the I never know her name. The investigator that everybody thinks is pretty, the one that Quindarius Zachary wanted outside of his hotel room to stand there and patrol or whatever. She had to go find Viverito in the bushes to get her in today. Heck yeah. Ooh, Y Turner says, who you texting, Hilton? I didn't see that part. Interesting. Wondering if she was trying to get confirmation on something. Curious. To Slime, Touche says, Juror 56 hates the state even more this week. And that's the thing. This, I think, is going to be a long witness. It's not, maybe I think it's interesting to follow, but that's because I've been waiting for Viverito. Part of my anticipation for Viverito is we know about the evidentiary hearings where her name has come up. But the jury, I don't know if the jury has like the baseline of interest coming into today for Viverito's testimony like maybe some of us do. Maybe they do. But if the jury finds this boring, and then this ends up being a multi-day witness, think about Juror 56's email to the court. Great point here, Touche. Joanna says, yes, how they bring a different car with a different hat. Listen, because they see what they want to see. They say, oh, pink beanie, got him. Got him. Who cares if this tag belongs to someone named Eric Moore and isn't the car that we end up pulling Shannon Stillwell over, or he pulls into the driveway, whatever, when we apprehend him. Different car. Obviously a different beanie, even though it looks like the same beanie. Let's not ask those questions. Let's just present and hope that the jury doesn't pay attention when Max Sharp beats it up on cross. So, I have no explanation here for how they thought that that was going to fly. Oh, Mel Klump says the original Chipotle is 10 minutes from my house. I always think that that's kind of cool, like the relic of like a fast food, like the first. I think someone in the chat recently said they live near the original McDonald's. That was like a couple weeks ago, maybe this week. You know, me and my time. Don't ask me about time frames. Oh yeah, shout out to Raunchy Dog here. Nancy Grace has never seen someone wrongly charged. Everyone is guilty. Heck yeah. And I think it's interesting, like a lot of people will qualify, like, I might watch Nancy Grace because they'll say like she's messy, but I don't agree with her takes. I just watch them because it's a mess. So no Nancy Grace content for me, so I don't know. I have no skin in the game. I just know that recently there's been some drama with Nancy Grace and the Delphi trial. She was attributing her show, one of her shows was attributing video content that they were displaying to make the case that people were being rude or callous or disrespectful, in a way harassing the family members of the victims in the Delphi murders. They were falsely attributing those videos. They were putting Andrea Burkhart / YouTube as the text on the screen when they were playing videos about this stuff, even though it's not Andrea Burkhart's content whatsoever. So a little bit of drama there, and then they made that video private. Their broadcast went private, so yes, that too. She was there for one hour to form her opinion and then left the courthouse for the day. So, and I might be biased because I'm a big fan of Andrea Burkhart. I think she highly intelligent and insightful. But I know with Delphi, she was there from start to finish. So. Yeah, Nancy knew one too. Fair enough. It's like this trial. We have spent a year watching this messiness. Two. You know, those pre-trial hearings were a little bit of a, I know we complain about the audio, but during the pre-trial time, that was a little painful to listen to just for the audio quality. It's like it felt like there was like a white noise machine blaring on full volume on the right side and then trying to hear the people speaking in court on the left. Yep, see, living life, love this, and this is how it should be. We are not trained to testify with our emotions and tone. Read only what's in the report. And most importantly, if you're going to read from the exhibit you're supposed to be reading from, don't selectively go, and then dart your eyes and skip something. Oh boy. Oh boy. Mike the Mob also says, great morning, Cat and Bat, the chat with the capital B. Stay slimy and shiny. I like slimy and shiny. That's a new one. Jennifer Devine says, shrinks YSL about a mental disorder called magical thinking. Burrito has it. She will look for things to fit her story. Is that actually magical thinking? I mean, I can interpret that to mean like fantastical. What exactly does that, Cool, we're just gonna do the Bing quick summary here. So magical thinking is the belief that unrelated events are causally, not just correlated, but causally connected despite the absence of any plausible causal link between them. It involves the idea that personal thoughts, feelings, or rituals can influence events in the material world. So, connection, symbolism, and transference. Yeah, that's a good one. I would say there's a bit of that going on here. And again, it sucks when this is couched, like, if this is the way we're getting to this way of thinking, but it's couched behind the designation as an expert witness who has her own position carved out for her as a criminal intelligence analyst, right? Is that what it was? Wait, that sounds like CIA. What was the title? It wasn't criminal intelligence analyst, was it? Whatever her title was. Like, it really seems like we're couching this phenomenon, this way of thinking, under two very credibility boosting titles. Not great, not great. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Taught me something new here, new term. Love to learn new concepts. You know, YouTube is cool because I grew up when I grew up, I played online games a lot, and that was a lot of text-based communication, and from people all over the world. So, you know, sometimes you have to tone down in inflections. Things don't transfer in plain English to someone who might not be a native English speaker. I was spoiled, right? Everybody was coming to play a game that was based out of the UK, RuneScape. So a lot of the players from around the world that were playing it, luckily for me, from my understanding, in my own little bubble here in the United States, a lot of the players also knew English. But there's a loss of meaning when someone doesn't know exactly what a native speaker, certain words that we would use might mean. So putting concepts into words, I feel like I can think about things, but sometimes putting things into words, finding the terminology for them, being able to conceptualize. Always appreciate stuff like this, Jennifer, because it really improves. I'm not just up here like, how do I say this to you guys? Now I have a way to do it. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. And shout out, when I have some free time, there is a new Andrew Gower. I don't know what it's called. I think it's something with a B. Did a new version of RuneScape. And video game design, you guys, involves a lot of creative writing, storytelling, character creation, game design, experience design, user experience. Tons of fields go into game development. So one of the creators of RuneScape, which is one of the most widely known and like foundational MMORPGs out there, a new style of game where there's different iterations, almost like different chapters. So that experience you get when you first start a game, and it's really easy to like get from level 1 to level 2 and level 3, and it's like really rewarding right away. And then the higher levels are the grind. The higher levels are more advanced. You need to do more to grow to the next level. Well, they designed a new game, and I wish I knew the name. It's something with a B, where each chapter you start again as level 1 with a new. Each chapter has kind of like a new theme. Like maybe you're a forester in chapter 2, and you're starting at level 1. So you get to enjoy that rush of an experience. And thinking about that as terms of product development, if every game feels like you play your level 1 and you got to rank up to level 99, it's the same thing over and over. Every game just seems like a grind after a while, the same thing. But I think this is a novel approach to games. I thought it was so cool to look at how they conceptualize that. So I gotta look. Let me find out what that game was called. And I think stuff like that, even if you're not a gamer, just the way that the creative thought process behind how that's developed is just really cool to think about. Same thing, like social apps. Tons of new social apps come out, but what does it take for one to actually be different enough to get adopted? Like TikTok came out because Vine was dead, and TikTok became the scroll through, get lost in videos. And honestly, I don't think Facebook Watch and Instagram Reels have really been able to take away from what TikTok is on its own. Even though they probably had audiences to start with, TikTok had to start from scratch. So I think it's always interesting. I don't really use TikTok. I don't use Reels, but I love looking at how one can emerge over the others. Let's see. I know my brother talked about this game. Brighter Shores is the name. Brighter Shores is the name. And I won't go on a deeper tangent here, but I'm going to share a link from Steam that discusses why Brighter Shores was designed as a novel experience in gaming. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, it's there in the chat. Steam's, well, it's Brighter Shores writing, and it's an article published on Steam. So there you go. There you go. And see what happens when they're late from lunch. Go down an entire rabbit hole. Yeah, I still struggle with TikTok. I mean, I tried to pull it up to look at Doug and all that and Cash, but honestly, they share their stuff to Twitter. I end up seeing more of it, clicking it on there. No, factual lie. I loved RuneScape. Unfortunately, my account was hacked and they deleted my max level character. That sucks. Oh my god, I wonder if we knew each other. Because I used to be on the leaderboards. You ever go back and look up like the top character names from when the game was smaller and young? You'll see it'll unlock memories. Um, yeah, it was a whole time. A whole time. This sucks. There is some recovery process that they have now if you can like remember some old stuff, but and it's worked for a decent amount of people, but not everybody. So maybe there's some hope. Let's talk about it. Says, I just love your channel. I appreciate you. Appreciate you right back. Good to see you in here. Okay, Joseph becoming a member. Thanks for becoming a member. Courtney for the 2 here. And then Courtney also says, there's a press conference on Fox 5 about civil rights in Rice Street. Oh, hold on now. This is, let's see. Let's see if they publish that as a video that still stays up on after it's live. Okay, so I'm gonna link this in the chat if you want to take a peek at this now. Something that we can also maybe do a separate stream to look at, because this is actually interesting. Thank you for the ping on this, because I would not have known it all. Also going to share it on X if you want to find it later without having to go through YouTube to find it. So let me get an X post. So I'm looking forward to watching this. And it says it's 50 minutes. It's probably shorter because you know at press conferences, they just like have the cameras standing in front of the stand with the microphones waiting for the person to come out. So it might not even be the full 50 minutes. So we could probably squeeze it in if it's shorter during the afternoon recess. All right, so that's also going to be and I always feel weird when I say something like thank you to Courtney for the ping, because I'm like, there's going to be another Courtney out there that's like, huh? But thank you so much to the Honorable Courtney here in the chat for the ping on this. Great to bring that forward. Excited to see what they say. And, you know, I'm a little skeptical going into Fulton County promises. Okay, and Shell says it is actually 50 minutes, so they got right into business. It's a longer one. Let's see, maybe we can, if you guys would be okay during the lunch recess. There was other stuff I wanted to watch at the end of the stream yesterday, but court went until like 6:30, so. If they do the same, maybe they won't, but if they do the same, I wouldn't want to promise we're going to watch it at the end of the stream. Yeah, whole mess. So this has been something that's been buzzing for a little bit, right? The Justice Department investigation into the Fulton County jails. I'm not optimistic about what their reports found. It's like that one, I feel like it's going to be like that one health inspection for the restaurant that always gets a bunch of bad marks, that everybody has known has a bunch of bad marks, but a year later, they're still getting that. Yeah, no, we're still on lunch. All right, they're back. So I was like a minute behind.
When you were working with them, what
right, you can go ahead, Ms. Holton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Investigative Viverito, when we left off, we talked about the February 9th, 2022 stabbing of Mr. Bennett. Just going back to 2019, when you were working with the probation department and you were working with Atlanta Police Department, when you were working with them, what exactly was your roles and responsibilities when you were working with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was assigned full-time to the Atlanta Police Department. I had a caseload of, I would say, high-risk gang members that were assigned to me. And we would monitor and provide investigative assistance to other units when there were cases involving gang members, cases in gang areas, and we'd help out along the way with those cases as they come up.
And when you say you would monitor them, tell us exactly what would you do?
We could all just be sitting in the office and we have the radio going and we may hear an address pop up and they say, okay, we have a person shot at this address. One of us might respond out there. We may call that unit and say, hey, what do you guys have? We might pull the reports later on. We could check and see. Not sure if you guys have heard NIBIN leads the ballistics testing. When shell casings match, we might say, okay, let's see if this matches something. And then we'd go dialogue with the investigator and say, hey, take a look at this. This might be a motive. These are your parties. These are your players, and do things like that.
And in your doing that in 2019, we discussed briefly, did you come to find cases in which YFN members or YFN locations were either the targets of some type of crime, or YSL members or YSL locations were the targets of some crimes?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to certain dates. On May 10th of 2019, did you become aware during that time of an incident that happened at 1600 Pryor Road?
Yes.
And 1600 Pryor Road, is that in any particular territory?
It borders on what would be the Summerhill neighborhood, leading to the Summerhill neighborhood, which is where YFN would be frequenting.
And as a part of knowing about that investigation, did you learn there was a victim in that case?
There was.
Okay, who was the victim?
A gentleman named Milton Howard.
And were you familiar through your investigation with an individual by the name of Milton Howard?
Once I took a look at the case and spoke with the investigators, I learned that.
Sustained.
Okay. Without telling me what you learned or what anyone told you, did you determine if that person was associated with a gang?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang was Milton Howard associated with?
YFN.
And was anyone ever arrested for that incident?
Yes.
Who?
Javon Fleetwood.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood that had the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Also in 2019, in that same role that you had, did you become aware or did you receive police reports about an incident that happened on Cruz Street?
Yes.
Is Cruz Street in any particular gang territory or neighborhood?
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
Say that one more time.
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
And is that the neighborhood affiliated with YFN?
Yes.
Do you know that location specifically of 1040 Cruz Street?
Can you define?
Do you know, is it a store, is it a house, is it a shopping center? Do you know what it is?
That was over 5. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
And were there any victims at the location?
I believe there were.
You want to rephrase?
Yes. Sitting here today, are you familiar specifically with that incident?
Can I Look at my notes to refresh my
Do you
recollection.
have notes regarding a timeline of events that occurred in 2019?
I do.
Will looking at your notes help refresh your memory as to that particular incident?
It would.
Yes. Uh-huh.
All right, we have an approach. We're gonna up this to 13 objections, see what happens. And let me get on this. I'm so sorry, Innocent Bystander channel. I didn't slip by it. I just didn't get to it because I went on a tangent about RuneScape and game development. So my bad. Big appreciation here for Innocent Bystander channel. Very good to see you today. This is a big day, Marissa Viverito. But Innocent Bystander channel says to go with the 20 memberships that seem to slip by you. My bad. My bad. They are here. They were just still down the list. We're gonna make you a squeak sponsor. And we just got another squeak. Look at that. That particular squeak was sponsored by Innocent Bystander channel. And oh, you have a Sarah Boone video now. Okay, Innocent Bystanders channel dropping in the chat. I was gonna say great YSL content, but also Sarah Boone.
It would.
All right. Just look at it without saying anything. If it refreshes your memory, look at it and look at it when you're finished.
Okay.
Okay. Did that help refresh your memory as to whether or not there were any victims at the location?
Yes.
Was YSL Lucci at that location?
I learned through the investigation that he was present, had been seen at the location, yes.
And was that incident on May 22nd, 2019?
It was.
On that same day, did you learn of or did you have the case to investigate a shooting at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I learned that there was shots fired there, yes.
Okay. And was that also on May 22nd, 2019?
Yes,
And as we talked about earlier, that's in the Cleveland Avenue area.
correct.
Again, back in 2019, was there this, again, kind of back and forth of shootings, back and forth between YSL areas and YFN areas?
Correct.
On May 25th, 2019, was there a shooting at 211 Cleveland Avenue?
I believe there was a shots fired call that came up at that location, yes.
Yeah. And is that in the Cleveland Avenue YSL area?
It is.
Objection.
Okay.
Sustained.
Is 211 Cleveland Avenue in an area frequented by YSL members?
It is. It's in that neighborhood, yes.
In May 27, 2019, was there another shooting at 355 Bellegarde Place?
There was.
And were there victims a part of that shooting?
I just need to refresh real quick. There's several incidents I want to misspeak or confuse them. That's all. Yes,
And were there victims in that shooting?
there were 2 people present. Nobody was struck, I believe.
Now, with the instance that we just referred to outside of the one that happened on Pryor Road, for the Crew Street and the 2 Cleveland Avenues and the Bellegarde Place, was there anyone ever apprehended, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Now, taking you to June of 2019, did you ever learn of an incident in which the grave of Donovan Thompson was defaced?
Yes.
And was there a police report associated with that defacing?
I believe there was an information report taken.
What's the difference between an information report and a police report?
I mean, it's a type of police report where just information was given, and they wanted the incident documented.
And as a part of this investigation here in this indictment, did you pull any social media accounts from a social media website called the Shade Room?
I did.
Right. And why did you go into the Shade Room and see any type of social media posting?
I think just being on Instagram, I just so happened to see the posts come up, and it was relevant to what we had been working with.
And what was the post?
I believe it was a post that came from the account associated with Jeffrey Williams. And
why was it significant to you?
It was directed at Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, YFN saying that if I didn't like what you did for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed you.
And did you grab that, did you do a screen grab of that posting?
I did.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked. It states it's 429 VV. Tell me if you recognize 429 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 429 VV?
This is a accurate depiction of what I had screen grabbed.
And does it appear to have any additions or deletions from what you screen grabbed as a part of your investigation?
Does not appear to, no.
Your Honor, this time say would like to admit 429 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And what was the date of the post?
When it was posted on the Shade Room, I believe it was August 19th of 2019. That's the date that they had reposted it, and it's saying 46 minutes ago on the original post, but I can't give you an exact timing of the original post. This is when I saw this.
And you said August 19th. I see a date on there. It's August 18th.
18th, I'm sorry, 2019.
Okay. And do you know, to your knowledge at all, if that particular post was ever deleted from the actual account of Thugger Thugger One's account?
I believe it was.
And do you know if this was captured on a Shade Room just prior to it being deleted or before it was deleted off of the Thugger Thugger One account?
I believe right before it was.
And this is posted or around the time of August 2019. Is that towards the end of this back and forth that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, you talked about in 2020, there was some transition in employment or what you were doing initially in 2019, and then you transitioned to something, a new role in 2020. What was that transition in 2020? What was your new role?
So I had been promoted to criminal investigator, and I was sent to the special operations section, to where typically once you arrive there, you're assigned out to a task force. It could be the ATF, the FBI, the DEA. I went to the GBI gang task force. I then went through a police academy associated with that position. I graduated and then went to, because my whole career had been spent in Atlanta, I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department, and I worked out of their gang unit.
And what were you able to do now that you weren't able to do in 2019 with those 2019 cases? What were you able to do with the 2020 cases?
I was freed up from supervising an actual caseload, so I was free to, and now that I'd been through the academy with them, charge and work criminal cases.
And did you end up then working criminal cases, again, associated with the conflict that was happening between YSL and YFN?
I did.
I want to direct you to May 4th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to be a part of the investigation of an incident that occurred at 1220 Gun Club Road?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I believe that night we were out on the street working and we heard the 911 call come up for the incident.
Were you in the
Once you heard the
bushes?
911 call come up, what was the incident that came up?
There was I think it was described on radio as like a active shootout up and down Gun Club Road happening at that moment.
Okay. What did you do once you received the call? Or heard the call over the radio?
I believe we reached out to the aggravated assault unit to find out who the victim suspects were.
And who were the victim suspects? Let me ask you this. Once you learned about who the victim suspects were, what did you do?
I looked at their social media accounts.
Whose social media accounts did you look at?
Mr. Tanquarius Mender.
And had that name come up before? Were you familiar with that name?
I was.
How were you familiar with Tanquarius Mender?
I'd worked with him previously in my other roles, and I'd spoken to him before in non-custodial settings, custodial settings. So I had a pretty decent rapport with him at that point.
And we spoke of him earlier. Was he associated with a gang?
Yes, YSL.
And did he have another association with another gang?
He did.
What was that?
The Rolling 60s Neighborhood Crips.
And did Mr. Mender have a nickname?
He had two.
What are his nicknames?
He would either go by Nard or Stunna.
Now, you said you looked at his social media. Did you look at anyone else's social media?
No, just his at that point.
Okay. Once you looked at Mr. Mender's social media, what, if anything, did you do next?
When I spoke with the aggravated assault unit, I let them know about a post I'd seen the day before.
What was the post?
Mr. Mender had been driving around Summerhill, tagging Summerhill, kind of laughing while he's driving around Summerhill.
Is that the post that you talked about earlier this morning?
It was.
Okay. Once you informed the ag assault detective, did you do anything else as related to this case?
No.
Right. Did you ever look in Marquavius Huey's phone around the time of this investigation?
No.
Was Mr. Mender the only person associated with this case on Gun Club Road?
At that time, yes.
Okay. When you say at that time, what do you mean?
Later on, I had reviewed Mr. Huey's cell phone extraction. I had learned about additional parties that were involved.
What additional parties?
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Sustained.
Let me ask you, when did you look at Huey's phone?
I'd say right when I got them back, but it was pretty, there's a lot of things, so it took a while to take a real deep dive into the phone, so I had to do bits and pieces.
Did you look at Huey's phone around the same time when you were assisting Sergeant Henderson with his case in October 2020, or had you looked at Huey's phone prior to that?
No, around October 2020.
Okay. So when you were looking through his phone in October 2020, is that when you saw information about some stuff that happened in May of 2020?
Correct.
All right. After looking through Mr. Huey's phone, did you ever look at Mr. Huey's social media accounts?
Yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
I do.
How do you know Kenneth Copeland?
I was familiar with Mr. Copeland from when I first started working in Atlanta, when he was part of the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang, and I'd supervised him throughout the years.
When you Were you familiar with his social media account?
I was.
In looking at Mr. Mender's, Huey, and Mr. Koblen's social media account, did you see any pictures of any of them on each other's social media accounts?
Yes.
When looking at their social media, when did you see them starting to post or have interaction with each other?
April or May, probably, of 2020.
As it relates to the incident in May of 2020 at Gun Club Road, was there anyone ever arrested for that incident?
I don't believe so.
And was Mender the victim in that incident?
He was.
All right. Now, taking you to May 24th, 2020, were you aware of any shootings that occurred at 98 William H. Borders Road?
Yes.
That location, is that in any particular gang area?
That's an area that would be frequented by members of YFN.
Taking you to May 25th, 2020, did you investigate or have the occasion to investigate a case that happened at 411 Parkway Drive?
The unit worked on a team on that case, yes.
You said the unit worked as a team.
Yes.
Okay. How many other people were you working with?
Probably maybe 10. The unit as a whole would, because there were so many cases, would split up and divide tasks on each case.
Were there any victims associated with that case?
Yes.
Who were the victims?
Reginald Thomas.
You may.
An objection and an approach. And I'm thinking, City Gent, I think this is Doug doesn't look happy. But I was just thinking that. So, yeah, look at how Max was looking at her. I don't know. And they've got a long way to go, guys. They're talking about 2020. We've got to get all the way to 2022. Long way to go here. Big shout out also, Dee Dee Jones with the kind message this morning. Say good morning, Cat and Chat with the capital C. Super good. Thank you for joining us. I think this is probably better for the West Coasters because I'm late to getting to it. I'm glad you were here. Peter Ortiz dropping 10 gifted subs in the chat. Drop some boom emojis. You know how we do for Peter. There we go. I'll kick it off in the chat. Squirrel Brain Gang, good timing, says, hi chat, just got here. I'm late because I was doing some surveillance over on Cleveland. What did I miss? Oh yeah, it's my turn on the stand, finally. So here we go. This is the culmination. This is the mentor. Well, this was the mentee of the 3 other squirrel brains, now becoming the mentor to the remaining squirrel brains. So here we go. Happy to have you here, Squirrel Brain Gang. And you also brought along 5 gifted memberships, so you have more people to spy on from the bushes. Love how you did that there. Big thank you here to Squirrel Brain Gang for gifting the 5. And if you're looking for a squirrel emoji, you gotta type a chipmunk. They don't actually have a squirrel emoji, just a chipmunk. So it's what we've got. It's what we've got to work with. Big thank you. Love not just your support through and through for this trial, Squirrel Brain Gang, but also love the humor, love the changing pictures. You're always bringing a new squirrel picture, and today it looks like you're out in the wild here doing your observations. Always on theme. Just awesome. Stephen Hickman says, hope you're doing well, Kat. I am doing, I know I'm going through like my angry rants today, but I'm doing well, so thank you for asking. Hope you are doing well as well. And look, you're making sure 5 other people are doing really well today. Gave them a gifted membership, which is super nice. We've got you in. I did some of these. I updated the banner a while ago. So you've been in there. Sorry I'm so late at getting to this. But I do try to keep the banner updated. So that way people know I'm not missing them. I don't want you guys to think I'm missing you. I just like to let the court play. Holy moly, we have 102 people out of the bushes. That's a ton of new members for Viverito to keep their eyes on. Wonder if she's ever been in our chat, guys. Looking at the K&W Rico shenanigans. Chloe Alberts Reven says, I used to babysit as a teenager. That makes me a pediatrician. Heck yeah. Own it. Claim it. Put it on your resume. Thanks, Miss Burrito. Have you guys ever seen, there's like a joke, a running joke with LinkedIn? Like people, and successful people with real resumes, if they wanted to have one, they're just turning their LinkedIn profiles into like troll approaches, like a meme approach to building a LinkedIn profile. Just putting ridiculous things in there, like I can bake 20-minute brownies in 15 minutes and just stupid stuff like that. Very, very funny over there. On a platform that's not typically known for being funny. Ms. Kim says, good morning, all. I pray that every day is starting out great and ends awesome. This is the best group ever. Hashtag pray for these two young men. I think they are in a bit of a rough spot. I mean, maybe it'll work for them that all this stuff, we're not hearing their name too much. We heard a little bit because of the jail call starting off this morning. But with Viverito, it's really been, we're hearing names of people that aren't in this courtroom or were never in this courtroom. But on the flip side, if we end up closing it out by talking about them, if the jury just blurs the lines, hard to decipher. So, very big fight here. And we could be saying like, all right, this doesn't really apply the way they are saying it applies, but we are not the jury. Thank you so much, Ms. Kims, for the positive message. Hilton didn't look happy.
I'm not continuing around there. Who was the victim in that case? I'm sorry, and let me go back into 411 Parkway Drive. I apologize.
That's kind of been, can I explain it a little bit? It's kind of complicated.
Well, first tell me who the victims were, and then, okay, because of the other shooting that happened?
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
a twofold.
All right, let me ask you this. 411 Parkway Drive, are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with 411 Parkway Drive?
That is traditionally Rolling 60 Crip from my experience in Atlanta, Rolling 60 Crip territory in Atlanta. That's somewhere where you'd find them, especially on a nice day, hanging out in the parks, the areas throughout the Fourth Ward.
And was there a shooting at that location?
There was.
Was there anyone ever arrested for that incident, for that shooting?
There was.
Who was arrested for that shooting?
The two that I can think of off the top of my head will be Reginald Thomas and Tydrekus Glass.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear the first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Reginald Thomas, Tydrekus Glass.
And with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Glass, were you familiar with those individuals?
I was.
And were they associated with any gang?
YFN.
And I think I asked earlier about Mender being a part of Rolling 60s Crips.
Correct.
Did Rolling 60s Crips have any association with any gang?
They had an alliance with YSL.
And I said association, you said alliance. Why did you give a distinction?
Because association would just say, like, we're cool, we know each other. Alliance would be like, to me, from my investigative experience, means that they'll work together and they'll partner on things.
She can't decide if she wants to speak from her personal experience or her expertise from her line of work. She cannot decide which she wants to speak from.
Now, I want to take you to May 26, 2020, was there a shooting at 257 Trinity Street?
There was.
And was there a victim of that incident?
There was.
And who was that?
Marcus Sims.
And were you familiar with that individual?
I was.
How?
He was a friend of Tanquarius Mender.
And to your knowledge, do you know Mr. Sims was a part of any gang?
No, we'd classify him as an associate, but I wouldn't say he's a gang member.
And associate of what gang?
The Rolling 60 Crips.
Is that because of his relationship with Mr. Alford?
Both Mr. Mender, Mr. Alford.
On June 1st, 2020, was there an incident at 361 Edgewood?
There was.
Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That's an area frequented by members of YFN.
Was there anyone injured during that shooting?
I don't believe anybody was injured, but I think 2 people were shot at.
I want to take you to June 3rd, 2020. Was there an incident at 600 Martin Street?
There was.
And did you have any part of the investigation of that incident at 600 Martin Street?
May I just look quick to make sure we're speaking about the right incident?
Yes.
Yes.
What was your involvement?
That was a case handled by the aggravated assault unit, but based on the location of where it occurred, we assisted with some information on that investigation.
And what was significant about the location where it occurred?
It was the scene of a YFN Lucci video shoot.
And 600 Martin Street, is that any, where is 600 Martin Street?
In Summerhill.
And were there any victims in that case?
I'm unsure if there was a victim, but I know that there was a vehicle struck by gunfire.
And whose vehicle was struck by gunfire?
Mr. Bennett or Lucci.
I want to take you to June 4th, 2020. Was there an incident at 1044 Hank Aaron?
There was.
Okay. And where is 1044 Hank Aaron?
In the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta. It's an apartment complex.
And was there any apartments or homes shot at or shot up?
There was.
Who do you know whose home was shot at or shot up?
It was the home of, for a family home of Sabian Cluster, better known as YFN Fat.
And were there any shell cases found in that case?
There were.
And were there any shell cases found at the incident at 600 Martin Street on June 3rd?
There were.
And was that this incident just a day apart?
There were.
Was anyone ever arrested for those 2 incidents?
They were not.
And then I want to take you to June 30th, 2020. Was there an incident at 639 Parkway?
There was.
Okay. And is that in the same or similar location as the incident that happened on May 25th, 2020, near 411 Parkway Drive?
I'd say it's several, like maybe 6 or 7 blocks north of where that happened.
And would you still consider that area the area of the Rolling 60s stronghold?
That was the area in the 4th Ward neighborhood. That was the 600 block is the area that they liked the most.
Okay. And were there any victims for that particular shooting?
Yes, multiple.
Okay. Who were some of the victims?
There were multiple members of the Rolling 60s Crips, including Shadari Mitchell, Kenneth Long, Demario Franklin, and Marcus Sims was shot and killed that night.
Is that the same Marcus Sims that we talked about from the May 26, 2020 incident?
It is.
And as a result of that shooting, did you look at any social media?
I did.
Whose social media did you look at?
I believe I was reviewing the account for Tidrika's Glass.
And was there anything of any significance that you found while reviewing that particular social media account?
There was a live video that I found interesting, yes.
Why did you find it interesting?
They were drinking and dancing around in like a kitchen or something, singing Drop a Op and We Celebrate.
And how soon after?
I'm going to object the answer to the pronoun they.
Okay. Is that what the post said?
I believe that, if I remember the video correctly, there should be like maybe two people in the scene, and one of the two YFN associated individuals, or whoever's in the photo, is singing out of their mouth, Drop Op and We Celebrate, while they're like pouring shots, I think it was.
Okay.
You didn't answer the question that was just being asked of you. Because you probably couldn't. But guess what? You interpreted your own words as if that's what was being said. Look at Shard's face here. Grimy. She's so assured.
And throughout the rest of 2020, were there just other shootings that you, being a part of this unit, found of note to you?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of those shootings in both the YFN associated territory as well as the YSL associated territory?
Yes.
Right. Now, I want to go back to the stabbing of Mr. Bennett in February of 2022. Once you received the text messages and you reviewed them, what, if anything, did you do next as a part of your investigation in determining what was going on with the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I continued to monitor jail calls for any chatter that was going on within the jail, because Mr. Bennett, of course, luckily was not killed, to make sure that nobody else was going to attempt anything or a way to harm Mr. Bennett.
And as you continue to review jail calls, did you find any additional jail calls of note to you regarding any stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. What was that? What did you find?
I found a phone call made by YSL member Christian Eppinger.
And what did you do once you learned or heard that call?
As far
like once you listened to the call, what, if anything, did you do?
Again, it was a call where a female was acting as a middleman. So to identify the person that she was reaching out to, I obtained phone records for the female, identified the number that she called at that exact time that the jail call was taking place, and then was able to identify the person being called.
And who was the person being called?
A gentleman named Antonio Sumlin.
And did Antonio Sumlin have a nickname?
Obama.
Right. Once you heard that jail call or learned of that jail call, what, if anything, what steps did you take after that?
I then decided to apply for wiretap applications for the phone lines of both Tameka Garlington and Antonio Sumlin.
Why did you make that? Why did you decide to apply for a wiretap?
Because we were fearful that until Mr. Bennett was severely harmed or killed, this plot would continue. So we felt that was the best course of action at that time.
And were you able to secure, be able to go and have a wiretap for both Mr. Garlington's phone and Mr. Solomon's phone?
Yes.
Now, tell the jury, what are the steps that happens once you secure a warrant and you're able to get a wiretap?
I was the case agent on the law enforcement side of things. Then we have like IT people or technical people that they take the paperwork you receive from the judge and they forward it to the phone company. And then usually it takes a couple hours. You have a wire room set up. It's a private, secure location. And I'd say within a couple of hours of submitting the paperwork to the phone company, you'll start receiving data coming in the wire room. You'll start receiving phone calls, text messages, and you'll see sometimes just data, like when you're browsing on your phone or making a video call, you'll see that stuff starts coming in and being registered.
And as far as the wire room, does that have to be maintained 24 hours a day?
It does.
And why is that?
Because you have to actively, you're now responsible for monitoring what's coming in. You can't leave it unmonitored. Somebody has to be there monitoring.
Now, when you are monitoring those calls, are you able to listen to every call, or are there times you have to minimize or stop listening to the calls?
So everybody gets what's called a minimization training. They get informed of the basis of the case. They're passed out copies of the affidavit so they know what's going on, what allowed us to get there. They read through that. We conduct a meeting. Everybody's informed. We talk about what they should listen out for, what's going on. And then they're explained on minimization procedures. So if somebody calls their grandma, for example, and she's talking about what she's going to make for dinner, or what do you want for me to buy you this year for your birthday? You listen for 2 minutes, and if at the 2-minute mark there's no criminal activity, you mute or you minimize for 1 minute. You give the full minute, you resume, you click back in, and you listen for another 2 minutes. If there's no criminal activity, you mute again. And I'm sorry, I say mute, I mean minimize. At that time, once you minimize, you cannot go back, the recording stops. And you do that, now if there's criminal activity heard that's related to your case, you can listen.
And when you got the warrants, do you remember when you got the initial warrants for both the phone from Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sumlin?
I want to say we went up on the line somewhere around like the first week of March. So it should have been around there, like the 10th, maybe years, somewhere around there.
As it relates to Mr. Garlington, were you able to initially listen to his calls?
No.
Why not? What happened?
Coincidentally, he had changed his phone number.
Once he had changed his phone number, what, if anything, did you do? Let me ask you, did you try to secure another number for Mr. Garlington?
I did.
How did you go about securing another number for Mr. Garlington?
I reached out to his probation officer to see if, to remain in compliance, he may have updated her with his new phone number.
And had he done that?
He had.
And then for Mr. Sumlin's line, were you able to go up on his phone immediately?
Yes.
How long were you on, how long did you have a wiretap on each of those phones?
The initial application goes for 30 days. So I know we had 30 days on both. And then I did renewals on both. So we did 60 days. I can't remember if Mr. Garlington went into custody before his 60 days was up or not, but we had authorization for 60 days ultimately on both.
Why did you choose to extend the first 30 days?
Because the criminal activity was still pretty active. There were still crimes being committed, still intelligence being gathered.
Now, I want to direct you to March of 2022.
Okay.
With the stabbing of Mr. Bennett inside the Fulton County Jail, did that information ever get released to the public?
It did, but it was delayed.
Okay. And when you said it was delayed, what happened?
I don't believe it hit the news until some court documentation was filed.
And what court documentation was filed?
An emergency motion for bond on Mr. Bennett's behalf.
And do you know when that documentation was filed?
I want to say the first few days of March, I believe.
Permission to approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6TT. Would I have refresh your memory as to when that bond here, or when that motion was filed?
Yes,
Okay, when was that motion filed?
March 1st of 2022.
And after March 1st, 2022, did you start seeing public media posts about the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, several news outlets picked it up.
Once several news outlets began to pick it up, did you, as an investigator with the gang unit, have investigated this YFN, YSL conflict? Did anything about that report spark any investigation on your part about anything that you were going to do as it relates to the conflict between YFN and YSL?
Based on my experience with with these two groups and the conflicts, we were on heightened alert for any events that or shootings or incidents that may occur.
And by the time the media release occurred, were you already up on the wire, or did that come after the release of the information to the media?
I believe it came after.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention to March 11, 2022. Did you become aware of the shooting on I-75-85 northbound?
I did.
And did you become aware of who, if anyone, was killed as part of that incident?
I do.
Okay. And who was that?
That would be Christian McMiller and Darius Big Ford.
And do you know about what time that incident occurred?
I believe it happened around 3:30 a.m.
And have you had any involvement with any investigation as it relates to that case?
I have.
And is that still an open pending case at this juncture?
It is.
After that shooting on March 11, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting at 12 Atlanta?
Yes.
When was that shooting?
I believe that the incident on the highway took place at 3 a.m. Fast forward to about almost just before 10 o'clock, the shooting at 12 Atlanta took place.
10 o'clock a.m. or 10 o'clock p.m.?
PM. I think the call for service came in around 9:47
And where is 12 Atlanta?
in Summerhill.
And are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with that location?
I believe in 2019 and 2020, it was 12 Atlanta itself. The convenience store was the target of drive-by shootings.
And was there anyone injured on March 11, 2022?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe the gentleman's name is Cortez Houston. He's a YFN associate.
And has there been anyone arrested for that shooting?
Yes.
Who's that?
A gentleman named Stephen Harris.
And are you familiar with that name?
Yes.
How?
He's documented, not by me, but another member of the gang unit as a member of YSL.
After that incident on March 12, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting, without saying any name, of a shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Without saying any names, how did you become aware of the shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
I was in the wire room monitoring the calls in the wiretap, and we heard a shootout being described on the wiretap.
After hearing about that shooting on the wiretap, did you ever come to learn of a shooting on March 14th, 2022 at I-20 in Windsor?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first learn about that shooting?
I believe somebody from the gang unit that I work with had called and let me know that a shooting had come up in that area.
And once you learned about that information, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke with Investigator Flores, who I believe was the on-call gang investigator for that night.
And did you learn of the individual, was someone killed at that location?
Yes,
Okay. Did you learn of the name or the identity of that individual?
a gentleman by the name of SteffJK.
Now, when you first heard that name, were you familiar with that individual at all?
I was not.
When you first heard that name, did you know at that time if this murder had anything to do with any gangs?
No.
And you say no, why is that?
Just because I did not recognize him, I didn't know him, so I had no reason to believe at that time it was.
After hearing about the shooting at I-20 and Windsor Road, did you look at any social media accounts?
I did the next day,
Why were you looking at social media?
just in conjunction with The Wire. We were always monitoring what was going on, just to be abreast of anything we may hear, just so we were aware of what was going on, so we can understand the context of things we were hearing.
And as you were observing social media, did you see anything of note to you as you were perusing social media the next day after the March 14th killing of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
I saw several posts of a gentleman that matched the photo of what I saw of Shamel Drinks at the crime scene being made.
Okay. And when you say was being made, who was it being made by?
Members of YFN.
And about how many posts did you see when you were just kind of viewing and observing?
There were numerous posts. I don't think I could put a number on it.
And when you saw those posts, did you ever capture those posts?
I began capturing them just in case they were needed.
You said you captured just in case they were needed?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to approach you. Permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 465 BV, 467 BV, and 468 BV. Tell me if you recognize 465, 467, and 468 BV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 465, 467, and 468 BV?
These are three of the social media, of the several social media posts that I captured following the death of Mr. Drinks.
And are those three just some of the examples of what you were seeing being posted on the day after Mr. Drinks passed away?
Yes.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the social media accounts that you observed and that you screenshotted back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 465, 467, and 468 BV into evidence.
And, just confirm that I continue
Permission to publish. Now showing you what's been admitted at 465 BV, is that Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is the person posting this picture?
That is a gentleman that goes by the name Kelvin Watts or Shell Kill.
Okay. And were you familiar with Shell Cal?
Yes,
Okay. And how were you familiar with Shell Cal?
from past investigations involving both of these groups.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you 467 BV. Who is the person? Is that also Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is posting that? Who made the post?
It's made by 44 Stevo, which I know to be Steven Johnson.
Okay, and I apologize. Going back to 465, what was Shell Kel's Instagram handle?
It's shellkel_nutlife.
All right. Now back to 467 BV. 44 Stevo, what's his given name?
Steven Johnson.
All right. And was he associated with YFN?
Yes.
All right. And next is 468 BV. Who made the post?
The username is going to be YFNFat14. That's going to be Sabian Cluster.
And is that the Sabian cluster that we talked about a few moments ago with the back and forth shooting?
It is.
All right. And what was that? What did that post say?
I don't feel right putting that behind your name nut with the broken heart.
Okay. Once you started seeing these posts and examples of these posts, what, if anything, did you do? Did you assist at all with this investigation at that time on March 15th?
I didn't, because when you're the affiant of a wire, it's a lot of things you have to do. You have to manage schedules and people in the room and review all the calls. So I was kind of sidetracked. So I was capturing these, working in the wire room, and then I went home to get some sleep.
Now I'm going to take you to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to a shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
And how did you get involved with responding to the shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
One of my partners, either Investigator Dabney or Investigator Flores, called and let me know that there was a shooting at the location.
And let me ask you this. Back in 2022, where were you working?
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And was that a common practice that members of the APD gang unit would reach out to you if there was a shooting that they were responding to?
If it was gang related and something that we had been working on, absolutely. I talked to them daily.
All right. And did you respond to that location?
I did.
Sitting here today, do you recall what time you responded to that location?
I want to say I made it out there probably around 2 a.m., I believe.
You said around 2 a.m.?
Around 2 a.m., I believe.
Court's indulgence for 1 moment. Once you got to the house, what, if anything, did you do?
I met with my partner, Investigator Flores, and I spoke with the officers on scene, and they said they had several victims that were separated amongst different cars on scene while they were still sorting out what was going on. And I got the names of the people that were present.
Okay. And were you familiar with any of the individuals who were present?
Yes,
Okay. Who did you know?
I knew Mr. Garlington, of course, because he was one of my wiretap targets that we had running. And I knew Mr. Shannon Stillwell. I know Mr. Stillwell, I think goes by Jackson also.
Okay. And how long have you known Mr. Garlington?
Probably say since 2014, if not longer.
Right. And how long had you known Mr. Jackson?
2013 or 2012.
All right. When you went out there, did you speak with Mr. Garlington or Mr. Jackson?
I spoke with both.
And were either of them able to provide you any information about what had occurred at their home at the home that night?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I wish we could hear the sidebars. I wish we could hear them. Now, what's killing me is yesterday during the evidentiary arguments at the end of the day, it seemed like the state thinks that Viverito's going to tell us that the nut life hashtag and part of Shellkel's username is supposed to be a memorial, like they're feeling so strongly that Shamel Drinks passed away because he also went by Peanut. But I'm confused by that because did Shellkel change his Instagram handle on March 14th after hearing that Shamel Drinks was killed? Or has his name been Nut Life because it's a memorial to his half-brother?
Did you speak with Mr. Jackson and Stillwell that evening?
I did.
Okay. And was he able to provide you any information regarding the shooting that had occurred that night?
Not anything of substance, really.
Was he able to give you any description of what happened that night?
If I remember correctly, he just said, I think when he arrived at the location, people just started shooting, but he didn't know what had happened or why.
And while you met with him, when you got to the scene, were there cars in the driveway?
Yes.
And was he able to identify a car that he was driving?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was that?
He said a white Audi.
And did he point out that Audi to you?
I don't know if he pointed it out. I think he may have said like that one over there. And I looked and there was one closest to the street. And there were cars parked in the yard on the right side of the house. And there was a white Audi that was like an Audi sedan closest to the street. There was an Audi SUV and an Audi sedan, and it was the sedan that was parked closer to the street.
And did you ever take pictures of that Audi? Or you were investigator Flores take pictures of that Audi?
One of us did, yes.
And did you take pictures of Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Stillwell?
One of us did, yes.
Were you familiar with an individual by the name of Miles Farley?
I had seen him, but I'd never interacted with him before.
Had you seen social media accounts for him?
Yeah, social media accounts, music videos. I'd seen him around with the guys.
Was he present on that morning of March 16, 2022?
He was.
And did you take pictures of him?
One of us, I think Investigative Flores may have.
Now, when you met with or spoke to Mr. Jackson, were they victims of the shooting?
Yes.
At that time, when you met or spoke with Mr. Jackson, Mr. Garlington, did you have any knowledge of who the suspects were in the March 14th murder?
No.
Had you on March 16th talked to Investigator Hogan about his homicide?
No.
Excuse me, was Investigator Hogan the lead detective on the homicide?
Yes.
Shamel Drinks. When you spoke with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Jackson on March 16th, had you seen any surveillance video from the homicide on March 14th, 2022?
No.
When you met with or spoke with Mr. Jackson, did you have any
Pin
knowledge
that.
of the suspect
Pin that.
vehicle as related to that March 14th, 2022 homicide?
No. Other than the victim, I have had no knowledge of the circumstances or anything with the investigation.
Did you eventually leave the location at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
You said this is about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Somewhere around there.
Did you at some point in time go to Atlanta Police Department on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
What was your purpose of going to the Atlanta Police Department?
I had to return to check on the wire. I got a few hours of sleep, maybe a couple hours of sleep, but I could. I returned to check on the wire room and also stopped by to see Detective Kevin Leonpacker. Stopped by his office to talk to him for a minute.
And would you work with Detective Leonpacker with your investigations?
All the time.
Okay. And just as a side note, what types of things would you ask Detective Leonpacker to do with your cases that you were working on?
I would bounce investigative ideas off him sometimes with cases that I had, but also most importantly, if throughout my investigations I would obtain cell phones through search warrants and things like that, or in evidence, I would bring them to him with a search warrant for him to conduct a forensic extraction of the phones for me.
Okay. Now, going back to March 16, did you make it to APD?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, did you make it to Kevin Leonpacker's desk where he sits?
Yes.
Are there any investigators that sit close to him in the office?
Yes.
Is Detective Hogan one of those investigators?
It's Detective Leonpacker, empty cubicle, Detective Hogan.
Once you went to go speak with Detective Leonpacker on March 16, 2022, did you see Detective Hogan?
I did. On my way to his desk, I passed Hogan.
And what happened once you passed him? What happened?
When I walked past Hogan's desk, I said, "Hey, Hogan." I said, "Your victim," I said, "is being posted by some of the YFN guys. Just checking to see what you got. What do you got? Like, what's going on?" And then he said, "Well, I got some surveillance video and some people, but I don't know much else."
He said he didn't have much else.
Yeah, he just.
At that point in time, did he show you the surveillance video?
Yeah, I said, "Well, show me what you got. Let me see what you got." And he's pulled. I talked to Kevin for a second. He said, "Come on over," and I looked at the video that he had.
And what video did you look at?
It was video from a gas station that I recognized to be at Fulton and Windsor.
Okay. And what did you see on the surveillance video?
He showed me some individuals that he had identified as his suspects.
Okay. And when you saw the video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately recognized Mr. Stillwell from my interaction with him the night before because he was wearing the same clothes. And I recognized Mr. Farley on the video.
And you said the night before. Were you at the office on March 16th as well?
Sorry, it was the same day. It was 2 a.m., sleep for a few hours, went to the office and met with them. So it was the same day.
And when you watched the surveillance video, was this surveillance video from March 14, 2022?
Yes.
And you had just, not just, but earlier that morning had seen Mr. Jackson or Stillwell Jackson in the same clothes that you saw him in on the video.
Correct.
Right. And then you said you also recognized Miles Farley on the video.
Correct.
All right. Once you recognized both Mr. Farley and Mr. Stillwell, what, if anything, did you do?
There was a third individual in the video that I knew to associate with them, but I didn't know his name. So I told Investigator Hogan he may want to get with somebody else to get a name on that person. And then he showed me the vehicle associated with his case.
And did he show you the vehicle from the surveillance video or something else?
I believe it was a surveillance video.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle, his suspect vehicle?
I recognized it as the white Audi with the Maryland tags from the home at Waters Road that I'd seen hours prior.
Now, you said that you did not recognize the third individual in the surveillance video, and you directed Hogan to speak with someone else. Did you direct him to speak with anyone specifically?
Well, I recognized him by face. A name, I didn't have a name. So I think Investigator Belknap was either in the homicide office or he was upstairs, and I called either him to come to the desk or come downstairs to help Hogan.
And let me ask you this. I want to go back to March 16, 2022. When you spoke with Mr. Jackson about what happened that night, how did the conversation come up about what vehicle was his? Do you recall?
I believe that was prompted by when he said I just got here and they started shooting, or something like that. I just got here and they started shooting, or I pulled up and they started shooting. So I said, well, what vehicle were you in? I think that's what prompted that question.
And when you spoke with Mr. Jackson on March 16th, did he ever speak with you about where he was in the days prior to you seeing him on Waters Road?
No.
While you were meeting with, or not meeting with, but speaking with Mr. Jackson, did you ever speak with him about the homicide that had occurred on March 15th at I-20 and Windsor Road?
No.
Now, going back to later in the day when you were at APD, at any point after speaking with Hogan, did you take any steps to continue assisting him in his investigation?
I went upstairs and reviewed the wiretap data for that time.
And when you say that time, what time are you referencing?
The time that would encompass his homicide taking place.
And did you find any calls around the time of when the homicide took place?
I did.
And we'll come back to that. Once you went upstairs and reviewed and went to the wiretap room and kind of reviewed those calls, what, if anything, did you do next?
I think I just continued to let him know that I was available if he needed anything from our end, but
Did you ever come to take out a search warrant for the home at 2830 Waters Road?
oh, yes, when I was reviewing the calls, now that would be reviewing the calls for the night before. When I responded out at 2 a.m., I began to review those calls from that incident and learned some information that led me to obtain a Fulton County search warrant for the location at Waters Road.
And so let me understand clearly, you heard some information on the wiretap.
Correct.
And was that information on the wiretap from March 16th?
Correct. The time that we responded out there and I encountered Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And based upon what you heard on the wiretap, you then went and applied for a search warrant at Waters Road.
Correct.
Now, let me ask you this. When you got on the scene at Waters Road, did you go inside of the house on March 16th?
I may have peeked inside the house. I can't remember if I don't think I did we didn't search it or anything.
And was there any reason why you did not search the home on March 16th when you responded?
They were victims at that time. I didn't have probable cause in my eyes to obtain a search warrant for the location.
All right. Now, were you able to obtain the search warrant to search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you all search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you have assistance from the Atlanta Police Department to execute that search warrant on March 17, 2022?
The gang unit in conjunction with the SWAT team, Detective Leon Packer came out to help. There's a bunch of people helping out.
Your permission to approach.
I'm losing it over here. So if you remember on cross-examination of Detective Flores, we heard some interesting things. This is how my notes read, and my notes are not perfect, but let's see. Shark's whole strategy on that cross-examination was to get specific times, dates and times. So I'm going to pause. Were they victims that day on March 16th when you spoke to them? Yes. Right? They were the victims. Shannon Still was the victim of that incident. The day before, though, you got behind Audie because Jackson was a suspect already in the 314 incident, the shooting of Chamel Drinks. So Shark was getting at that the day before you were already looking at the Audie. Then at that moment, Shark goes, oh, hold on, let's break it down day by day. March 14th, we have March 16th, and then March 17th. On the 17th, this white Audi, Stillwell was arrested, right? That's the same white Audi present on March 16th. The same white Audi he is alleged to have used in a horrible crime on March 14th. You said you found a book bag with narcotics in some bushes. Did you see someone with that backpack? Flores said, well, helicopter footage with APD. They saw it. Well, who discarded the backpack? I don't know. Well, Stillwell's not charged with those narcotics, is he? No. On the 14th, let's talk about March 14th. Stillwell was in the hoodie and a pink hat, right? Yes. On the 16th, when you respond to 2830 Waters Road, Stillwell was still there. Stillwell was there. You and other law enforcement strictly viewed him as a victim. The incident involved someone shooting at that house repeatedly. By the time you arrived, Stillwell was already in the back of a police car wearing the same exact clothes from the BP video, hoodie and hat. Yes. On the 17th, you detained him, but as a victim, he was not under arrest, correct? Correct. So not legally obligated to answer your questions? Correct. You asked him about the 16th, the shooting at Waters Road. He said he was present and people shot at the house, but you asked him, you were busy asking him, what car were you driving? And Flores says, not what car he was driving, what car was his. So Flores corrected him on that point. Why was Shart asking why he was focused on that question already on the 16th? Shart has this all lined up, guys. I'm telling you. I am telling you. And then Flores, those 3 days were the only 3 days you worked that case? Yes. And then Shart also asked that, when did you piece together that the audio was his? And Flores was like, a couple days after March 17th, which I think the chat was like, we don't buy that. And then on redirect, the state's only focus, and it's telling, the state's only focus on redirect of Detective Flores. Had you seen the surveillance video from when you arrived? No. You didn't know he was in that white Audi? No. So, and then did you consider him a suspect after he said the white Audi car was his? No. That's where he says he connected the dots 2 or 3 days after that, when he wouldn't have been working the case anymore. This is suspect. I think Shart is on this, guys. I think Shart has been on this for this entire trial. Holy moly. So my bad on pausing. My bad on pausing. But think about how that's piecing together with Detective Flores.
We all think this would be a good time for a bathroom break. So let's.
Oh, I could have just kept playing it, so we didn't miss anything.
We'll be back in a few.
I can feel okay about my pausing the pause. Whew. This is, and that's the thing, like, you know, we were talking about, like, calm your horses, guys. You know, sometimes we only ask a witness certain things. We're not going to get into everything. All of the meat and potatoes. We'll just have an appetizer with this witness. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. That was notes, you guys. I did go back and refer to notes because I vaguely remembered some of it. And remember, we have Hogan, we have Kevin Leonpacher get on the stand and say, you know, Hogan had pulled out a bunch of pictures and said, which of these guys do you think that it is? And showed them pictures of people he just knew and suspected. Who do you think could be a suspect of this thing for no reason whatsoever? Just great stuff going on. I mean, I can speed this up a little bit. We'll get caught back up. I felt crazy in the chat. I'm sure my face was fixed looking crazy on the screen because I was like, hold on. The way Viverito's laying this out doesn't make sense. And I could be mistaken. She could have still been talking about, was it March 12th? The other shooting with Cortez and Stephen Harris. She could have still been talking about that. I thought they segued already, but I swear Viverito used the term shootout. And Hilton said, with the shooting afterwards. To me, if she was already talking about the 14th, it would make sense why Hilton would say shooting and not shootout. Because it wasn't a shootout at the Windsor intersection when Shamel Drinks was shot. At least we don't have any evidence of that. There was a gun on the driver's seat, or passenger seat in Drinks' car, but there's no indication that he was firing at anybody at that point in time. But Viverito used the word shootout. And she said that that's what she heard from the investigator that was on duty that night. So were they already looking at that as a back and forth shootout at an area they're saying might be prone to that type of thing? Like, think about how much they're retrofitting to fit what they already conceive about the context to make the story work. We've got the mad scientist Viverito, the Western storyteller Al Hogan, the 3-day piecing dots together after he's no longer working the case, Detective Flores. That's the trio we've got putting this all together. And then Leon Packer coming in, I think on the 16th or whatever, he collects the shell casings. He sees himself in the reflection. He's like, hoo-ha, that's me. And then on the 17th, he goes back to Waters Road and finds one more shell casing. And that one shell casing matches an FN firearm. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. You've got someone that builds rapport with someone and uses what people are saying to get information. We have some random Johnny Hearst that sounds like a fake troll account. What if Viverito really had a burner and would message people to try to get info on social media from a burner account and said something, do you know anything about a white Audi? Like, that puts a target on someone's back. Doing a sting operation through social media, potentially using a burner account. Not only are you putting on blinders to pursue an investigation in a linear fashion with one target in your sight, but if you're using a sting type operation to get information out of people that like to talk to you, doing it through social media on a burner account, and you go out to people, you message maybe, let's say like Shell Kell, you're using a fake account like Johnny Hearst, and you say, do you know anything about a white Audi? And then the streets get to talking, finding out that maybe someone saw someone pull up somewhere in the next 2 days. Someone saw Shannon Stillwell in this white Audi. They pieced 2 and 2 together, and because that was put in their head, they heard that it was this person driving a white Audi. They think, oh, that's the one that did it. Because that's what the detectives, we know that's what the detectives saw in that video footage. When we watch it on replay more than once, we don't see that. But the detectives saw that. And we know the detectives still saw it to this day. Because Hogan was like, oh, you know what? Suddenly, in 2024, there is something a little funny about that U-turn and what's going on here. And we're not even going to talk about the other car. So who put it in the ops' heads that maybe someone driving a white Audi was the one that killed a friend of their people? Like, I don't know. This is just, I could be off base. It's just a possibility. But it's a mad scientist thing. Viverito could be so confident in her investigation that when she's baiting for information, thinking it's a good way to do her job, it could sow the seeds for something, exactly the thing that she's supposed to be putting a stop to actually happen. And that's really horrible. So I don't know. There's my rant. There's my rant. Shout out to Dean Brian Lewis, got green here. Dean Brian Lewis says, hi all, I've been given a free membership. Thank you. So thank you to all the people giving the gifts here. I'm glad you're here, Dean. This might have been from Innocent Bystander channel, who I did not forget these gifted memberships. Thank you again. STS loved this comment here. So this is about Viverito. So this explains why she didn't want to be on camera. When a self-important person is bolstering, there are certain facial expressions that give the game away to those used to such people. Right? You ever dealt with someone that's speaking nonsense in your face? And you get the vibe like, yeah, I'm not really going to take this at face value. Maybe I'll take it with a grain of salt. But the way they keep going and the way they're telling it, you're kind of like, oh yeah, they're really trying to sell me a story here. They're really trying to spin something. We'll use the terms from yesterday. Like, think about that. I think this is spot on, STS. A great reason she didn't want to be on camera. Yes, Spider-Woman. Woody said quite a few times. People kept putting stuff in my head, and I was paranoid, so I can believe these detectives will do or say anything. Yep. I'm sure she did it with others as well. And I think it's even worse with her because it's not always going to be in the setting of an interrogation room. She seems like she was knocking on someone's grandma's house to hang out, make cookies, and talk to their son or nephew if it was an aunt, because people love talking to me, right? So she's in a totally different environment where we don't even get those interrogation recordings. She's got a lot more freedom. She's unchecked. She has a lot less reins over her and a lot more willpower than I think some of the other detectives had. Like, extremely, extremely dangerous combination. So I don't know. And I feel like I'm gonna sleep on this, right? Be laying down thinking about today after it's over. Because especially being on stream, like sometimes it does take, it's not as easy to process stuff while I'm on a stream as if I'm just like hanging out in the chat and watching someone else's stream. But I feel like this is going to be one of those days where, you know, I think about it another way. I think I'm going to go to bed and be like, no, I'm just going to confirm my initial run through rant more the more I think about it. Yeah, lazy Detective Hogan. And what was dangerous about that for him in particular, it seemed like he specialized in homicide investigation, so he has his own combination of bad ingredients, right? You know, he's in charge of something that's, you know, when someone's accused of something that maybe you get a fine if you do. Sucks to be falsely accused, but I would say, you know, I'm not the type of person that would say it sucks to be falsely accused of taking a cookie compared to being falsely accused of killing somebody, right? I think there's a difference there. So he's in a position where when he's wrong or too lazy to do something, it carries a lot more weight, a lot more repercussions for somebody else because of his lazy work or and then we hear Viverito telling us how she's too busy. And I think it's so interesting because when Sprinkle was on the stand previously, not so much today, they didn't really get into it, but we made a whole joke in this chat about his like 8 mixtapes. He went through hours and hours of all these calls. It's this impression that they didn't leave an inch unturned. But then we hear from Viverito, oh no, we're actually trained to prioritize. If we don't hear anything interesting in the first 2 minutes, we'll skip the next minute. And let's say, for example, they're talking about food. We kind of tune that out. But you were just telling us 15 minutes ago in a different line of questioning about code words, and the specific code words that you were interpreting and telling us what they meant were about putting food on the table. So that's a horrible example to give. But not for nothing, I would think, like, just even from a movie level, like a Detective Dennis level knowledge of gang expertise and how gangs communicate, wouldn't you couch your criminal code words, your conversations about the bad things you're doing, in a bunch of nonsense, right? So why would you train, and it's unchecked. Nobody's like, there's no methodology that's being trial and error and refined. They're just saying, we have a process because we created it, and that's why it's a process. Like the Aspen meme. Like, well, how do you know it's an aspen? Well, because it's all aspeny and stuff. Okay. Like, I don't know. This is a lot. This is a lot. She's got her whole... And it's like, I gotta go back and check that title, but if she gave herself a title that, when you break it down, spells out CIA, that would just be hilarious. I really could be wrong, but I swear she said, like, criminal intelligence analyst, but maybe that's not what it was. Oh, we have a... Hold on, I can't click. Let me just load up X. What are we getting over here with Thugger Daily? Gosh, shout out to Vera. And this is actually, I think this is actually Woody's account. Woody vs. Woody. He was in a chat and said Vera smells like hot dog water. Love to retweet Thugger Daily. This one's especially fun to retweet. This whole trial. Thank you for that factual lie. And yes, Marissa Viverito. First name there. And then let's see. Big shout out here to Two Souls for You. Love the picture. Looks like, you know, you can tell. I think you can tell when animals are posing. They know the camera's there. This looks like portrait perfect here. So love it here. Thank you so much, Two Souls for You. Harp City for the 2 says, another BS artist, the State's burrito yucky. Yeah, it's like soggy, collecting all the stuff sitting in the wrap overnight in the fridge. But yeah, and she believes it, right? It's different than someone that knows they're trying to spin a con on you. Like standing on a Manhattan corner trying to sell your CDs, but it's just a bunch of blanks. Like, all right, we know we're BSing. I think Viverito believes her own BS. Like, totally different problem here, too, and not good. No bueno. No bueno burrito. Thank you so much, Harp City. Peter Ortiz says, Kat, thanks. Seeing burrito watching us, I'll be checking the bushes around my house. You gotta check the perimeter, make sure there's no Viveritos out there in the wild trying to spy on you. I can't believe it. And shout out to the closed captions for giving us this gem of burrito as the interpretation, the translation of her name, the transcription of her name. Hope you had a good rest of your birthday. Good to see you. And maybe it's Shanna. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, so my bad. Because there are 2 N's there, so it's probably not Shayna. But I hope you had a good birthday, and now you're saying I've tried to ignore everything from today. Can't do it, can't do it. There's a lot going on. Nancy New One Too says, I'm glad Max mentioned London Drill. Yes. And the music scene yesterday. Everyone should check out Akala, Fire in the Booth, part 1 through 4, and Shiro's story on here. So, if you guys want to check out some London Drill music, this could be a good place to start. It was interesting that, Sumlin, I forget the prior 2 questions, but he's like, I know what drill music is. Oh, I think is drill in Atlanta. Yeah. And then, like, he said he wasn't familiar with London drill music, so, but Shart was. Shart did he was familiar. Who said Thuggerito? I'm going to leave this up here quick, so in case anyone wants to take down the artist name and check that out. And the song recommendations here from Nancy New One Too. But yeah. Just crazy stuff going on. I also, I see Kevin Kirksey calling her embellishment queen. Yeah, and then can I explain is kind of complicated. Have you guys ever heard someone say that and then they told you a BS long story? Let me explain because it's kind of complicated. It is the kind of story you just got to keep going, oh, that's crazy. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Uh-huh. I think Mookie's bringing us all chili, so thanks for supplying lunch. Big shout out here also. Thank you guys in the chat for saying happy birthday to Erica. That was awesome. Tons of confetti going on. It is Erica's birthday. Glad I'm sharing with chat and the gang. So once again, happy birthday to Erica. And that was a long approach, you guys. That was a really long approach. So if you're not, if you walked away, the court's back on screen. They're just not, the audio's off. We got a fist bump there from attorney in training Yak and somebody else. Oh, they're cutting us out again. And by the way, I think my objections counter is off. I mean, I didn't know what to make of the last approach. Unless it was a foundation issue, I don't really it either was foundation and that was Shart's issue on approaching. I don't really think that that was his issue though. But if it was foundation, the
Okay.
defense won, maybe. So I just didn't count that.
That you went to Waters Road and you went to the search down.
Correct.
When you got to Waters Road on March 17th, 2022, did it look the same way that it looked when you were there on March 16th, 2022 around 12 a.m.?
You're talking about,
When you were at the house on March 16th, 2022.
yes?
When you went on March 17th, 2022, did the house look the same on March 17th than it did on March 16th?
I'm going to overrule that. I mean, go ahead. You can answer.
Are you talking about before or after entry was made?
After entry was made.
I mean, it's not a particularly clear question. That may be the problem.
On March 16th, when you went to the house, did it have TVs and video surveillance systems and stuff?
Based on the prior testimony.
Did
Are you talking about the interior?
Yes. When you went on March 16th, did you see video surveillance inside of the house? On March 16th, when you responded and spoke to Mr. Jackson.
I watched body camera and I was able to see through the front.
Okay.
Hang on.
When you saw the house, did you go inside the house?
But if the front, with the front door open, you could see from the front yard, there was a large monitor with feeds running.
Okay, so
Did you personally observe?
Yes, Your Honor.
So let me go back.
Do you believe that she saw it? Because she didn't say that right away. She only said it after she could have had time if she needed to piece together what the judge was looking for. She didn't say right away that she saw what was going on. She had the opportunity. She first said body cam.
When you got to the house on March 16th, were you able to see inside of the home?
Yes, from the front, the door was open, yes. I could see into the house.
And when you saw inside of the house, were you able to see television and video surveillance systems?
Yes.
Okay. When you went on March 17th, 2022, and after the search warrant, y'all made entry into the home, was that same surveillance camera system still at the house? Was it still there?
It had been removed.
Okay. When you got there on March 17th, 2022, were all of the cars that were present on March 16th, 2022 at the location?
No, I believe 3 were left at the location.
And on March 17th, 2022, did Detective Liam Parker video the search warrant and the contents that were recovered from the search warrant?
Yes, to assist me, he helped with videoing it.
Okay. And were you present during the execution of that search warrant?
I was.
All right. Now, as a part of your investigation, and let me ask you this, did you, between March 11th and March 17th, were you still observing and monitoring social media during this period of time?
I was.
And was that in conjunction with also listening to the wiretap?
Yes.
Okay. And why were you still observing and monitoring social media?
Because when you're in the midst of an investigation, you never know towards the end what may be relevant at a later time. So I was making sure to get the full picture of everything, better to have and not need, the need and not have. So I like to kind of make sure everything is together, because like you might get to the end of an investigation, something that seems so small is huge. So I was making sure to capture as much as I could.
And when you were going on social media, were you going on individual public accounts?
Yes.
All right. And during the course, I want to start with just initially, were you able to find social media posts of Shell Kell, his account?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have pictures of himself with Rayshawn Bennett or YFN Lucci?
Yes.
Okay. And on his account, did he also have pictures of himself with Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
No, approach the witness, I'm sorry. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 BV and 454 BV. Tell me if you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV.
I do.
How do you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV?
See, these are some of the posts that I collected during March of 2022.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of posts made by Shellkel _ Nutlife?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 440 BV and 454 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And looking at 440 VV, there's a post date of December 1st, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you capture the image?
Should have been sometime in March.
And who is depicted in the picture?
That is Kelvin Watts in the white T-shirt, and it's Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, who's shirtless.
And sitting here, do you know the area or where this picture is taken?
That appears to be the Trestle Tree Apartments.
And are you familiar with Trestle Tree Apartments?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Trestle Tree?
That's an area favored by the YFN criminal street gang.
Okay. Now looking at 454 BB. And looking at 454 VV, did you also capture this in March of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And who is in this picture?
That's Kelvin Watts in the camouflage jacket, and that's going to be Donovan Thomas with the varsity jacket on.
All right. And again, is this on Shellkel's Instagram page?
Yes, this was on his story.
In the same way, did you also have the occasion to capture pictures with Darius Bigford as well as Christian McMain Miller with individuals associated with YSL?
Yes.
And did you capture those pictures as well?
I did.
Is that Whitaker breathing into the mic?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 441 BB, 442 BB, 443 BB, and 451 BB. Take a moment, tell me if you recognize those images.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are also photos that I captured during March of 2022.
Okay. And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured while observing those public Instagram posts?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 441 BV, 442 VV, 443 BV, and 451 VV into evidence.
441 through 443, and then 451 BB?
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, looking at 441 VV, what Instagram post, excuse me, what Instagram handle is this?
The username is going to be real1_FR.
And do you know who that Instagram account is associated with?
That account is going to belong to Darius Ford.
And when was this originally posted?
October 13th of 2021.
And again, did you screen grab this though in March of 2022?
I did.
Right. And who is, do you recognize anyone inside the picture?
The gentleman with the orange hat is going to be Darius Ford. And then the gentleman next to him in the white shirt is going to be Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Next, going to 442 VV. Is that posted again from Mr. Ford's account?
It is.
And what is the date of this Instagram post?
February 17th of 2021.
And again, is that Mr. Williams depicted in this photo with Mr. Ford?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 443 VV. Are you familiar with this Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
It's would normally say Ocean Drive Slim, but the C has been replaced with a 5.
And when is the original date of this post?
March 29th, 2019.
And are you familiar with the individual depicted in the post?
I am.
And who's depicted in the post?
Christian McMiller in the green hoodie, Jeffrey Williams in the yellow, and 21 Savager, Mr. Shaya Joseph is in the white hoodie.
Okay. And are there any just emojis on this photo?
There's a green snake and a dagger emoji in the caption, and it says 4L.
All right. Next, looking at 451 VV. And is this also another post by the account belonging to Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the individuals inside of the picture?
I see Mr. McMiller in the blue hat with the orange hoodie. Looking at the back of Mr. Garlington with the blue hat with the white writing. I see Mr. Quantavious Greer. He also goes by Umfunk. And then I see Mr. Sumlin standing up with the white tank top with the white hoodie.
All right. Now, while you were looking at social media, after the death of Mr. McMiller, Mr. Ford, did you see any social media accounts with anyone associated with YSL regarding the death of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford?
Yes, multiple accounts.
And did you screen grab those in the same way?
I did.
All right. It's going to be permission to approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 447 through 450 VV, then 452 to 453 VV, and then 463 VV. Take a moment and look at those.
Okay,
And do you recognize those images?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
There are additional social media images I pulled during March of 2022.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured back in March of 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 447 to 450 VV, 452 through 453 VV, and then 463 VV into evidence.
447 to 50. Say them again for me.
Sure.
I was writing, but I think I got it wrong.
447 VV through 450 VV.
Yeah.
then 452 VV through 453 VV, and then last is going to be 463 VV.
All right, thank you.
Thank
But
you.
I did get it wrong, so those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Why did we have that on the screen?
Now-
Hold on. Why are different elements selected? This would indicate maybe they had to crop two screenshots together, but this looks like a mobile phone screenshot, so it should be one image. Am I crazy, or does this indicate that there's two elements on the screen that are selected, and then they jump away from it quick? Whatever. Maybe not a big deal. Maybe not a big deal.
Now, showing you what's been marked as 447 VV. Is this, whose Instagram post is this, excuse me?
That's going to be the account associated with Mr. Garlington.
And the picture in the account, does that appear to look similar to the location of where the picture that
Okay, so let me say this out loud for people that are not looking at the screen. Thanks, guys. It's the template, the PowerPoint template slide in the background. So they just, where it says like title and subline or subheader or something. There you go. Thank you, guys.
we just looked at was the date given the clothing, what Mr. McMiller is wearing?
It appears so.
Okay. And going to the next, 448 VV. Looking at 448 VV, are you familiar with the Instagram handle Bentley BZ4L?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's the Instagram account associated with Christian Eppinger.
All right. And again, is this another post of Christian Eppinger, or a post of Christian Eppinger posting both? Is that Mr. McMiller, Mr. Ford in that picture?
Correct.
All right. Going to 449 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram handle OOG_Tunk?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's in a social media account associated with the gentleman named Antonio Sledge.
Okay. And what is depicted on the post that he posted?
Again, that will be Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Going to go to 450 VV. Is this another picture, excuse me, another image by Mr. Garlington?
It is.
All right. Next, 452 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram account OG.BOOL_?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram account?
That's the social media account associated with Shannon Stillwell.
And is this a post that was posted on that account?
It was.
And what does it say?
Just rest, Mac. I got you, man.
And are there emojis?
There are.
What are the emojis?
A crying face, a broken heart, a bandaged chart, and the devil emoji.
All right. Next, going to 453 VV.
That is a post of Mr. Stillwell with Mr. Ford.
And is there an emoji on that post as well?
Yes, the bandage chart and the sad crying emoji.
All right. And the last 463 VV.
That's again a post from Mr. Stillwell's account.
And while we're getting that one to publish, and during this time, were you, again, listening to the wiretap in this kind of around March 11th of 2023? Excuse me, 2022.
I'm probably doing about 12 to 16 hours a day in the wire room.
And in preparation for trial, have you had opportunity to listen to some of those calls?
I have.
And now we have 463 VV. Is this a post from the account belonging to Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the post say?
I can hear Mac now still playing goddamn big. We let them suckers get us shit. Where the fuck boo at? Oh, sorry. That's what TF means, in case y'all didn't know. Boo at, and then it says, damn Mac, I miss you. I miss your ass preaching when I be on the bullshit.
All right.
And boo would be a reference to Quentin Porter.
Now, going to some of the wiretaps that were, I want to direct you to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. And is this, with the wiretap, what was the phone number? Do you recall now the phone number associated with Mr. Robinson? Or the last four digits?
I can't, I know Mr. Sumlin's ended in, I think, 8711, and I just knew the other one was Mr. Garlington.
I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. from 27 seconds to 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Excuse me. After Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed, were there Instagram posts disrespecting both Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford?
There were several.
And did you capture those those Instagram posts that were being posted?
Yes.
All right. And why did you capture those?
Just because of how inflammatory they were. I knew that they were going to be important because they were very, very disrespectful and inflammatory.
And have you had the opportunity to look at some of those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
All right. And with social media, if posts are inflammatory, in your experience as a gang investigator, does that flame any potential beef or anything that may occur?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV. Do you recognize those pictures?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
Two are going to be from like fake accounts that were made to troll people in the wake of their death, and one is from an individual that I know from working in Atlanta.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you grabbed, again, in March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission to publish. Now, looking at this exhibit, is this one of the fake Instagram accounts that you were referencing?
That's one of the ones that we couldn't identify who it belonged to, but it was very, very vocal about the disrespect.
Okay. And what does the post say?
New op pack just came in.
And in your experience as a gang investigator, have you heard the term op?
I have.
Okay. And what is your understanding of op?
It's short for opposition or rival.
And do you know, sitting here today, what day you screenshotted this particular post?
It would have been in the days immediately after the death of Mr. McMillan, and Mr. Ford.
And we're looking at a document with the screen grabs, help refresh your memory as to the dates of when you captured this post.
It would.
Mhm. And do you have a copy of this document here to help refresh your memory?
I do.
All right. If you would take that out, look at it as soon as your memory's refreshed, just look up and let me know.
That would be March 11th around 11:30 p.m.
And about what time did Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford pass away?
It was maybe several hours prior to that. So they got killed at 3 a.m. on March 11th, go through the day, and then that night at 11:30 p.m. this got posted.
We'll go to the next post.
So to me, like when you smoke because someone that's an op passed away, that doesn't mean that you're the one that's firing back and forth with the beefs. It might be disrespect, but it doesn't mean that you're the one engaging in anything retaliatory physically. And we just had her explain op, right? Not op pack. So how much does she really know about the language she's an expert in? It's like, so guys, it's like the opposite of like when you pour a drink out, you pour liquor out to pay respect to a friend that left this world. Smoking as a disrespect to someone that you don't like leaving this world would be op pack, but she didn't explain that. So is she not aware? She's the expert.
Now looking at
How do I know it?
457 BB, are you familiar with the Instagram handle 1ABG_BigNick_?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I'm familiar with this individual. His name is Nicholas Johnson.
And does he have a nickname?
Usually it's Fat Nick or Big Nick, depending on what he changes his handle to. But he's a YFN member.
And why was this, what if any significance did this post have?
This was also posted several hours after Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan had been killed, and he posted a song on top of him just moving around, saying, and the song was entitled Slime and Chalk, which is referring to like typically in the old crime scenes where they'd outline the body in chalk. So this was inflammatory in that nature. He's posting this kind of just making sure everybody saw it.
And when did you capture this post?
The capture time reads 3 hours ago, so if I can refer to the sheet just to get the posting time.
Yes.
It would post at 11:20 p.m. that day following the murders, so it means that it was captured at 11:20 p.m., which means 8:20 p.m. it was posted.
Go to the next exhibit. And while that's pulling up, have you ever heard of the term smoking an op pack?
I have.
Okay.
She's getting
What is
into
your
it. She's getting
understanding
into
when
it.
you've heard that terminology?
An op pack is a play on words, like when you talk about a pack aloud or like marijuana or drugs. So now when they come in, they'll say, we're smoking on this person that's dead. It's just another way of disrespecting the opposition when they get killed. So saying a new op pack just came in, they're smoking on these people. It's very, very common amongst gang language, especially when there's a murder that takes place.
And now looking at 462 VB, Joey_Hurst24, was that an actual page or was that a trolling page?
That was a page that was trolling pretty.
Sustained.
Okay. Were you familiar with that page?
I was not.
Okay. Were you familiar with anyone being associated with that page?
I was not.
Sitting here today, do you recall what the picture that's in the caption, what that said?
With the picture itself?
No,
Or
not
the
not
profile
the
picture?
profile picture.
I can't see. It seems like a drawing or some of some sort.
And again, was this an example of some of the inflammatory posts that you were seeing that you captured?
Yes.
Okay. We can take it. Now, I want to go back to the YSL call. Permission to publish.
You may.
And for the record, again, it's going to be 27 seconds and 3:38 seconds.
Chris name.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that shit, that was crazy, boy.
Man, I was just going through what I'm calling when I had them posts. He told me, man, tell Corey, I said, welcome home. I told you that.
Yeah, that what I got there. That was like, man, that shit, that just too crazy.
But that's a fool. Boy, I'm like, damn, boy.
They hit him more on this.
I don't know. See, I think he the one that got shot in the head. I don't, like, everybody been said he had died first. Like, that's what they were saying at first. They were just like, bro was in critical condition for a minute.
I heard
But
he got hit in the head.
Yeah, but Roger had done got down told me what had to him. He had done DM me like, man, bro just died too. So we just turn on the video chat shit. But he was like it came from Roger said it came from Summer Hill, but Quay just said they got into it with when they was at Chit Chat, they got into it with them henchmen niggas.
Who nigga?
Man, I think them niggas all I run them folk, man. You know, on phone me going back and forth, they gonna answer. Last
All I run?
Nah, not him, but like his little young nigga.
Oh yeah, I heard that little hitchman shit.
Yeah, Quay say when B Slime just had the show, on phone B Slime them got down, rushed to the car to get the file, some shit they hadn't got into it.
Yeah, that's crazy right now.
My cousin just called him, so he know what he told him just pull up. He got down, he know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm finna pull up and got down, see what the hell going on.
So what the hell he was coming from the car?
Yeah, man, it went look core, man.
Oh yeah, so I thought he went to traffic or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, cause everybody going to traffic. I be telling that nigga let go to traffic. But I ain't even saying that to him last night. I seen him putting his clothes on.
Lose their mom up by 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
They like somebody got shot in the car, but they ain't really showing that.
Yeah.
I get on Instagram about 6, 7, like about 7, 8 up or something. I'm like, damn, that way it was.
Yeah. Man, I ain't know them, man. Them folk blowing my phone up.
Yeah, I said, them folks were on. Them folks, they ain't see none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
Like,
man.
Yeah,
it was just them two, I think. I don't know, but I ain't heard nothing, bro. I ain't called nobody.
man, that nigga running, man. What the hell wrong with this nigga, man? That nigga walk so goddamn fast.
I ain't talking nobody but Ed B.
Oh, Ed B.
Yeah, you know he on though.
Yeah. Well, Ed B just laying low.
Nah, he with his folk.
Okay. Yeah, the girl in charge is tripping, man. Called his phone, somebody, this ain't his number. Yeah,
For real.
yeah, I
Yeah,
think that
man.
was.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we started playing at 3:37. Want to ask you a few questions about that call before the next call. Were you familiar with Demekion Garlington's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And was Demekion Garlington one of the individuals on the phone call?
Yes.
Right. During the call, you heard them talk about umfunk. Is that the same umfunk that you talked about earlier in the pictures?
Yes.
All right. Did you hear them speak about umfunk getting into it with the henchman?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the henchman?
I am.
How?
I have worked some investigations and spoken in person with their leader of that gang.
Okay. And with the henchmen, do they have any alliances?
They do.
And what is one of their alliances?
YFN.
All right. Now, you heard them talk about they were coming from Lacora. Are you familiar with Lacora?
I am.
Okay. What is Lacora?
It's a nightclub lounge on Metropolitan Parkway here in Atlanta.
And through your investigation of working the Christian McMiller, Darius Ford homicide, are you familiar if there was an event at Lacora on the night before they passed away?
There was.
And based on your investigation, were Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford at that location prior to their death?
Yes.
Now, there came a point in the portion of the audio that we listened to where the sound went down. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an example of the minimization that you were referencing earlier, that if it's something that isn't about criminal activity, it will be minimized and then you will pick the call back up?
Yes.
Okay. In listening to that call, do you know who Mr. Garlington was speaking to?
Yes.
Okay, who?
It's a gentleman that goes by the name Dwoskin Wright. I know him as Watt.
You said?
Watt, W-O-T.
That's his nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. And how are you familiar with Mr. Wright?
Early on in my career, I did a good bit of work on the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang, and he's a member of that gang.
And did you hear them mention SB on this call?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with that nickname?
Yes.
And who is that nickname associated with?
Mr. Shannon Stillwell.
All right. I want to publish our next call, which is on March 12th, 22 at 12:49 p.m. from 00 to 1:12 p.m. I mean, 00 to 1:12 minutes.
Yo,
What the hell you got going on?
shit, just got up.
Anybody asked, we went and looked like soon in the midnight. Anybody just said we went and looked for that motherfucker. We couldn't find it.
Okay.
Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, I know. Well, where the hell you at?
Leaving the room.
Leaving the room.
Yeah.
What you feeling to?
Shit, same old shit.
Sounds it.
Same shit.
I'm saying, what is
Someone told me he gonna come pick me up. Shit, that was going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think somebody beat him and Rock Low. I said, man, Rock Low ain't getting no cold me.
Yeah.
I tried that shit yesterday with a nigga on goddamn no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to stop at 1:11 p.m. Again, is that Mr. Garlington on the call?
Yes,
Okay. And did you recognize the voice of who he is speaking to?
that would be Mr. Stillwell.
Right. And in that call, the Mr. Stillwell said, don't tell anyone we went to go looking?
Yes,
Okay. Or we went to go looking, don't tell anyone?
it sounds like that's kind of hard to hear, but that's what it appears to sound like.
Okay. And they mentioned on that call, did you hear the reference to Big Nick?
I did.
All right. And are you familiar with that name?
I am.
Is that the same Big Nick, to your understanding, if Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell are talking, do you know which Big Nick they could be referencing?
They would be referencing Nicholas Carter.
Okay. How are you familiar with Nicholas Carter?
I know Nicholas Carter to be an older member of the gang associated with 2830 Waters Road.
And you said an older member of the gang?
Correct.
Which gang?
YSL.
And you said you know him to be associated with 2830 Waters Road?
Correct.
To your knowledge, how is he associated with 2830 Waters Road?
I remember him being arrested at that location during a narcotics search warrant back in 2014.
And again, he is different from Fat Nick, who we just talked about earlier, also who calls himself Big Nick, who's with YFN.
Correct.
All right. Next, we're going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 1:23 a.m. from 4:40 into the call until the end.
Yeah, for real, man, right? Bro, D, is you sad about Matt Payne for real?
Man, on DB on Saturday here, bro.
I know.
That's why they had to come drink, bro.
That's why I said I ain't called you. Dad said, "Do you okay?" I said, "I text. I ain't want to call him." He said, "Yeah, he ain't answer. I called him."
Yeah, that fucked up. That shit got me hurt, bro. I fucked with bro.
Yeah, that shit put me on. So I know dude sad about that.
Hell yeah, man.
Damn, big puppy little shit too.
I know it, bro. Damn.
That shit crazy. That part said they had like 45 gun shells out there.
Huh? 45 gun shell?
Yeah.
Just know, Cash, we gonna get some get back. We already did.
D, you better show that down somewhere.
I am, but still, bro. I am gonna sit down. Listen, I'm gonna sit down, bro.
Dead,
But
boy, you better sit your ass down somewhere, baby.
I am, but bro, nigga think it's shit the game out here playing. For real, bro. Like, I already going through some shit before that. Like, it like all the type of trying. They got money on my head, bro. Like, and I still just be going places. You see, I don't be worried about shit, bro. Cause I be prepared. I be prepared for shit. If a nigga pay with me, they know that shit ain't gonna be easy.
Oh, dude.
I just got to a shootout early.
Why the fuck you get into a shootout, D?
Because it was a car looking strange. And don't say that gun there.
Why would you? Oh my god.
Because the car, they were 3 deep with hoods on, so I had to shoot it. I don't know. On the day, it was the car. The day on Cleveland. On Cleveland, it was a car. I know it, bro. Yeah, you do.
They you need to
Yeah. Yeah, you right. Yeah. That how them niggas follow me. That how they follow me from Kiku. Yeah, I would have. Mm-hmm. That's what you doing up at 131. Yeah, phone. I didn't talk the phone. I talked to him. I told him for the call. He just said, you know what we on every day. Hello. What you doing up at 131?
Right, we're going to pause it at 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the call. Do you know who Mr. Garland was speaking with?
Without seeing the phone number, it's hard to, or the name from the line sheet, it would be hard to tell.
Okay. Did you hear when Mr. Garland said on DB and then he kind of explained something?
Yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with or have you heard that initial DB?
I have.
Okay. And what do you understand or DB, those initials to mean?
They're referencing Derek Benning. He's one of their fellow gang members that was killed years ago.
And
Could it just mean DeMarco
earlier
Boyer?
when we talked about kind of the timeline after March 11th, there was a shooting on Cleveland Avenue. And you heard it on the wiretap. Was this the call that you were referencing?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was there any police report associated with any shots fired around March 12th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'm now going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 5:49 p.m. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think they did that like right there on the scene with Matt Main. He had he was in critical condition, probably like for few hours. He hadn't got shot in the head. I think he was at brain dead or something. I don't know where, but wow, that shit up, bro.
Cold summer, boy.
Oh God, I don't know. They say the nigga Kill or Murder just made a little song that somebody sent me that. He just made the song, they sent me that. I don't know, they trying to act like they did it. Yeah. Yeah, got some more niggas claim that shit and they don't even know them though, but they be okay.
Hey, who?
PLK, the nigga who claimed.
We're going to pause at 3:10. Now, in that particular portion, did you hear Demekion Garlington speak of someone making a song?
Yes, Kel Omerta.
Say that again.
Kel Omerta.
And are you familiar with that name, Kel Omerta?
I am.
How are you familiar with that name?
That is Markel Wright. He's a member of the PFK criminal street gang.
And Markel, right, does PFK have any alliances?
They do.
And is YFN one of their alliances?
It is.
Now, in doing your work, we spoke earlier today about music and gang investigations. In your experience, have you found with gangs that there are times that gang members do music?
Yes.
And have you found in your experience that sometimes gang members use music to promote their gangs?
Yes, often.
And in here, when Mr. Garlington is saying, you know, what did you say his name was? Kello Murder?
Yes.
Okay. Made a song. Was that something uncommon to you as a gang investigator of an opposition making a song about a potential death or bragging about a potential death?
No, they do it often.
And did you hear when Mr. Garlington said some other dudes might be claiming it as well?
Yes.
Did you see any social media posts throughout your investigation or while you were looking at social media of different groups claiming to have done the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan?
Not really. It was mostly YFN and then pages that were trolling, like pages that were just popping up out of nowhere, trolling.
I want to next publish March 13th, 2022 at 6:41 p.m. from 00 to 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
What the hell going on?
Oh, shit, I just got a phone with you, baby.
What you talking
Huh?
about? What you talking about?
Oh, shit, I was just, he was asking what happened.
What happened?
They saying different shit. Just different shit.
Which one makes sense to you?
Huh?
Which one makes sense to you?
You said which one what?
Makes sense to you?
Which one make sense?
Yeah.
I'm tell the kid. I'm tell the kid. I don't want to, on these phone shit. They be recording, making
Nah,
make
you
sense.
ain't gotta say much. You ain't gotta say much.
Yeah. I told him.
I just wanna know.
Yeah. I already know. I'm tell her. I'm tell her what they said. What the streets saying. Like they send it. They just send. Huh?
You talking about what you saying? Did you wait?
Nah, they keep sending different. They keep sending different pictures. They got now. The nigga who claimed it, the nigga who out on Instagram claiming it, don't nobody even know him. Yeah, he say he supposed to be PLK or some shit. I seen on phone last night. We ain't even got down. We ain't even really just talk like that. Everybody was leaving. I had one out there with 21 now. Little Chip had an all black party. I had that one out there. Like, I'm walking out, seeing funk at the door. I'm like, shit, what's going on? I said, well, you know what we on. I'm like, I'm finna call you. Yeah.
And it's ending right there. Were you familiar with the person that Mr. Garlington was speaking to?
From the voice, it sounds like Kenneth Copeland.
And had you yourself had discussions or conversations with Mr. Copeland throughout the course of your career?
Yeah, tell
Multiple,
us.
yes.
Okay. Now, back in 2022, do you know if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
I believe he was.
Are you aware of the relationship between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington?
Yes,
How are you aware of that relationship?
they were good friends.
And to your knowledge, in 2022, were they good friends?
Yes,
Let me ask you this. In 2015, were they good friends?
I believe so, yes.
And is Shannon Jackson a part of that friend group between Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Jackson, to your knowledge?
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, between March 11th and March 14th, 2022, did you see any members or individuals associated or friends with Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford making posts that appeared to be in response to some of the offensive YSL posts?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to view those posts in preparation for your trial?
Yes.
I mean, for your trial, for this trial. All right.
She said,
Permission
"Oh,
to
I'm
approach,
tired."
Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 464 VV, 455 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Tell me if you recognize those exhibits. 464 VV, 445 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
Those are some of the posts that were captured during March, or I know one was definitively March 2022. I'd need to refer to check the others.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of the images that you captured in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're on this time, and I'll try to do it in order.
Thank you.
The state would like to admit 445 VV, 446 VV, 458 VV, 464 VV, and 475 VV.
Okay. I had thought I heard 454 at one point. That's not one of them.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 446, 445, 446, 458, 464, 475.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, those are exhibits.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
Ma'am.
We're going to start with 464 VV. And looking at your chart, will it refresh your memory as to when you screen grabbed this post?
The capture time was March 13th at 5:47 p.m. and the photo says 2 minutes prior to that.
And is this on Instagram? Is this what is called an Instagram story?
Correct.
Okay. And our Instagram stories only in existence for 24 hours?
Correct. They're posted to your profile. They don't go to your main profile. They go to a separate section. They're up for 24 hours, or if you want to delete it before that. And with that post, you can actually take a look and see who's viewed the story.
And are you familiar with the Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
_the world. TV world, I'm sorry.
And who is your understanding of whose Instagram post that is?
Javon Fleetwood.
And is that the same Javon Fleetwood we spoke of earlier regarding the shooting in May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. The same individual with the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Okay. What does the caption say?
F, middle finger emoji, being safe, you got to stay dangerous.
Now looking at 445 VV.
The security alert is killing me every time I try to pull up an exhibit.
Looking at 445 VV, who's the poster of the post? Or what Instagram account posting it?
That would be the account associated with Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell.
And do you know what is the date of this post?
Is it okay to refer to the chart?
Yes.
The date would be March 9th at 9:48 p.m. But it was captured 7 hours prior, so it would be like 2 in the afternoon.
Just speak up.
Sorry. It was, the capture date is March 9th at 9:48 p.m., but the post said 7 hours ago, so that would be around 2:48.
And
March 9th.
And is that before Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 446 VV. And is that from that same account associated with Mr. Stillwell Jackson?
It is.
Okay, and what does the post say?
That racial expletive, y'all scared of me.
And is there an emoji?
The 100 emoji and like the strong, like it's for real, like it's.
And what is the date of that post?
March 9th at 9:48 p.m. It's captured 3 hours prior. So it was posted to around 6:48 p.m.
Okay. And was that the same day as the post we just observed?
It was.
All right. Now I want to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 458 VV. And looking at State's Exhibit 458 VV, is that also posted on the same Instagram account associated with Mr. Stillwell? Mr. Stillwell.
Yes.
Right. And what does the caption say?
Ain't gonna be the only one crying.
And when was the date and time of this post?
That was on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m.
And on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m., was that around the same time or approximate time that 12 Atlanta was shot up?
About 2 hours after.
And is that the shooting in which a YFN associate was shot in the head?
Yes.
Now, during the course of this time, did you hear when Mr. Garlington on the last call said that there were people claiming to have done it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any posts that piqued your interest of anyone that could be interpreted as claiming to have done the killing of Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford? Okay. Did you find any, and I'll rephrase, Your Honor, did you find any posts of note to you as a part of your investigation regarding Mr. Kelvin Watts?
I did.
Okay. And that post, what was of note to you in that post?
There were several. Can you refer to the specific post?
Sure. Did you find a post of Mr. Shelkel reposting a picture with Mr. Drinks, Mr. Jasper Walter, and himself?
I did.
Okay. And first, when was that picture captured by you?
It was captured on March 12th at 7:24 a.m.
And why was that picture of note to you?
because of the emojis and the captions and the people present in the photo.
And have you had an opportunity to see that post today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 460 VV. Tell me if you recognize 460 VV.
I do.
And is that the post that we were just referencing?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the screen grab that you grabbed on in March of 2022?
Yes.
You know, this time the state would like to admit 460 VV is that?
Admit it. May.
Now, who is the original poster of the picture?
The original poster would be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And is that who had the #NoLove_nut Instagram handle?
Yes.
Okay. Who is in this picture?
Sitting down with the black coat and the red sneakers will be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And if you could,
Sure. Right here, you'll see this is Shamel Drinks right here. The gentleman in the blue jacket with the black on is going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Jasper Walters. He's a YFN member. He also goes by Lil Man. And then in the all black, you're going to have Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shelkel.
And did Shelkel_NutLife, the account associated with Kelvin Watts, repost that picture?
He did.
All right. Now, there's some words on the picture. First of all, what do the words say? Well, or you can read that whole caption.
Yeah, they say, I'm with ya, and he tags Shelkel NutLife and Summerhill Lil Man, hashtag LLN, hashtag Mafia.
And is there a emoji at the end of Mafia?
The bird or the eagle or the bird emoji.
And is there a emoji, exclamation emoji, and a 100 emoji?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for Instagram, that I'm with you, exclamation 100 at Shelkel NutLife at Summerhill.lilman. Was that caption on the original post by the account associated with Mr. Drinks?
Correct.
All right. And then when it's reposted, do you see some other emojis?
I do.
What are the other emojis?
There are 2 shell emojis, the zipper over the mouth emoji, and then you're going to have a black heart.
Okay. And those emojis, is that from the original post, or is that from what Mr. Kelvin Watts posted when that account posted? And can you tell?
Yes. So it's not from the original post, and you can tell because it's outside the boundary of the original post. It's like kind of overlaid on top of it.
And were those emojis of any significance to you as a gang investigator?
After March 11th, yes.
Why was it significant to you after March 11th?
Because Mr. Walters and Mr. Watts had been very vocal about the deaths of Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford. So the 2 shells and the zipper emoji were sort of telling.
And once you saw, and that's Mr. Kelvin Watts posting that?
Correct.
All right. After seeing this post, and when did you capture this post?
I believe it was March 12th around 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m.
Okay.
And it had been posted 6 hours prior, so 1 a.m. on March 12th was when it would have been posted.
All right. Now, I want to play for you some additional wiretap calls, but let me ask you this. So let's fast forward to March 14th, 2022.
Is everybody all right? Anybody need a break? No, y'all are soldiering on. All right, thank you.
I may take you up on that offer in about 10 minutes, Your Honor. On March 14th, 2022, did you at some point have the occasion to listen to any wiretap calls that were around March 14th, 2022 at about 9-something p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you remember when did you listen to those calls? Did you listen to them on March 14th or sometime afterwards?
I believe sometime afterwards.
Okay. And did you find anything of note to you regarding the calls on March 14th, 2022?
The people that were speaking and some of the conversation that was being had.
Okay. Now, when you listen to these calls, at that time, were you aware of the murder of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
No.
So you listened to the call before you were aware of Mr. Drinks' murder?
I just don't know what call you're referring. I don't know. Which
On
one.
March 4th, the calls that on the wiretap that were on March 14th, 2022, around 9:45 p.m.
I could have, because like I said, I have to go in and review all the calls, but sometimes we're a little behind on that. So you have monitors in there constantly, and then I'll go back on the back end and review and check them. I can't tell you. I don't believe I listened to them originally, but I did go back and review.
After learning of the death of Mr. Drinks, did those calls become of more note to you after learning about Mr. Drinks' murder, specifically the calls around 9:45 p.m. on March 14, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And why did it become of note to you at that point?
Because those would have been the calls at or around the time the murder was taking place.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
You may.
And I want to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022 at around 9:59 p.m. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
And before we actually publish it, with the wiretap information, does the wiretap content include location data?
It does.
And so are you able to see on the documentation with the wiretap where a phone call is when that phone call is being placed?
The majority of the time, it's not always foolproof. Sometimes the location will blank out and you won't have a location, but typically you can click on the map icon and it will show you where the person whose phone calls are being intercepted is at that time. It'll give you an approximate location of what tower they're at, and it will show you an approximate radius of how close they are to that location.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, what the hell y'all pulled off? Nah, call me on video. Hurry up. Call me on the video. Call it. Pick up.
Now, did you hear what occurred in that call?
Yes.
Did you hear someone tell someone to pick up and get on FaceTime? What did you hear on the phone call?
Basically telling someone to hurry up and call me on FaceTime.
And as a gang investigator, is FaceTime significant?
It is.
Investigator? Why is that significant as a gang investigator?
Because it's a common belief amongst people engaged in criminal activity that
Sustained.
Have you heard, in your experiences, do you have knowledge of FaceTime
I do.
and whether or not FaceTime calls are recorded? On telephone laws, are FaceTime calls recorded if you get CDR records, call detail records?
If you pull call detail records, you will not see FaceTime communication.
And in your experience in doing gang investigations, have you heard or seen gang members often want to speak on FaceTime rather than talking on the actual phone where their call details can be recorded?
Often through my investigations, you will see that once criminal activity begins to be discussed, they will prefer to switch to FaceTime because FaceTime cannot be intercepted through a wiretap.
And at about 9:59, is that when this call takes place, when someone says, hurry up and get on FaceTime?
Correct.
Are you aware of the time in which the surveillance video that Detective Hogan showed you? What time Mr. Jackson's vehicle was at the BP gas station?
It should be right at 9:59 p.m. Right, it should be at the gas pumps or parked outside of the store at the location.
And from the viewing of the surveillance video, were you familiar with both the car associated with Mr. Stillwell, as well as the car associated with Mr. Parmavius Nichols at the gas station around that time?
I did not know who I didn't know who the car was associated with, the other car was associated with at that time.
At some point, did you learn about who that other vehicle was associated with?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Detective Hogan, were you aware if Tameka Garlington was at the BP gas station?
I was not.
At what point in time did you learn that Mr. Garlington was at the BP gas station?
When I went back and reviewed the wiretap data.
Based on your investigation, were you able to determine if he was in the white Audi?
Yes.
Was he in the white Audi?
Yes, he was.
Once you heard this phone call, were you ever able to do any investigation as to the phone number that made the call?
We were. It took it was difficult to identify the phone number for a little bit.
And did you eventually identify that phone number?
Eventually, yes.
Who did you identify that phone number belonging to?
A gentleman by the name of DeMarco Boyer, who goes by Lil Co.
And based on your investigation, did you ever learn what was that phone at the gas station as well?
It was.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine which car Mr. Boyer was in?
Based on my investigation, Mr. Boyer.
Okay.
You may.
Gosh, I'm muted. My bad. I'm sitting here going, what the heck? I feel like this is something that wasn't identified. We'll do the break. So, DeMarco Boyer, Lil Co. Remember, DeMarco Boyer is the same one like, hey, you never identified this person to us. Oh, yes, we did. He was in a dump of the phone tolling records, but only identified with the initial D, Boyer. So, yeah. So, why are we getting into questioning there? Why are we getting into questioning there? Because yesterday, Hilton, during the evidentiary thing, she made a mention. How exactly did that go? At the end of the day, she said something like, and, you know, basically that DeMarco Boyer was a big nothing that everybody was asking about. Almost like she was referring to the internet. So I don't know. They're calling it a break because they were about to take a break anyway, but the attorneys are still at the bench. So there's a sidebar, but she called a break for the court. So, and remember, one of the crawl space attic call from Waters Road, that's, you know, the wiretap is on Garlington's phone, right? So we have that call because Garlington's phone was being wiretapped. But the device calling Garlington's phone was a handset associated with DeMarco Boyer, even though the state's saying that it's Shannon Stillwell speaking on the device. So we have that information according to the state from March 16th with the Waters Road shooting, but what are they getting into for March 14th? Yeah, we'll call it a side break. We'll call it a side break. So she started to mention DeMarco Boyer, Lil Co, and ask what car that device may have been in, which seems really precise if you ask me. Especially since Viverito clearly doesn't even know what she doesn't know. She's not aware of her own ignorance. She very happily tried to explain, you know, how they can track possibly the location of where someone's wiretapped phone device is at a given time, and said, well, you can see that they're at a tower, at one tower, which is not how it works. Not how it works. But she said it. She said it. Listen, Nancy knew one too. I don't know. Could Boyer and Garlington be in a totally separate car to Shannon and Nichols and Farley?
Investigation, did you ever learn what was that phone at the gas station as well?
It was.
Talking about DeMarco Boyer's phone.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine which car
Look at chart.
Mr. Boyer was in?
Based on my investigation, Mr. Boyer.
Okay.
You may.
So I would argue that there's really no way to pinpoint this based on the handset location data. Because how could you be that precise, especially when you've already made the argument that at least two of the cars that people were together with were really close together in time and space. So let's get caught back up. That was just a replay of the questioning and the facial expression leading up to that. So yeah, so Sharth's either objecting to trying to say like, hey, we can pinpoint this location. But maybe the objection has something to do with Boyer specifically. So we'll see. Like Mookie with the oh my gosh, what is it called? I think it's with a surrogate. Mookie can be our surrogate to say what Max wants to say, but can't because he's in front of the court. He has candor to the court. Oh man. Yep, exactly, Ayana. And this is why I like Agent Bernie. Agent Bernie is very forthcoming. He would say, well, I can't give you a pinpoint location exactly where somebody would be with this type of, where they're using the cell phone towers to give you a triangulation and approximation of where a device may be. So if you have Agent Bernie not able to do that, and I'm telling you, Viverito like thinks she gets it. She thinks she's the expert in this too. What a day. What a day. Yeah, expertly wrong. And I think Agent Bernie and the gunshot residue guy were some of the most credible testimonies in this trial. And we know how the gunshot residue guy, we know how that testimony went for the state. But with Agent Bernie, we also don't forget, he wasn't asked to look at all the different locations, especially with the Donovan Thomas murder, which we're not really talking too much about that today. But he told us flat out, he wasn't asked to look at certain devices. So he looked at what he looked at and was not trying to make it more than it is. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, if this is something that wasn't turned over, because remember, in that moment, they said that what they turned over relating to DeMarco Boyer, from my understanding, was in relation to the phone calls, the inbound, outbound calling, right? So they're looking at this phone made a call to this location. Back on day, I don't know, 117, whatever it was, I don't remember them saying we turned that over with the location information. So okay, so we have that possibly cleared up. I think we're just on a break and we're coming back. This is a mess. And guys, this is really something I want to find the time. I do have pinned at the top of the chat, guys, if you want to check out the press conference relating to what the Justice Department found about the conditions at Fulton County Jail, right? So that's big news. Take a look at that. If you don't want to watch the press release, also dropping an article from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Factually Lie, and others. I know you guys can't get the article from certain websites outside of the United States. So if you give me some time, I'll like convert it, download it into a PDF. But for now, just to paste it in the chat here. Here's an AJC summary of those findings. I can't speak on them specifically because I've been on here. I haven't had a chance to actually dive into it, but I want to. But it's there if you guys want to check that out. But I really think tonight I want to rewatch. Guys, I'm going to be a bookworm for this. I'm going to go back and watch Flores's testimony. There is just something not adding up about what is coming out from the testimony of different people. Yeah, and I don't know, why wasn't Boyer indicted? And it seems like Boyer might be a shooter. From my understanding, he's locked up for a different triple shooting at a gas station. So, I mean, the state loves to look at prior acts and, you know, apply a character assessment to somebody and then use them as a suspect. Who do we think could have done this? Let's start there, based on their history. So very interesting there. Very interesting. Oh yeah, definitely Hogan's. Definitely Hogan's. And don't forget, guys, Hogan told us he doesn't remember having anyone take a look at the headliner. But then we have the crime scene tech, Antoinette Green, and then the gunshot residue guy, who I forgot his name all day yesterday, too. That was yesterday. He was up there, right? Or was it the day before? Alexander Coven. Okay, I think his name was Coven. And he was like, yeah, Al Hogan told me to look. And crime scene tech Antoinette Green said, oh, yeah, Hogan told me to look, but Hogan doesn't remember. Hogan doesn't remember. So... So, I don't know, guys, I think Violet might be behind, but in case not, just to clarify, I don't think I'm going to have the time to stay on stream to do that. But I am interested in it, and if I do a stream on it, it won't be like a blind stream, because I'll probably try to take a look at it when I have free time, even if I can't jump on stream to talk about it. So, but definitely check out that press release and any articles about it. There's a bunch of articles already. And Shart really, and this is important, this is an important day for Shart to be paying attention, but all things considered, his body language is still really telling. And we might not have gotten a look at him throughout this trial because for the most part, he was in that back row. The camera didn't really fixate itself there. But today, now that he's been in the front row, you can usually see the front row even if the camera is showing the witness, right? It pans out enough that you can kind of get a full view unless it's zooming in right on the witness. So we've been able to see Shart for several days now, a couple weeks. But today he's really like a lot more there. So waiting to see how this goes. And no jury, if that's true that there's no jury tomorrow, I wonder, I hadn't heard about that previously, so if that's a new decision, I wonder if that might be why we didn't really get back into the search of Waters Road. They kind of hit the brakes on that Waters Road search right after we heard about how we saw the surveillance system through the doorway, right? First we saw it on body cam, and then, well, no, I observed it personally through the doorway. So whatever happened there, I mean, we kind of abandoned that subject, and maybe we'll circle back to it because we're going through the timeline again, right? We went back to March 11th, then 12th, now we're on the 14th again, talking about who was in the car. So it's possible we'll still get to it, but if they hit the brakes back then because they got to figure something out, maybe they decided a non-jury day.
Sort out.
Let's see.
Anything?
You know, I think it's odd, but we're back around. Yeah. I'm going to try to keep this moving. I think it's odd that a detective or the investigator would give a conclusory statement that so-and-so is in a certain car and just conclude it with no basis, but I will clear it up on cross if I need to. So.
There is a basis because we have a call that's not being played before the jury, but there is a phone call of that phone number associated with Mr. Boyer calling Mr. Garlington's phone a few minutes before the call that we just heard. And additionally, Your Honor, although this is out, there is a basis because she is aware that that phone plotted at that location once she was able to determine whose phone number it is, and we were able to get the phone plotted. So there's a basis of knowledge. It's not.
Right. Well, she has a basis to be able to know. I don't know if she has a basis to be able to know exactly what car he is in, does she? But she has a basis to know pretty close to where he is.
Yeah, because we know that they're people in the other car, we know
Mhm.
that.
You're just like putting two and two together on the,
That's
I'm-
fine. I'll clear it
I
up on
think
cross.
that's legitimate. Okay.
I'll clear it up on cross. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Are we ready for the jury if they're ready? No. Not like, I mean, like, Sure, if you think that's a good stopping point. I mean, do you think you'll get through this witness today? Okay, how much more will you have tomorrow? Huh? Oh, not tomorrow, sorry. The next day, Monday.
Probably about 2 hours.
So
Okay,
we
so
should
no
have
jury
done
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
I understand the reason why, especially given some things that happened this week, Your Honor, with the state's office.
What?
Y'all need to get better at your time estimates.
The grunt.
All right, let's just get the jury back in.
So I think they're only going to go for a little bit longer today.
No, I think the judge is still contemplating. I think judge.
All right, maybe they're not sure on the leaving time today, but it does sound like they told the jury they needed time to deal with something. Apparently something happened with the state's office that is also creating time crunch issues. So no jury until Monday, although it sounds like court tomorrow, like a non-jury day. So we're back up at the seal. Also, Miss AB, loving this. The cry face is your emoji for this endless trial. I think that's a lot of us. I see this one used a lot. Granny of 5, thank you for becoming a member. Showing us the co-counsel. Also, shout out to Dolores Perry. Thank you for becoming a member. Kevin Kirksey was Ashley Merchant in court with her client. They never called Duke Martinez Arnold, but if you're asking about Antonio Sumlin, they said that his attorney, Sean Hoover, was in the courtroom. So if you're talking about Sumlin, he had counsel present when he was testifying. Thank you for the 2. Oh, I don't like that tie. Mike the Mop, thank you, says, get them likes right, y'all. Heck yeah, especially as we wind down the day. I think you meant yak, but thanks for the compliment to all of us.
Based on your investigation, some knowledge of Mr. Boyer being at the BP gas station.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after listening to this call in the days after Mr. Drinks' murder, did you see posts from Mr. Demekion Garlington?
Yes.
As well as Mr. Quamavius Nichols?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to look at those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 470 BV and 471 BV. Tell me if you recognize 470 BV and 471.
I do recognize them.
And how do you recognize 470 BV and 471 BV?
These are posts that I had captured during the investigation. It was my wiretap as part of the March 2022.
And are those posts from both Mr. Garlington and Mr. Quamavius Nichols?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 470 and 471 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at, actually it's 470 and 471, both these images just on one page.
Yes.
Okay. And what date were these posted?
Can I refer to them?
Yes.
They were posted on, or they were captured on March 15th at 8:20 p.m. And it says 33 minutes ago, so around 7-something p.m. on March 15th.
And were both images posted on March 15th, 2022?
Yes.
And what does the caption say?
We got y'all boys.
And who is in both images?
In the white t-shirt, you'll see Christian McMiller. And then in the black t-shirt holding up the watch is going to be Darius Ward.
And was this posted by Demekion Garlington?
It was.
And is this the day after Mr. Drinks was killed?
Yes.
Now, did you also then have the opportunity to see more images from YFN members regarding either Mr. Drinks or Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
All right. I'm showing you 472 VV, 473 VV, and I'll just start. 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Okay.
Do you recognize 461 VV, 472 VV, and 473 VV?
I do.
And how do you recognize those images?
Those were images that I captured during my wiretap investigation.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of pictures that you captured during your wiretap investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish. And we'll start 461 VV. Is that, again, Mr. Calvin Watts?
It is.
Okay. And does he have any emojis on that picture?
He does.
And what are the emojis?
So you will see in between his eyes, he's going to have the purple, like devil, like emoji in between his eyes. He's going to have the shell. That's something he.
Oh, can you, because they probably can't see. Do you have the pointers?
Oh, yes. Sorry. So you'll see he has like the purple, like the devil emoji in between his eyes. And then from my experience reviewing hundreds of his posts over there, he likes this shell emoji tagging things. And after the death of Mr. Drinks, Mr. Watts began posting these shells. There's one, he puts two under his eye in the style of like, in my experience or what I've seen through my investigations, like prison or gang tattoos, teardrops under the eyes. So this is after, he started doing this after Mr. Drinks was killed with the two shells under his eye.
Now looking at 472 VV. And who posted 472 VV?
Jasper Walters.
And what, is that a picture of a tattoo?
Based on my investigation, it appeared that.
Let me ask you a better question. Was Donovan Thomas Jr. nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
And was Mr. Shamel Drinks also nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
Okay. And after Mr. Drinks murder, is that when you started seeing the nut life 2 times tattoos?
Yes.
Now looking at 473 VV. Now looking at is this Donovan Thomas Jr.?
It is.
And is this also a post on Mr. Shell Keller, Kelvin Watts' page?
It is.
Okay. And do you see the 2 emojis or the 2 shells on there?
Yes.
Now, you just talked about a few moments ago that it looked like teardrops with prison, or his version of that. What do those teardrops mean? What's your understanding of the meaning of the 2 teardrops?
Traditionally, through the training and experience that I've had, a teardrop denotes somebody you killed. It could denote several things, but one of them is when you get a body, you'll have a teardrop under your eye.
Now, when you went to, I'm going to take you back to March 16th of 2022. And when you went to the home and spoke with Mr. Jackson, you said that he did not give you any information about what happened that night. Is that fair to say?
He was very short. He didn't give me much.
And did you have an opportunity to hear any calls from the wiretap around March 16, 2022, around the time in which the police or after the police were at the location?
Yes, there were calls after the police and myself had left the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
We're going to start with March 16th, 2022 at 12:22 a.m. Yeah, of course it goes because you got kicked out of Zoom for a moment.
The Zoom kicked them out. Well, we'll put this on 2 times to catch up. Guys, I want to play this clip from yesterday real quick. This is Hilton's representation of what they wanted to introduce to about Boyer yesterday. So, did it just skip? Oh, come on. Breaking it here. So remember, she was trying to have the conclusion on the stand from Viverito that he was in the same car. What car was he in?
50 is Mr. DeMarco.
He's losing
Boyer,
steam.
Your Honor. This is the individual that we believe was in the car with Quamarvius Nichols when the murder happened. We believe that he is the individual that says get on FaceTime right now, right before the murder, and so to show a picture that this person is a real person and they exist.
Are y'all going to assert that he's not a real person? All right, you don't need that picture.
So she only represents that they believe something but just want to introduce a picture. She didn't get into this whole thing that they plan to have Viverito attest to his physical location on the day. That's grimy, if you ask me. We'll catch this up till she gets the Zoom working. I'm in the bushes again.
Now, as we're waiting for the call to get pulled up, after March 16th or March 17th, after the execution of the search warrant, did you learn of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson following a chase from Chick-fil-A on Cleveland Avenue.
Yes.
And after learning of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson, did you begin listening to any of his jail calls?
I did.
Okay. And while listening to his jail calls, did you ever learn if he had a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you learn where the cell phone, when I say where, the house, where that cell phone was located?
Yes.
Where did you retrieve the phone from?
I ultimately retrieved the phone from his grandmother's home.
Okay. And once you got the phone, were you able to did you get a search warrant to search the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to go through the contents of that phone?
Yes.
All right. Of course, indulgence for a moment. We're ready to publish the March 16th call.
All right.
Nope. How the hell you at? Where the hell you at? Hey, you ain't like no little back cut? I don't know. What the heck? I think they in the front. Man, they got goddamn. You through their back? They can't come in the house. Yeah, that was my house. Shut up, open the door.
In listening to that call, are you able to determine who Mr. Carson was speaking with?
I believe you speak with Mr. Stillwell.
And do you
Believe.
know what time the police responded to 2830 Warrens Road or March 16, 2022?
I believe it was shortly after midnight.
And was this call at approximately 12:22 a.m.?
Yes.
Next, I want to play for you March 16th at 4:33 a.m.
Get Shart. Hold on, look at Shart here. I know I'm doing this a lot today. And I'm breaking it. That was a whole look from Shart right here, though. Watch him.
Oh. You good, nigga?
Hello?
You good?
Yeah. Who is this?
What the hell you mean, nigga?
Oh, I ain't even say, I ain't saving no number.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Where the hell you at? You gone?
Yeah, I'm about to drop miles off.
Tell my boy, it's all love, boy. I couldn't wait, boy. I gotta go home.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he just ran in the store real quick.
Yeah, so it was all love. I ain't waiting, boy. I gotta go, boy. That shit just shook the fuck out of me.
Man, what, man? When I seen it, when I seen V, I just...
Man, what? Man, that whole just, man, boy, listen, boy. I just said to myself, boy, man, let me out that car. I'm gonna go in.
Now you heard when it said, man, Miss V, are you Miss V?
I am.
Is that what Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell call you?
Yes.
in, boy, and I ain't coming back outside, boy. I don't care about having no run or nothing, boy. That motherfucker ain't moving.
Hey, boy, I said the same shit, boy. Somebody really think I'm like, yeah, man. I'm like,
What's so
I'm
crazy, bro? I was just being cheap. Actually, I was being cheap. My whole keep saying, let's get a room like that, man. I'm not gonna pay for no room. Man, listen, boy. I just said, damn, boy. They can send a nigga to right screen with their money like that. Man, let me go and spend this shit on them in the room, man.
Man, what? I'm
Fuck
talking,
up.
hey, that's on DV. I'm in there like, boy, I got to get my last 2,000. I got to get lawyered in. I'm like, man. Well, I'm in that bitch like, yeah, man. Damn.
Bro, you wouldn't believe, boy. All the sticks and the guns was in the gray car.
For real?
Man, oh God, boy. And the sticks and shit in the attic.
Ooh, shit. Boy, that was God, boy.
Yeah, what?
That was God. Yeah. He said it's all Lord. He had to get up out of there, boy. Baby. What, that way? Yeah. Hell yeah. You know what I made though?
Yeah, nah, man. You know how far I gotta go.
Oh yeah. Poke got down blowed up.
She what?
She blowed it up, boy.
I ain't man. She blowed my shit up.
You saying Shannon okay, Mouse? Hold on, this was too.
All right.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. I'm like, I seen her. You walk past me first, I'm like, well, I know for a fact that is.
Man, what? You knew who she was coming to then.
She say I done said the same shit though. She like, so you, cause she like, who house is it? I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm telling them my first time here. She was like,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Man, listen, bro. I'm thinking. Get what I kept saying. I said, boy, I know D and Mal them smart. I know they saw them folks got her and took her to the front. I said, I know they hit that back cut.
You wouldn't even believe I'm trying to find out what the back cut. That's why I called you.
Man, you talking about, well, I would have made one straight through the motherfucking bush back there, boy. I'm telling you, I would have went trucking back there.
But guess what? We only got caught because this dumb ass nigga once his legs showing. He think somebody in the house dead, bro.
Man, they tell me, they like, so you telling me nobody in the house? I'm like, hell, man, listen, man, I just pulled up. I said outside for 3 minutes, top. The motherfucker go popping. So shit.
Oh, God, I said the same shit.
Oh, God, well, I sat outside 3 minutes, popping. Them motherfucker went to popping, so shit. I went to the goddamn ducking and running. They tell me, so why you ain't... They tell me, so why you ain't got down? I thought it comes on some. They tell me, so why you ain't got down come out when we said Atlanta police? I'm like, shit, I don't trust Atlanta police. I'm thinking these folks. I'm thinking these folks trying to get her to come out. So shit, I stayed in.
Yeah.
Oh God, they're like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, look, bro, y'all question me like I'm a suspect. I'm a victim. They're like, yeah, you right. They're like, but let's do what we gotta do. We're gonna get back with you. If everything come out clean, then we'll let y'all go. Like, say less. I'm in the car sleep. I kick when they tell me that, I kick back. Don't goddamn go out.
Yeah.
God.
You know what they can't get the video from Nick camera quick.
Hell nah.
Yeah. Oh, okay,
Man, you wouldn't believe, boy. I'm in the motherfucker like, boy, I know they can't come in here. We good, bro. I'm telling bro, like, we good, but they proud.
Where the hell y'all was at? You told me I was in the woods.
Huh?
You told me I was in the woods.
I was up under the house, man. You don't see how dirty I am?
Oh, we heard them get they like, hey, move. He like, hey, my dumb ass, I go out the back door. So I go out the back door, right? So I'm finna go toward the car and hop in the car, just sit in the car the whole time. That's what they at though. Man, I go to the other side, finna try to hop the fence. They like, hey.
I'm telling you what you gonna do. Go hit that cut, boy.
I know it. I everybody what a cut was. They said I ain't know.
Man, listen, man. You probably made your cut. Yeah, like you ain't from the hood, boy. You know how this shit go. I would have went back there and made me a cut, boy. I would have been trucking through the motherfucker. That's why my goddamn shoes so dirty, my pants dirty, and my shoes dirty.
Real.
say, so this is about Matt, man? I say, ma'am, I don't know.
Man, listen, man, they asked me, do I know Matt, man? I said, I don't know no motherfucking Matt, man. Who are that?
Yeah,
I said, man, I'm not even from over here, bro. I'm from Tumbleville area, bro.
yeah.
So what you doing over here? I came to see a friend, man. I'm trying to talk about that game, man.
What you talking about? Damn, man. That whole blowing me up. That whole thing, nigga, Sheen, all type of shit. That nigga was so cool though. He got damn called it back. I need to put a lock on my phone and take my, like, have my messages pop out.
This shit crazy, boy. I'm finna go in, boy. I'm finna gotta get out the driver's seat, let her drive, tell her drive slow as possible. I got down, my stupid ass went in the car, got my stick out the car and my FN out the car. Watch 12 right there, and got in the car, pulled off. They're really why I ain't want to wait on mine.
Yeah.
Huh? All right.
I'm gonna text you now. Yeah, man. Folks blowing up air. She called too.
Sure. How she get some? How she get that though?
I don't know. Cause, you know, Kira got my Instagram on her phone.
Oh.
Everybody DMing like, "Is you okay?" So goddamn, y'all blowing up. So she say her and Kira was already on the phone. I get Kira sent her number to
Poke.
Yeah, Poke. All them was on the phone. I'm like, damn, man. But I say, I'm like, here, bro.
Bro, listen, bro. I kept saying to myself, I don't know what the fuck. I'm on drill time though, so I'm really like, but I ain't going nowhere. But I'm telling myself, pull out, AB, pull out.
You ain't hear me say, boy, let go.
Man,
Garlington's
listen, you
FM.
said let go, Miles said let go, Brett said let go, but I'm on drill time, so I'm just like, man, fuck that, boy.
Yeah.
I'm so mad. This time they served. He was just telling me like, he was like, either somebody follow D or your girl or it's that whole Elmo, cause they serve Elmo. I was like, man, Elmo, Elmo fuck with them folk.
Yeah. Ain't nobody follow me. Nobody on the expressway when I got off of nothing.
Man, listen, man. Don't nobody know my hoe. Cause my hoe in a runner, man. Fresh runner, new runner. Them motherfuckers just got any run. And my hoe coming from goddamn, all the way from goddamn out here. So, come on, man. Stop playing.
Yeah, man. I know for a fact nobody follow me. Don't even know what I'm in. Don't nobody know I fuck with the hoe.
Don't nobody know what I'm in. That's what I'm telling. Like, yeah. do you folks ain't knowing these cars? That's what I'm telling him. Like, bro, these folks ain't knowing none of these cars, bro. All these cars is some new goddamn cars. Niggas ain't played.
Yeah. Damn, man. I hear them boys. Damn.
They're crazy, bro. Don't nobody know. Them folk don't be knowing where that spot at, man.
Yeah.
Somebody get that drop out, boy.
Boy, on God, boy, that's what I believe. On TV, that's what I believe, boy.
Somebody had get it. Hey, boy, I ain't gonna lie, boy. I know you happy like I'm happy, boy. I'm happy as hell, boy. I just was saying to myself. Get what I just was saying to myself. I just was saying to myself, boy. Man, all these niggas might get out except man D, boy.
Oh man, on God.
I'm like to him, boy. Yeah.
Who were the two people talking on that call?
Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And did you hear when in the call they talked about the sticks? They were happy because they didn't go inside because there were sticks in the attic.
I heard them speak about sticks being in the gray car and in the attic.
When you went and did the execution of the search warrant on March 17th, 2022, did you find any weapons first in the attic of the home at 2830 Waters Road?
I did not.
Was there any weapons found inside of an Audi vehicle?
I believe there was a rifle recovered from the Audi.
Now, when you hear the term sticks, have you heard that term before?
I have.
And how have you heard that term referenced?
Referencing a long gun or a rifle.
And would the gun that was found inside of the Audi on March 17, 2022 be considered a stick?
Yes.
Now, did you hear when either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell mentioned something or an individual named Elmo?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that nickname at all?
I'm not.
Did you hear when either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington said, "I'm on drill time"?
Yes.
Have you heard that term drill time before?
Yes.
How have you heard that terminology?
Like you're ready to go to war, basically.
Did you hear either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington talk about the camera footage inside of the home?
Briefly, yes.
And again, when you went on March 17, 2022, was there any camera footage found inside of the house?
No, based on that call, I included it in my items to be searched for in my search warrant, but it had been removed.
And was it this call that you used to base the search warrant for you to go into the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
So it wasn't based on personal knowledge of seeing it through the door. You heard it on the call.
Now, during that call, did you hear with either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell, I guess, talk about their discussion with the police officers on scene?
Yes.
And did you hear one of them say that they told the police that they didn't even know McMahon? They had no idea who that was.
Yes.
And based on the social media posts that you observed, would that be not a true statement that neither Mr. Garlington nor Mr. Stillwell, they knew who Mr. McMillan was? Would that be fair to say?
Correct. They knew them.
Now, as a part of your kind of continued listening to this wiretap, did you ever find any calls after the death of Mr. Shamel Drinks in the early morning hours of March 15th, 2022, with Demekion Garlington discussing the shooting or discussing driving back through a certain area?
There was a call where it appeared that he was discussing driving back through and looking at the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony?
I have.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit March 15th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m.
And by the way, I mean, I was just chatting. Did Hilton skip over the question about the FN? Because she seemed to ask questions in order of how things were said on that call. She followed in order. But she certainly jumped. She certainly jumped from, you heard them talk about sticks. What are sticks? You know the nickname Elmo. Yeah, you know. What does drill time mean? Well, we kind of skipped the part about the mention of the FN and getting the FN out of the gray car. And normally in any other trial, I would be like, oh, they're ignoring it because it's just not relevant. It's something else. Somebody owns a firearm. That's not the worst thing if there's no reason to look at it. But with this case, over and over, when they skip something, every single time on cross-examination, it gets honed out. So she skipped over it. The FN, it's a firearm manufacturer, and there's separate FNs at issue. So Shamel Drinks was shot with, let me make sure I get this right, with a .40 caliber. Shamel Drinks, the projectile that the medical examiner found, .40 caliber. And it's supposed to be consistent. They're trying to make this argument, and it got devoured, just demolished on cross-examination yesterday. They had the lady, what was her name? Camper, Amanda, Angela, the blonde lady. The state gave her on December 2022. So Shamel Drinks happens in March 2022. In December 2022, the DA's office gives her firearms to examine. They turn over a firearm. It's an FN that they recovered from the Meadowlark and Meadows Drive, where they end up, after the helicopter chase, apprehending Nichols and Stillwell. Right? They end up recovering 2 different firearms on the side of the road that was thrown out of the passenger side, and one of them was an FN. So the state's theory is that there was an FN somehow involved in the Shamel Drink shooting, but it was .40 caliber. And the gun they recovered from the apprehension of Stillwell was a different FN, .45 caliber, an FNX or something like that. So Shart laid that out on cross, and the blonde lady, they turned the casings over a month after they turned over the firearms. So they turned the firearms over in December, then the shell casings in January of 2023. And Shart asked the question, like, I mean, could a .40 caliber round be fired by a .45 caliber? And she's basically like, no. Like, it would, I imagine maybe, but it would probably ruin the gun and go flying somewhere different. And then we find out that with Kevin Leonpacher, the one that did the body cam walkthrough, on the first day that he's walking around, and we see that body cam footage of him walking around Waters Road. He recovered 11 shell casings that day. Then he goes back the next day, recovers 1 more casing, and Sharp pointed out in his line of questioning that one casing happened to belong to an FN. So there's a lot of different interesting things happening here. And now we have Tameka Garlington on a call saying he got the FN out of a gray car. And Hilton skips over all of the things she has Viverito underscore. We skip that there may have been another FN in the possession of somebody else. To me, my only explanation for that is they want all 4 to go down for something that maybe Tameka Garlington, maybe they do suspect that Tameka Garlington was the shooter, but since he's severed from this, they want the jury to think somebody in this room was responsible, and maybe they can also get Garlington more pointedly thereafter. We just heard that they're trying to plant DeMarco Boyer in the same car with Nichols, even though they didn't represent that they were going to try to do this yesterday when they talked about it. Something seems so off about this.
Yo. All right, man. There was all kinds of shit going on. I just jumped in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and they ain't got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense.
Yeah, yeah,
The fuck you getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who brought you?
yeah.
That's stupid as fuck. So you need to be on the gun ass. What the hell? What's up with
We right here down here.
y'all? What?
Ryan pads around the sea.
I'm finna meet up with y'all.
Right around past the city.
Gotta get it filled up for Mike.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm listening.
Huh?
I said, alright, I'm finna let you know what's going on.
I just, I'm pulling out now. Y'all nigga,
Back to you say,
I was gonna jump in with y'all.
alright. That's what I'm saying, Kyle, what you doing?
Alright, I'm gonna get the pull up now.
Alright.
Now, did you hear when Mr. Garza says that he was riding past just trying to see?
I did.
And with this call, sitting here now, were you able to remember if the wiretap picked up location data for that call?
I can't recall offhand. I'd have to review it.
And I want to briefly go back to the call we just heard from the early morning hours of March 16. Did you hear either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell discuss having an FN and a stick?
Yes.
We got the FN.
An FN, is that a type of handgun?
It is.
And
Here
the
we go.
Stick, is that, again, similar to what we talked about, a long gun?
My experience, it would refer to a long gun.
And did you have any knowledge of the arrest of Mr. Shannon Jackson on March 17th or anything that was found in the area of where that arrest took place? Did you have any knowledge of that?
Yes.
And did you have any knowledge of an FN gun being found on Meadowlark Road, and one in the middle of the street and one in the grassy area of Meadowlark Lane?
Yes, that's my understanding what transpired during the arrest.
She's tying the different ones together.
And as a part of your work on this case with the DA's office, were you ever asked to locate the receipt for one of those FN weapons?
I was.
And what did you do in order to obtain that receipt?
I believe I traveled to the pawn shop located in Clayton County.
Talking to your mic.
Oh, sorry. There's an Arrowhead pawn shop in Clayton County and was able to obtain the receipt for those firearms.
And who was the
Plural.
purchaser of that FN firearm?
Mr. Stillwell's ex-girlfriend, Taisha Alexander, or current girlfriend. I don't know.
So you've been watching. Good for you. You're an expert witness.
Now, I want to publish. You're right, this could be a good place to stop.
Okay. Let's stop for the day. So we'll be back with y'all on Monday at 9. So y'all have a good weekend. Remember not to let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves. Don't look at any kind of coverage. Don't try to find out through any research anything about the case or anybody involved. That's about, it. Same thing that's been applicable to y'all for the last year. And we will see you on Monday. Thank you.
All right, we'll see if they're taking up any matters, but I'm 100% convinced they're intentionally trying to get the jury to think that one FN is the same as the other FN. And that's insane. That is insane. And she's an expert witness, so she can watch the trial. She can watch. But I was saying that that's a convenient perk. Because you treat all your cops as expert witnesses. Now they can watch testimony they're not supposed to be watching if they weren't also expert witnesses. So.
And as we previously discussed, tomorrow will be an attorney work day. The court will not be in session.
Oh, no court tomorrow, guys.
Your Honor, before
I
we
could do
break,
work.
and I think probably this goes without saying, but I'm going to ask that this witness, Investigative Viverito, be instructed to have absolutely no communications about this case with the state as she is now on the stand.
Yep.
Whole weekend.
You're so instructed. Okay. Anything else? No? Okay. All right. Y'all, the courtroom should be open for y'all to get in to be able to work with the evidence, work on sorting out the evidence by 9 tomorrow. I will be available but I don't plan to come down here and do anything. So just if you need to reach the court for anything, just email Ms. Pursfield, as you always do.
Are you okay if we come at like 10 o'clock instead of the normal 8:30, 9 o'clock time?
It definitely didn't have to be 8:30. I'm fine. I mean, the courtroom is going to be, it's just going to be y'all, the attorneys in court. It's not going to be anybody else. The courtroom's not going to be open. So it probably would be nice for the deputies to know when it is. They should have it available.
Well, we're always here, so we'll defer to that.
Yeah, if it's okay with the court, my preference would be to get here at 10 o'clock tomorrow, just because I have a school event.
10's fine. 10 o'clock. So,
See, we got ESPN.
There you go.
yeah. Okay.
Not an
I
ESPN
don't know
joke.
why these gentlemen can't get out of bed in the morning, but
I know.
I'll be here by the time they get here. As far as, well, this doesn't need to be on the record.
Okay. Y'all come on up here if we need to discuss anything else.
All right, we'll keep this up in case they come back around. What? What?
Yes.
My client would really like to be present tomorrow, Your Honor.
I mean, that's fine with me. I thought y'all might want a day out of court, but
You would like to be here.
okay, fine.
There we go.
All right, well, y'all can be here too, but court will not be in session.
All right, so now they're adjourned. All right, so put a 1 in the chat. Let's do it this way. Put a 1 in the chat if the... Well, I guess we have to do 3 options. We're going to do 3 options. So let's listen to them before we guess here. But 1 is if you're just confused about the FNs entirely, like just totally confused. 2, if you think, you know, the state is presenting the different FNs and it's clear. It's clear enough. Put a 3 if you think the state is not presenting the FNs clearly, even though the state knows there's multiple FNs, right? So this is kind of a broader question because it's a lot to follow. It is a lot to follow. But the state isn't us in a YouTube chat. The state's supposed to know their evidence. They're the ones making their case. So, and then again, it's great feedback if you're confused in this chat room because the jury's probably able to have less information. They can't replay, they can't rewind. So if we have several people in the chat that are confused about it, that would show exactly why option number 3 would be effective. If the state's trying to be misleading on purpose, it would be effective because it's not easy to follow. I don't know. It's a lot, guys. It's pissing me off. Because this isn't the first time they've tried to conflate the different firearms. So, I don't know. I've got a lot of thoughts. I do work in the evenings, and when I go to bed, I try to read, right? I usually like nonfiction or like news reports. And honestly, I think I'm going to... I already believe that Fulton County is bad, and I'm ready for the T to see it outlined exactly how bad it is. But I really think I'm going to be re-listening to today and re-listening to Flores, Hogan, and maybe the firearms, the lady, Angela Campo, again. So... I don't know, something's really pissing me off about the way this is going today. And we have the most confident witness on the stand. So, big thank you to everyone for supporting, like, my crazy moments trying to figure it out today, because I'm piecing this together as we hear it. So, the stuff I say, I might miss things, I might mishear things, including big thank you to AK. AK, if you're still in the chat, big appreciation here. AK went back and heard exactly how Viverito titled her new role, and it was this as follows. So her position is the first of its kind, an investigative gang analyst, which would be IGA, a hybrid of detective and criminal intelligence analyst. So that's why I was thinking she was calling herself that. A fusion of the best parts, thinking outside the box. So thank you so much, AK. It's really helpful, especially when I'm on stream, you know, that you guys are like, hey, let's verify something. Let's get it right. This is just, I don't know. Have a good night, Neurotic. So much appreciation, tons of food for thought today. KC Dog says this is the best that they've got. And that's like the scary part, because if something seems manipulative about it, but the jury can't decipher it, I think that's so scary. I just don't think that that's okay. People get convicted because of, you know, maybe bad eyewitness testimony, but also prosecutorial misconduct. And maybe a bad eyewitness has remorse and will eventually speak out and say something. And that's not a perfect solution, but I feel like a witness that feels like they got it wrong is more willing to come forward and say, like, I really regret this. I feel like I got this wrong. But a prosecutor that's doing something bad, they do it again and again. They do it again and again. And when you do things again and again, remorse is harder to feel. You're not going to just raise your hand one day. You're very unlikely to raise your hand and just say, oops, by the way, I suddenly feel bad about this thing that I decided to do over and over and over again. So, I don't know. I think this is the best that they got, and I think it's a scary prospect what they're doing. KC Dog says this is only the 47th time they've played this call. Not in, you know, I think some of it's new for the jury. We've heard it a lot. But still, they're playing it, and I think they're letting the jury think that, because I think people in the chat, I believe some people in the chat thought it was Shannon Stillwell saying, I got the FN out of the car. The chat was like, oh, dang. Oh, gosh, it was him. It was his FN. He went and got and started shooting back, which is, you know, you could still come back on defense and explain, I was getting shot at. Why shouldn't I be able to shoot back? But still, there's an extra angle, at least in Shannon Stillwell's defense. It doesn't really, I have questions about Tameka and Garlington, but that's a separate trial, right? Oh, man. Classy Beats, thanks so much, says Hilton is still talking. I feel like I'm still talking. I feel like I don't know how I'm going to stop talking today. I've got a lot on my mind. I'm so glad that they don't have court tomorrow a little bit, because I can catch up on work tomorrow and like rewatch this stuff tonight and like really let it digest and marinate. So. Chad Diggy, I'm laughing at this. So Chad Diggy has the whole conspiracy. It's fully plotted out. And I think it's a lizard brain, right? It's like weird on StreamYard. But I think it's a lizard. Maybe it's supposed to be a squirrel. But lizard brain plan. SteffJK and Jason Hodges are going to work on the Amazon 2-day shipping Rice Street outfit. Gotta all get it. We send Mookie undercover as kattnotwilliams and investigates at Rice Street. Mookie, if you get stuck, you're on your own. Go in there for us, Mookie. Do the investigation. And hilarious shout out to the Amazon 2-day shipping. I'm telling you, we gotta watch out. They're gonna be watching this chat. Miss AB says they both have to be tired from talking all day. You know, when Hilton asked to sit down, it was kind of like you could see she was ready to not even get permission. And I do want to show some, I empathize with that, standing at a podium. She's tall. You can't really lean on that and support yourself. Your posture is going to be bad the whole time. So I have a little bit of empathy there, but tired from talking that, what did she say? Talk your talk, talk that talk. I mean, don't get tired from it now, Hilton, when you encourage it other times. MT says 3, so option 3, but Max is going to cook on Cross. Not sure why the state's servicing him up on a silver platter. And I think this is a great point, and I see some concerns in the chat, like, oh no, they don't get to start Cross right now. They get to marinate on this on the weekend. I don't really think they ended with something strong enough, because at the end of the day, what they ended on is another question that's still up for determination, right? Oh, we heard they're trying to conflate this FN, right? And this FN is the one that, oh, there's a receipt and it was registered to Taisha Alexander. So that must mean it's Shannon Stillwell's. Well, that's not actually decided. The jury's supposed to decide that, because we had Taisha Alexander on the stand saying she's a shooter and she carries, but then also didn't want to say that, you know, he wasn't supposed to have that gun, blah, 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 blah. But it was also a car that she was there and rented. So it could have been in there for other reasons. So I think the jury still has to determine some questions about that particular firearm registered to Taisha Alexander. So I don't really think that was that strong of a thing for them to end on and let them marinate on over the weekend. Now, what I think is the advantage, Shark comes back and the jury has to understand that this is supposed to be nearing the end of the case. I don't think that they know that this is their last witness. But I think they will ride out the momentum. I think they might be tuned in and paying attention when it's cross-examination. Shark gets to plan all weekend. So I think this break might seem like it sucks, but I think it'll balance itself out. Thank you so much, MT, for the thoughts here. And let's see. KC Dog says, didn't Hilton say yesterday that Burrito would say the emojis mean Shell Kel, not two bodies? So what they were getting at was, hey, Shell Kel uses the emojis to refer to himself. Here's a photo of Shell Kel, and I think it was a picture with Donovan Thomas, one of them, and it had the two shells. So it was just showing like, I use this to represent me, this emoji associated with myself. That's the state's presentation initially. Then later they show posts by YSL associates with the shell emojis and the zip zip. Almost like the same argument they're trying to make with that video with Wooney Lee and the tombstone and shh. So with that, I think their point is when YSL starts using the shells, it's because they know Shell Kel uses the shells. So YSL's using it to say something about Shell Kel with zipper emojis. So you're correct, but it's exactly that meaning of why we think it means Shell Kel that they're saying it ends up meaning something bad when YSL associates are using it with the zippers. So you're there. And I think a lot of people were probably confused by that same thing. Harp City says, has any of Burrito's testimony have anything to do with the defendant so far? A lot of it did, and don't forget that some of the defendants she's talking about are severed co-defendants awaiting their trial still. Mender, Tanquarius Mender is in the indictment. Demekin Garlington's in the indictment. So some of the names that might seem like, who are we talking about? They aren't in the courtroom, right? And the jury could be like, the jury could think exactly this way. So again, this is really important feedback. It could be exactly how the jury's feeling. They might not know the other defendants. They might not be keeping track of those names. They're just wondering, why do we keep hearing about other people? And even if you try to give them jury instructions that say like, hey, you know, was this an enterprise? They might not apply the instructions maybe the way they should or shouldn't, right? I'm not going to debate that, but just hypothetically speaking, if the facts are there where they should find beyond a reasonable doubt that these random names that seem like they're not in the courtroom were at times doing things, conspiring with the defendants in the room, maybe they can say, yes, we think you proved your case beyond a reasonable doubt on these specific charges. But at the same time, juries are human. If they sit there and they say, we hear all about this Woody and Shell Kel, who are not. Woody's not in this indictment. We hear about these other names, they're not in the room, and we don't know if they're waiting their own trial. The jury could think exactly like this. There's really no telling. But I think it's important to see the feedback that a lot of people are thinking this way. Kevin Kirksey says someone called Hilton Edna, like from The Incredibles with the bob. Oh man. Edna mode, I was dying. Yeah, I can see that one. That's a good one, whoever said it. Shout out to that. And thanks, Kevin, for highlighting it. That's a good one. Maybe have to get an emoji for that. Chad Diggy said, smoking that Vera pack. I am glad that they did explain the full, that it is something that they reference in music. It's not just something that means necessarily you're out there dropping bodies. So one little small appreciation there, because I was calling it out before they had the chance to get to it. But yeah, smoking that Vera pack, guys, that is a troll account that just shows up in chats and says the same 5 things in all caps. The mods do a great job here, and we are open to opposing views, different views, but you don't need to come in and spam things 5 times. So if you do ever see them block a certain someone from the chat, it's because of that repetitive nature. Thank you, mods. Mod love all the time. Harp City says, it would be great if Max asks her, how many troll accounts have you or someone you know created? And I'm going to say it again. I think that this is a possibility. Sting operations are a thing. Why wouldn't they recreate a sting type operation for what they do on social media? right? The times are changing. Let's use the same tactics we do out in the field. Now that the world is a lot more immersed in the digital world, how do we do a digital sting? And I think it's scary because that could be setting victims up. I think it could be precipitating a lot of the stuff that's happening. So if Max asks this, get up and walk off the screen out of happiness, because it's possible, and I think it's probable here that something like that is happening. My own suspicion. Miss AB says, I think they have reused the alphabet so many times in so many combinations that the alphabets are going on strike. There was a certain point in time where they were using triple letters. It was most noticeable when Atkins was questioning someone because he was like, Delta, Delta, Delta. The whole chat was dying. They're like, we can't do this anymore. So yeah, they've gone through the alphabet many, many times in this trial with all the exhibits. Thank you so much for the 5, Miss AB. Let's see. MT says the state's best evidence is emojis, woody, and all lyrics are autobiographical. Now we got to make one correction here because their best evidence is only Woody in the past, right? They don't include present day Woody and what he said on the stand in this, what they think is their best evidence. They only want you to look at what he was saying back on January 11th of 2015. But you got it, you got it. Oh, Paralegal Institute. Oh my gosh, love your content. So glad to see you here today. Kat, if you are lost, then there is no hope. I came here for some clarity. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will give you, if you want to adopt my opinion. I'm not like Viverito. I don't think that my opinion is fact. But my opinion is that the state is playing on the jury being confused, right? That's the clarity I can offer you. I think that it's strategic. The confusion is strategic. Very happy to see you here. Miss hanging out with you. And you know what? When I do a rewatch of today, might rewatch it. Did you do a stream today? Aha. Okay. Guys, so if you want to rewatch today, repick things out. Was this all day? Yes, you did all day. I think I'm going to be replay crew. Instead of just watching it through like Law and Crime, like a raw stream. I'm going to go over there because there's some stuff I want to hear twice. I want to hear exactly how it's being said. I hate that we cannot see Viverito's face. I want to see the way she's saying things. And thank you so much, Paralegal Institute, for the kind words here. Quite the compliment coming from you. Touche says, okay, so this is multiple parts. We're going to get this. So perhaps the one silver lining of the length of this crap case is the education of people like Paige. In small ways, I think we've seen her acknowledge as a whole culture she doesn't know. She's realizing what she doesn't know. And she's trying to either ask questions, finally, right? At first, she was kind of like, I'm just going to go with my first impression. And now she's like, she said, didn't she say she's getting hip to the language or she's learning the words? Which is, it's a little bit late because unfortunately, her confidence a few weeks ago was enough to get evidence admitted that maybe that ruling would have been different if she was more hip to the language a few weeks ago. But the fact that she's making that change, it shows you that closing a cultural knowledge gap is important when you're in the judiciary space, because it can have a huge impact on what evidence gets put through in trial. And keeping out things that are more prejudicial than probative is really important to make sure a defendant has a fair trial. We shouldn't be just having the jury sitting there saying, well, I think these lyrics are distasteful and they talk about messy things, so I want to convict them based on that, because you just introduce so much stuff that makes it seem like they talk about things I don't like, right? You don't want to do that. And as a judge, you're supposed to prevent that. And I think I'm jumping around. My bad. I had too many YouTube windows open. Touche says she's seeing what it is to be a product of an environment and worked over by the system. She was genuinely impressed with JW, so Jeffrey Williams. The sheer injustice of it all seems to have endeared them to her. This trial has allowed them to be seen as humans and not just thugs. Doesn't make up for what they've lost, but it's something. Sorry for the long thought. No, this is a great thought. And I appreciate it. I think this is really a good thing to spell out. And I super appreciate, you know, this last part. It might be, it doesn't make up for what they've already lost, but it's still something. It's like kind of like a bittersweet part about it. And it's not just Judge Whitaker. It's really anybody that's in that role that hopefully has an appreciation or does some self-reflection and thinks, stays active, you know, every day. Maybe consider, do I know this before I make a ruling? Do I really, am I sure of the interpretation I'm about to place on this? Or is there an interpretation I might not understand, might not be thinking of because of the lack of my own personal experience? I'm going to give an example here. And I won't get into the specifics of the case, but there was an accusation against a high-profile athlete, and it was a essay allegation, but a civil suit. And one of the pieces of proof was text messages. And she was claiming abuse because the text message that she showed, which there was other conversations about pregnancy and pregnancy tests around these text messages. But the text in question that half of Twitter went wild about and said, this is it, they're guilty. Was I came on your back. So she was trying to claim that was proof that he walked up while he was done working out, had a towel on, and quite frankly just started beating off and just shot a load out at her. But when you put it in the context of the text messages, if you don't know the language, if somebody's telling you that they're pregnant and you're like, what? You can't be pregnant. I pulled out. Saying you came on someone's back. No, it's not Jonathan Majors. It's not Jonathan Majors. But saying you came on someone's back is another way of trying to say you pulled out. So to me, it sounds like that was not a, and it had exclamations. So people were taking it like he was bragging about, ha ha ha, I just violated you. But in the context of the conversation, he was just saying, look, you're claiming you're pregnant, but how could that be? I pulled out. But people really had never heard that phrase used. Never heard that phrase used. And one of the people I spoke about, I went back and forth on X with a criminal defense attorney. And I got so frustrated that I said, you represent people. You represent people that you could, and this was a civil suit, but you could be representing someone where evidence exactly like this is going to be used against them. You should be open to thinking about different ways that words are used. So if you're not aware that other people might use that phrase to say, you know, it's a reason someone couldn't have gotten pregnant. And I was really happy because they were like, okay, I get it. Eventually they were like, I get it. It wasn't Watson. I know that's a whole nother, Deshaun Watson's a whole nother story. It was Antonio Brown. And the girl that had the gym that she wanted him to promote. So I know he has a whole mess since that all came up. I forget her name. She had like a middle name that she used as part of her full name. But that phrase, like, you get where I'm going, right? People really, a lot of people were on the internet saying that that line meant he essayed somebody. But yeah, but it's what it means. That's what it means. Yeah. No, this is true too. So we're not getting into the scientific, the biology there. But yeah, so there's that. So sorry to go down this rabbit hole, Touche, but the interpretation of words, really, really important because it can make all the difference. I mean, a criminal defense attorney thought it was a clear-cut admission that somebody walked up and just assaulted somebody. And all it was saying is, hey, you're saying that you're pregnant. I'm telling you there's no way you can be pregnant. And again, biology is another question there, but sometimes we've got the blinders on because we don't use words the same way that others might use words. So big example there. Thank you guys. We took it a little unvanilla there. Charlie Rizzo, thank you for the 5. Nancy New One Too says courtroom will be quieter and safer place to sleep. Yep, take a nap in there for Diamante Kendrick. Although I do think he's going to be there because he's really taking an active role in his defense. So, but yeah, my bad if you just walked in on that, Bay. I was explaining the way people take words with different meanings and don't realize they can mean something else just because they're stuck in their own interpretation and don't realize that other people can interpret things differently and use things differently. MT says, so if the one juror that said he's prejudiced holds out against all charges, hung jury, do you think these two walk free? So if the state is adamant in retrying, I don't really know if the state can get through a trial, even if it's just for these two, or maybe they'll go independent or whatever. I don't know if they can get through it without stepping into another mistrial. They can't just try to barrel roll a whole bunch of stuff into the case again. So I do not wish that to be the situation that plays out, but I'm curious about how the state would try to maneuver that and what a judge different than Glanville from day one would do. I don't know. Chad Diggy says, hold on, Burrito Bushes is a lizard brain. I think this is supposed to be a squirrel, but it does not look like that here. Because she's the same person who believed Woody, then he told her Shell Kell was going to be killed the same day they picked him up. Yep. Yep. I agree. I agree. And she's confident. She's got like a dangerous confidence. Because the others, very quickly to just say, well, I don't really know. She started to say, I believe, once in a while, but not to the same extent that other witnesses would walk back from their initial conclusions. Miss AB says, hi there, fellow slimes. I told y'all this morning this is going to be the state's last witness and was going to take all day. Yep. Yep. And I didn't really hear, as soon as they were asking Hilton how much longer she had, that's when they realized, well, we're not even here tomorrow. So I don't think we got an answer there. But I feel like it could be for at least the better part of Monday. So be prepared, be prepared. And Miss AB, thank you so much. Miss AB also says, I think that they have reused, oh, we got this one. But yes, the alphabets are going on strike. Just so many exhibits. Peter Ortiz says, I bet if you tied Hilton's hands together, she could not speak. Can you imagine Atkins? Oh, man. Atkins. He'd be like, his shoulders would have to do the talking for him. Oh, this is a visual, Peter. Thank you for the visual. Mike the Mob says, drop some caps for this squirrel brain gang with the police emoji. Yeah, they were capping. They were capping. And self-bolstering. Okay, 2 more hours. Thanks, guys. That's not the worst. That is not the worst. That is way better than 3 days. But it could be most of the day. Thanks, chat. Classy Beats out here gifting 5 memberships. He's probably long gone. This was so long ago. Big shout out to Classy Beats and the entire Classy Beats community. Love it over there very much. Always feel like it's a good time in their chat. If you like the way this chat is, and we try to keep it friendly. I know I took it outside of PG territory like 15 minutes ago. But really, really friendly chat over there as well. Similar type of community. So you might like it over there if you haven't checked it out. And you guys always know my spiel about Club Classy, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, which you won't hear me remind you tomorrow. I mean, maybe we'll go live and look at the Rice Street stuff, but Club Classy tomorrow night. But make sure you remember Club Classy Beats also has a ton of other content, and I really like that he does a morning show that talks about different news. It's not always YSL. It's just that YSL is kind of a big story. But his morning show, I think it's really great, you know, if you're the type of person you like to listen to something while you're on the way to work, or you just get to work and want to plug in, it's a good morning show. It's just like how employers will put on the radio in the morning. So make sure you check that out. And then let's see. I think, yeah, I'm wondering, and is the T silent? Rico Joseph? We're going to call you Rico in here. Boyer is in that car that sped up. I think that's the question here. I think that's a big question. And the only reason, since I don't see DeMarco Boyer indicted here, is they want to establish that he couldn't have been a culprit in a different car. If anything, he was just with the other guys who are responsible. So that's where I think the state's trying to go to get ahead of something. I don't know. I don't know. Paulette C says, watch Max. He keeps nodding as he listens to the detective's story. His mind is stirring. Cross is going to be exciting. 1,000,000%, guys. You know I cannot wait. I saw people saying they're going to call out tomorrow. Don't call out tomorrow. There's no court tomorrow. You got to call out Monday because we might get at least half day, maybe do a half day because it'll be the afternoon that we get some Cross finally, maybe. Can you imagine if the state rests on Monday, if Cross and redirect get done? I would say next week really is they're going to rest. So finally, right? What a moment. When that happens, we just have to sit in silence for 60 seconds and then do a 60-second all caps in the chat. One happy white girl, thanks for the 5. Couldn't nap only because I was worried I was going to miss something. LOL slime power. Oh yeah, because you said you were trying to nap. Let me get caught up on this. Love all my slime associates, but this rain has me sleepy. Time for a quick nap. This is at 2:09 and you gave up at 2:53. You came back in here. Love the timeline there. And thank you so much for the support and also for gifting 5 memberships. That was super nice of you. Had you in the banner. I had a lot to say today, guys. This is the way this is going. This is their finale. And it's still just riddled with shade and grimy and not great approaches to things. Also, one happy white girl about Viverito. She finds a roach crawling across the floor. Interesting. Let me save this for later. Oh, man. Just crawling across in the bushes. Amber Dawn says, state knows they go into hell with gasoline draws on. Yeah, they better be careful. They lit this fire. I really think they lit this mess of a fire. It is not justice for the victims. Good to see you, Amber. H Sock says, she's just a high-paid stalker off the internet. I bet a lot of men's girlfriends could do her job maybe better. In a way, it seems like she kind of brought that meme saying, right? Like, girls are like FBI agents. They'll go and find out exactly who liked their boyfriend's picture or whatever. Right? That's something that you can see said across the internet from time to time. And here's what could kind of be an example of that. So I think you're on it, H Socks. The meme became reality. Thank you so much for the 5. Amuse on X, thank you so much for the 5 gifts here. Amuse, I don't know if you're a content creator on YouTube, but you are over, like, you have a huge following over on X. So one day, I think it was JR, if JR's in here, we were up on the screen there. We got a featured appearance on Amuse's screen. So that was really awesome. Thanks so much for tuning in today. And thank you so much for generously gifting the 5. Gwen and Garnett out here sniping. Thank you, Gwennon, and sorry for all the times I said Paige today. I can't stop. Bella Moon 12 or 12 says, Woody was in jail for a year at that point. Yep. So I do think there is some points of convenience where they're like excited that somebody was in jail so it couldn't be them. But what's the flip side of that? Right? Oh, they couldn't have been present because they were in custody. Well, at the same time, you've made the argument throughout this trial that somebody is responsible for things, even if they were in custody, right? So it's like the state's flipping back, making, oh, you can't say that. That can't be true. But you've made the argument at other occasions that it could still be true. So you can't really have it both ways. You're setting up your own double-edged sword there. So... Also, one more time here, big happy birthday to Erica. Asia Mullen, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. I saw you say earlier that you were paying it forward because I believe you received a gifted membership. So super nice of you to give 5 more back to the chat. Make sure you guys, if you got gifted memberships, say thank you. You might have missed who it was, but somebody will be appreciative that they were acknowledged. Super awesome that you guys gift so many memberships. And it unlocks emojis. So that's why we're able to have so many custom emojis on this channel. I had to give Leah Abassi the boot today to add one of the emojis we added today. But the other one, we did 2 today. 3. Whatever one I added first, I didn't have to remove an emoji yet. We unlocked another emoji slot. So really, really cool. You guys know I love those channel emojis. So I appreciate you guys a ton. Zariah Nicole says, definitely use your bushes as my profile picture. Hold on now. And it's funny, I didn't realize that whatever these overlays are, it puts me behind it. So it puts me in the bushes. It puts me over there. Love that you're doing this. Yeah, we're just having fun, and if I thought Viverito was doing if I was more confident in her work, I would not do this, but I'm a little bit over it, so petty boots are on. Thank you so much for the 5 here, Zariah. K Grammar gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. K Grammar, always good to see you, and thank you so much for gifting 5. Nancy New 12 says, I'm glad Max mentioned, we did this already, but I left this up because in case anyone wanted the artists. So one more time here. London Drill Music. Nancy News dropping here. And I got to be careful about using the word drop because you know how the state thinks drop means you're going to drop a body. But Akala, Fire in the Booth, part 1 through 4, and Shiro's Story. So it seems like you're saying it's available on YouTube. So thank you again, Nancy New 12. Let's see. Yeah, Dion Birch, Mad Max saw it. He's just waiting on his time. Oh, cannot wait. Telling you guys, make sure you are available to watch Monday afternoon and maybe Tuesday morning. It's going to be good. PJEDW, thank you so much for gifting 5. And then also this really nice message here that says, thanks KNW gang, and the mods in all caps. You guys can use some all caps for some mod love. So 60 seconds Mlat. Show the mods some love. Not only do they make sure the chat stays a fun place to hang out, but they all have great commentary and insight too, right? They're not just here enforcing rules. They're really fun. They're really fair. Really nice people all around. So appreciation all around for the mods. Leah's dad says they're all so busy and overworked. Yep, but they have the time when they want to focus in on something to sit there and screenshot things about things that haven't happened yet, right? They have all the time in the world for that. But when things are actually going on that they should be paying attention to, they don't have time then. Seems really selective, if you ask me. But what do I know? I'm not the one that's creating the department and running it myself. Oh, Erin Olivia, one of my favorite people to run into in other chats in like the law nerd space here on YouTube. So glad you're here today, and super nice of you to gift 5. Hope you're doing well. And maybe run into you somewhere. What is today, Thursday? Maybe run into you somewhere today or tomorrow in the chat. It'll be awesome to hang out with you. Thank you so much again. KC Dog says, but was it the McDonald's video though? Listen. Imagine Brian Steele like just ventures in to show support on the last day, but he's just in there with like a McDonald's shirt. He's got the logo sitting in there. Just first of all, Brian Steele in anything but a suit would be a sight to see, but especially if he throws a sign like the McDonald's logo. I would die. Mike the Mob, yes, we had that one bench approach motion watch, but Shart decided, look, you know what? I'm going to say my piece real quick, but I think I'll just clean it up on cross. So rather than a motion for a mistrial, then going through a whole ordeal where maybe we'll have without prejudice on the table and you'll try to give a plea, that whole mess. Let me just use it on cross and try to get an acquittal. So I really think this is where that was going. But Shart picked a different option out of that battle, which is an interesting decision in light of yesterday, as you guys have recalled. He said, hey, he like stopped objecting to all these submissions, and Whitaker was like, is this like part of your strategy? You're just going to let them introduce it and then deal with it on cross? And he was like, yep. So he's playing his battle a different way, and I think really good strategy, especially if you want to try to get that acquittal rather than crappy plea deal or a mistrial with a retrial around the corner. Kevin Kirksey, yes, she is the state's final witness. That was the last witness named, and they had to call Sprinkle last minute this morning, basically to get some calls in that they couldn't get in through Viverito. So, last witness on the list. Crazy to say. That doesn't mean they won't have a rebuttal case, right? They might be calling witnesses to rebut the defense's case in chief. So, a little bit different there. And remember, with a rebuttal witness, a witness may be able to watch the trial. They might not be under, you know, hey, don't follow anything about this trial. Rebuttal witnesses work a little bit differently. So I would imagine that the state will use rebuttal. That could be a whole mess. So another time, we'll see if they have a long witness list or not. MT says, based on presented evidence, all of these men need to sue the state for withholding bond. Yeah, because the plea deals, right? Over and over, that's the theme. Deny them bond because they're too dangerous, but let them out on probation. Let them free the day they sign a plea deal. Because we just want them to agree to special conditions, that they'll testify to XYZ. But yeah, holding them in Rice Street, constitutional violation, and we have this whole report from, and I've got to look at it, so my guess, you guys are saying it's bad. I'm not surprised it's bad. I'm willing to just adopt that the results they found, their findings, bad. I just haven't personally read it myself. But I'll adopt what you guys have said. And if the jury gets word of that, and they remember all the times that Shart and Weinstein and Steele, Carrington Matthews did it a lot with previous witnesses, underscoring the conditions that people were under before they signed that plea agreement. Now imagine they go home and they see the news this weekend about this report talking all about Rice Street. like all about Rice Street. Not the Honorable Rice Street in the chat, but the other Rice Street. The actual building in Fulton County. Like, think about that. So, but yeah, forcing them to sign bad plea deals or suffer longer. Not good. Not good at all. And it's bittersweet, but it's something that I think has been a very effective weapon for the defense at the same time, right? Kind of sucks, but at least the silver lining is, I think it's very helpful to the defense when they've been able to paint that picture. And then Woody, when he said nut juice on the stand, like, can you imagine getting like a more visceral reaction to what it must be like standing and being stuck in Rice Street than someone telling you what nut juice is? Like, oh man. So I think as much as it sucks for the defendants and those that are stuck there waiting indictments, whatever their reason for being there awaiting trial for such a long time, I think it's a great weapon for the defense. Thank you so much, MT, for all your support today and great food for thought. Heather Sparrow says, love you, Kat. Enjoy watching YSL with you and the chat with the capital C. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, Heather. We appreciate you being here. Always a pleasure. Always love the chat with the capital C. There you go, you guys. Yeah, Rice Street's telling me to chill. We like you, Rice Street. We like you. Aw, thank you, D's Life, Jenny D. But yeah, so Monday, you know, every time we get a day off of court, I like try to speed through some work and get ahead, because then I'll end up getting behind once I get ahead. Maybe I'll do something tomorrow. Don't expect it though. You'll probably see me in chats tomorrow, hanging out and catching up on stuff that I'm behind on watching. So hope to see you guys somewhere else out there in the YouTube world. Anywhere that you guys want to... Anyone doing something right now that we could redirect? Hit the like button, show some love somewhere else right now. Let's see. Currently live, I see not many people. Everybody else abandoned ship for the YSL stuff today. Let's keep it that way. I don't know what that is from the Young Jerks. I've got a Norway train railway video thing by Rail Cowgirl. I don't know if you guys are into train watching. Oh, Dolly's live. We can go over to Dolly Talk. We can redirect over there. Talking about Craig Lewis. So Craig Lewis stars in a fiery but mostly peaceful trial visiting the home of Murdaugh, which I assume is Alex Murdaugh. So there we go. There we go. There we go. What do I know? I know too much? Oh, my bad. Adrian M, I see you're in timeout for that. I thought this was New Jersey. I was like, I said something about New Jersey today. My bad. But now my bad. I get it. I like the acronym. I like the not spelling it out there. And also an encore here. Thank you so much to Ice Fox for becoming a member. Very cute picture. We'll give one final shout out here to Rice Street. We appreciate this Rice Street here in the chat. If you're not looking at the screen, it is a user in the chat, not the facility. Love and appreciate you guys for all the help today with things that I missed, and hanging out. See you Monday. Or somewhere else out here. Bye, you guys.